minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one.
shadows for far too long, fighting to breathe. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. We almost lost who we are. Now we got a fresh start. The pieces in the puzzle no longer falling apart. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn now. Everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine, girl. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. get it, yeah. Let's get it now. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Watch me ride out, I can make it look easy.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
아빠 미안. 오늘은 젠지 화이팅!
화이팅! 우리가 이긴다. 젠지 화이팅! T1 화이팅!
늘 잘해왔듯이 오늘도 잘할 거라 믿습니다. T1 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time once again for the LCK Team Roadshow. This time, we are back at the KSPO Dome for the T1 homestand to see whether they can pick up a victory or whether they are going the same direction as Gen G and failing to pick up a win in their home ground.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Gen G was, I mean, the fact that it was the first time they'd lost 2 series
In a row,
since Shobi joined
Yeah.
is kind of crazy. Just shows that even having all the fans there to support you doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the series, and we saw that with T1 in their recent series. So a lot on the line here in terms of T1 trying to right some wrongs, but also the standing still super close at the top end. And even though Gen G and HLE are locked in the playoffs, T1 is not yet, but there's still so much to play for when it comes to having the first round bye. So I think T1 obviously hoping to move up. And if they get that win against Gen G, then they will just slide straight into first place.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. If they lose, they will be on the same game score as D plus Kia as well, keeping things extraordinarily close. But Gen G will be right out in front with a confirmation of their first place position. A classic rivalry indeed. Gen.G T1 is the El Clasico here at the LCK, has been for many years since the fall off of D plus Kia all those years ago, back in the end of 2021. So this is always the one that you want to have at your home ground, right? At the homestand at the LCK Roadshow. And T1, what better way to secure playoffs than to take down their old rivals?
And talking a bit about the core strength of both teams and the bot lane battle being really important. I think Paze and Kerry have been in phenomenal form even when T1 has been struggling. I think for Ruler and Duro, it's been a bit of a return to form.
Yeah.
Because I think they've been the portion of Gen.G that's been struggling the most, but someone who hasn't really been struggling has been Chovy. 1,000 POM points, which means he has secured first place in POM.
It's crazy to have already secured it again.
Yeah.
2 years in a row, this is the second year we've had POM. So if he wins it again, he's just going to have a monopoly for 2 years running, which is absolutely insane. But let's get into it. Let's welcome our players to the KSPO Dome here for the T1 home ground. First Oren, now Owner, making his way out. We are not doing any paintings, not today.
No.
Owner is coming back
Well,
once again.
Maybe Faker does play way, but you know.
Oh, that's true. That could happen, but nothing else other than that.
Yeah, okay. Well, good to get that cleared up. Good to have that established. And a ton of fans there showing their support for the team, looking and hoping for that win, hoping to turn things around because recent matches for T1 haven't gone their way. It's been close in the series in terms of getting that first game against HLE and D plus Kia, but not able to finish it through. Some issues in draft, some issues with execution.
Yep.
And just looking to right the ship because, I mean, it's still very likely, no matter what happens in the series, that T1 will make playoffs, and even if they don't, they're in play-ins. What's really important is the form you hit that portion of the tournament in.
Oh, yeah. And it always has been, maybe a little bit more for this team than for T1. T1 tend to just kind of trip their way into playoffs and then just kind of win, then do the same thing at the World Championship. Gen.G, on the other hand, have always been the sort of the benchmark for consistency. This is the team that shows you how to play consistent League of Legends, and they haven't been. Not until very recently. And if that form continues, this team is going to be absolutely devastating moving into the LCK playoffs.
I feel like we've hit on the head so many times, but we're just so used to Gen.G just being super consistent, winning every match basically in the regular season, that any sort of turbulence just feels so shocking, so unexpected, and there has been a lot of turbulence post first stand, and I mean, I guess at first stand as well. But this team has not had the results that they strive for, and sort of just seem so effortless the way they achieve it. Now they have started to sort of return to that level of domination in the recent matches, but for a team that has always historically just had long periods of domination, we really need to see them show more and more. And T1 always a challenge for them that they have to put everything into for these matchups.
Yeah, kind of crazy though that T1's 2-0 victory over Gen.G last time these two teams met was the first time they'd won 2-0 in 2 years since 2023. That's almost 3 years ago. That's
quite a while.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Let's hope that we go back to our 3-game ways. I think that that's what we deserve for a T1 versus Gen.G. And I hope that we don't end it short, much like T1 did at the Gen.G home ground, which was not exactly what those players wanted. They were pretty vocal about it as well, saying that it was pretty devastating to lose 2 games in a row when they're the ones that are sending the invitations. See whether they can hand it to T1 though, because D plus Kia kind of put them through the ringer in their matchup previously. So this is about T1 getting back on the horse. At least they have a heck of a lot of fan support to get them there this time around. And we know how much they like to play up to the fans.
Absolutely. And we know that no matter what the size of the arena, no matter the number of fans, T1 are always good at handling that pressure. And also a team that do a great job of adapting when things are going wrong. We've seen that many times before. It's why they've won Worlds 3 times in a row, is adapting and solving things when there are problems. I feel like they've been in that process right now. They've been in we need to have discussions, we need to figure out what's wrong, what we can do to fix it, what we can do to change it. And today we'll see, has it worked or do we need to cook a little bit more?
Yeah, And as you can see there, right at first selection does go over to T1. They've decided to go with first pick this time around. Gen G will be on our blue side. And man, the draft is going to tell us so much. I feel like this particular patch has just been really fun when it comes to a lot of the crazy picks that we've seen, mainly on the top side of the map with the evolution of this Olaf meta that we're seeing. What are the answers going to be? We've got the bear trap on a rope back in the top lane, which is kind of fun. Always reminds me of Broken Blade and a lot of those crazy LPL top laners that do fun stuff. And thankfully, the fun stuff has made it to the LCK. And the LCK has also made it to your screens. We are here in Pick and Ban for game number 1. Poppy going to be taken away first. Very, very standard stuff. I think the big question marks are going to be the Cassiopeia-Orianna situation and whether that lock is once again going to be looming as an answer to the Orianna.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of Gen G leaning on Ryze for Chovy when they can get access to it early in the draft, so that may end up being a big priority for them. And given that they are second pick, do they opt to give something over that allows them to get the Ryze in that second pick position? Is going to be the question. The Bard ban comes through, which is just kind of a standard now against T1, but it does take up some of that space.
Ooh.
And there hasn't been a single mid laner banned yet.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think does it have to be Cassiopeia, though? That's the question. I feel like Gen G needs to throw the gauntlet and try their own, like, Chovy lock counterpick into the Faker Orianna if it does actually come up. That might be the answer, but we'll just have to see. I feel like it's so dangerous leaving Orianna up against the best player of all time. You know, I just feel like that's so difficult. They're going to do it anyway, as the Nocturne will be banned away. Yeah, Nocturne, a fantastic pick for Ona, but also syncs really well with the Orianna, so you wouldn't want to give the opportunity for T1 to grab both of them. Oh, man. Orianna goes over for Faker. This is actually, like, such a flex by Faker as well, to be like, no, I just win both sides of this matchup, because he was so confident with the lock into Orianna matchup, and he destroyed it as well. Yeah. I think for me, obviously getting a jungle, high-power jungle is going to be important here for Canyon, but also in terms of mid, do you just end up going the Cassiopeia, or do you go something else? Would you see the Olaf? They've been heavily prioritizing this for Keen. I know we've seen it rise in priority generally, but specifically Gen G have been getting it in the recent series, getting for Keen, comfortable in the kind of matchups. We've seen a lot of picks prepared into it that have had varying levels of success depending on the pilot and the pick. So I'm interested to see what Durham will bring out into this. Or whether there's, like, is Olaf jungle playable at all? Because I want to know whether there is there's no flex option. Don't worry about it. We're not flexing. That's a Lee Sin to be picked up here for Canyon. And we are leaving that mid pick up in the air for Chovy. One of the things as well is that we often see Skarner picked into Lee Sin as a counter matchup. It's had a lot of success, but Skarner into Olaf is just miserable. Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. So much what your kit does. So it's almost like the Olaf is covering the Skarner in that situation. We're going to see the Camille come in for Carrier. And the thing that's good about this is you kind of put Gen G in a difficult position where if they pick mid on 3 and respond to the Orianna, then they can't match bot lane as well. So you kind of, in a difficult situation, do you want to pick something like the Shen into Camille, or are you going to pick a mid laner for Chovy here? I think it has to be mid. I think you're just going to have to let Carrier have a decent time on the Camille. Oh, sorry, Shen's already banned. I guess it'd be something like Leona, but I guess with Shen off the cards as well, then you probably just go mid, and they end up going for the Galio here. So having some good setup for the Lee Sin. This is a pick that Chovy has had banned against him a good amount of times. The build with the Imperial Mandate is just kind of bonkers. Not to mention, now, like, they can play around Ruler, who is definitely back in form. I actually feel like this is a really intelligent option. A lot of their drafts have revolved around Ruler not only being flexible, but also really being able to carry later on in the game. His Kalista play, absolutely amazing. Harken back to times where we saw him getting that champion banned against him every single game, even when she wasn't even really in the meta, and it was kind of crazy. The best thing about this bottom lane being locked in for T1 on the Gen G side, though, is that they get to ban the Kled, ban maybe the Vayne, although the Vayne hasn't necessarily seemed like that much of a counter. Maybe Jax as well. Yeah, Jax is a good one. I think good options. One thing is that Gen G with this comp so far have kind of lent into this sort of death ball style. We've been seeing more from them recently with these bruisers. They did bring out the Seraphine bot lane for Ruler, kind of like ult on top and have all this bulk. This is already a pretty hard composition, I feel like, for Jhin to cut through.
And Camille, if she's diving in, liable just to get CC'd by the Galio and die. So
Yeah.
not the easiest situation. Now the Jarvan ban comes through. Jarvan can be a bit of a headache for, honestly, both Galio and Olaf. The terrain kind of blocking you from being able to do what you want to do. So it makes sense here, but does leave Doran with a fair few options in this top matchup.
Interested in this last ban. I kind of feel like Lulu is very high value at the moment, given Gen.G's propensity to head towards a hyper-carried style of bottom lane. We'll see exactly where they do decide to go. They need to lock in half of it now.
Yeah.
Then they will finish it off. Whether it's going to be Ruler or Dura that's going to be locking the champ, that is what we're about to find out. But I do feel like Engage isn't as much of an issue if Keen is willing to be a madman and doesn't fall too far behind. Because you just run the Olaf in there, and then the Galio's on top of him. You've got Elise in safeguarding around, getting into backlines and things like that. It's not as much of a big deal, but that is the Ruler Kalista we were talking about. A little bit of a different flavor as Gen.G aim for a little bit more mid-game.
So presumably going to be Renata on 5. And yeah, this is really just that death ball. It's going to be difficult for Carrier to go in without just getting mangled by this composition. Now, for the side of T1, what are we going to see into Keen? Is it just going to be that Jax? Is it going to be the Vayne? And also, I think for Oner, having a ball delivery system is pretty important. We've seen Pantheon work in a pinch.
Like this. Okay, he's going to go for it.
Vayne comes out into the Olaf, and so many of these Olaf matchups, they're not surefire. We know we've seen the Vayne be very successful in the LCK, but it's not like a guaranteed you pick Vayne, you win. A lot of it's going to come down to Doran being able to outplay Keen in that matchup.
And so many of these Vayne drafts that we've seen with the Vayne attempting to answer the Olaf just leaves the draft so wonky. And this is another example of that, right? You've got double AD carries, you've got an incredibly flimsy support, and then you've got an Orianna that does have defensive capabilities, but Oner has to be so far ahead of the curve for them to be able to play around any kind of frontline here in this game. At least Aegis is completely broken as an ability, but I still find that a lot of these drafts do tend to fall off because the way they kind of work just isn't as comfortable as a lot of our more front-to-back compositions, much like what Gen.G have put together here.
Yeah, and even though Vayne obviously has the silver bolts, good for shredding through bulk, I feel like the build we see in the top lane isn't the same as we'd see like in an AD carry role.
Yeah.
And you just need time, and this Gen.G comp, especially the mid-game, is just going to take a fair bit of time to cut through it as they dive forward. The hostile takeover value here is also tremendous into this enemy composition. And there's a lot of people to block, like the Jhin ult shots in this situation. So
yeah.
For me, I think Gen.G, they've got a strong mid-jungle combo, a strong bot lane 2v2, and then the Olaf, we've seen how it can take over games if it gets ahead. I think for the side of T1, there's obviously elements here that will scale well, and it might hit a point where they can just start to cut through this bulk on the other side. But how they get there is going to be really important. And I'm looking at Carrier, I'm looking at Oner, because they have a lot of agency in this game.
Yeah, and we talk about scaling champions a lot, but the composition does kind of shape how that scaling is going to work. We'll see whether T1 can make it happen. Let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1. Okay, I missed one of the fan chants. I'll make sure that I leave it next time around. Sometimes it's hard to get into the idea.
They did the T1 fan chat, and then it took a while for it to settle down so they could do the Gen.G fan chat.
That is what I then realized. I thought maybe the other side of the arena wasn't mic'd up, and that's what I was hoping was to be the case, and not that there is just no Gen.G fans there.
Well, they did come in the back end, but there was a lot of T1 fans who were kind of occupying the space, so...
A much better outcome in the end, as it turns out. But I imagine that tickets were difficult to get, as, you know, it's hard on the best of times here at Lowell Park. And now in the KSPO Dome, which is a pretty awesome stadium as well. There were a lot of like pre-game shows as well, if you were lucky enough to be at the stadium. So a lot of these home grounds, not just the games that you're coming for, it's all of the other stuff alongside it. It's a whole lot of fun. So if you ever do have a chance, if you're here in Korea, pop on over, because it's pretty awesome. Pretty sure Dagon went to the last one, as Dura's already flashing here on this bottom side. Carrier finding a great angle, gets the heal and the flash out of Duro.
Such a good start. We often talk about the Camille pressure that you can have in the early levels. Calista Renata quickly becomes problematic in the all-ins, but you get the jump in early before they'd even hit level 2. Flash bin by Duro is a pretty heavy cost to pay, and this just kind of links in with how Carrier and Pays have been performing excellently in the bot lane, the most fearsome bot lane 2v2 right now in the world.
They are very, very frightening. As Chovy, not so much. He's on the Olaf, having a little bit of a rough time here as Keen is just going to get condemned by Doran. Keen has been throwing his axe around, though, and has been able to at least clear out some waves. And so he's going to be able to crash a little bit underneath this turret for Doran to deal with. Still the Vayne doing what it says on the tin, right? Ahead by about 10 CS right now.
We've seen Keen go this before, the Ignite and the Storm Raider Surge. The Storm Raiders... Ooh.
Chovy, that's one more auto, and Faker just says, you flash, buddy. I don't need to.
Really well played there by Faker. This is why they prioed the Orianna so heavily. And also just, as you said, right next to the tower, Chovy has to flash because a flash auto would have killed him, but Faker just retains his summoner spell, which is also massive into Galio Lee Sin, where the gank pressure is very real.
Oh, both of these mid laners going to be coming back to lane, but Chovy not so lucky as far as that summoner spell is concerned. Has been able to keep up in farm very, very comfortably. But this is a great sign for T1, who I think do need to get off the ground running with a composition like this that can be difficult to play as we get later on into the game.
It also, for Gen G, makes their mid-jungle a little bit more awkward because so often you can just opt into a fight with Galio Lee Sin, the flash setup from Chovy, pretty much guaranteed you can 100-0 someone with both your damage and the...
Oh, that's a fantastic handshake, but still the stun comes through onto Duro. He doesn't have flash, remember, so does need to be very careful as the Ren from Ruler is pretty good follow-up. Still, Duro is going to have to make his way home. He's not going to be hit by that Pierce.
I think they're concerned about the jungler coming in, and Ona is here. That being said, Renata is very precarious to dive.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one if they do decide to go for it, as there's the flash. Ruler cleanses to get himself out of the way. The handshake, unbelievable, and Ruler still has the bailout available. Picks up a double. Ona gets one back, but it's a disaster for T1.
As I said, very precarious to dive a Calista Renata. And here, Ruler had both sums, but the mindset of T1 was we have to dive and kill the Calista. The Calista has to die because if we kill the Renata and the Calista's still up, we're not in a good spot. But it was Duro who'd burned his sums earlier. Ruler still had them, and he put them to great use there. 2 kills early on the Calista is fantastic here. We see Carrier set up...
handshake, man.
Yeah, Carrier sets up the Q, and then the handshake comes in for the double stun. Carrier's already dead. Ruler hasn't even actually procced the bailout yet. It could have been a disaster if he'd actually died a little sooner and then got the reset onto Pays.
Yeah.
Then he could have just lived. But obviously the timing from Ona was good there, but overall just a big botch by T1 and a great defense by Gen G.
Well, Keen finds another undertow, actually. Looking for the angle towards Doran. Gets that last one. Doran will be able to chase him down just a little bit here, but this Olaf is kind of doing all right, despite it being a relatively difficult matchup, especially early on.
It's just so precarious because, you know, the Vayne has the Condemn to keep you at a distance if an axe does connect. You have the Tumble, obviously, to dodge out of the way of an axe. And at level 6, the invisibility goes a long way in all-ins, but you get hit by an axe as you're tumbling, and he can just chase you down through the Condemn, especially if you proc Storm Raiders. It can be really scary.
Well, you can see now, Keen pretty happy to be able to go for a back. Top lane has become a little bit more, I guess, dangerous with the fact that we don't have teleport taken early, right? You require that quest completion before you can make your way comfortably back to lane in a lot of these matchups. And it does mean that if you do manage to get a big crash like Keen just did, gives you the ability to recall without too much to give up, which would otherwise have been a problem.
That's the thing. With TP, we've seen times that top gangsters haven't really amounted to much because they get back in time, they don't miss much minions, much XP, much gold there. And yes, the kill gold is a factor, but it doesn't even always go to the top lane if it's a gank. But now, with the lack of TP, it often will just have more impact by default. Now, Gen G's setting up for this dragon, and T1 not opting to contest, which, to be honest, I think may just be the right call.
Yeah.
Given the Calista Renata's strength in skirmishes like these.
Yeah, I think based on what happened underneath that turret earlier on, it's a good idea to be a little bit more chill. You did have Pays going back to base as well. Serrated Dirk is now picked up. I think if he had have had that and was in lane when that dragon was started, maybe there was an opportunity because that is a decent spike in this early game. But he is back home, so not going to be the case. So first Drake does go over to Gen G. That is going to be a Infernal Drake, which means we are guaranteed either a Cloud or a Chemtech Soul, which is kind of cool. It does mean that it's fully under your control. There, Orcs.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, please. That's all I ask. Mainly because I just really like Cloud Souls and Earth, Wind, and Fire. They're just the two things that make me happy in this world. And it'd be really cool to have one. I don't really like pollution that much. I was a big fan of Captain Planet back in the day.
That's valid.
Yeah. That's all right. Roulette does find a little bit of Ren damage towards Doran, as he does kick him out of the lane. But otherwise, it is just a pretty standard lane swap here. As we got Chovy making his way back as well. Chovy, after losing the flash, is now going to get it back up again and is completely fine, is even in farm as soon as he makes it back to the wave. And his past transgressions will not come back to haunt him.
Yeah, he doesn't get punished for it. I mean, Galio's not the easiest to punish just because he has the Justice Punch to get away, the taunt to soak damage. But I always wonder in these situations, it's like, yes, nothing happened as a consequence of his flash being down, but what could have happened if his flash was up? Could he have found an angle to make a play? But to be honest, I think Faker's been playing the lane very well, not really giving any windows over. But now, Chovy has prior clears out the wave. We actually had Keen walking up here. So look, he's hovering around mid. It was Gen G who initiated the swap here, and they have 5 members on this side of the map. So if T1 opt in to contest this, they will have a bad time, and T1 instead say, no, we've seen this coming. We're instead just going to allocate more gold to Doran here, allow him some alone time to get a plate, at least. And it does cost them 3 grubs, but I think T1 make the right read on the situation.
I think it's kind of awkward though, right? Because now it's Gen G picking up every neutral objective so far here in this early game. I'm kind of waiting to see when T1's going to start pulling the trigger as this Vayne answer. Yes, he's ahead in a little bit of farm, but he's not ahead in gold. Keen is still very comfortable at this point in time. And I think T1 do want to try to get either Doran going or make sure that they can keep down the members of Gen G so that this composition that can get completely out of hand come mid to late game is kind of kept in check a little.
Yeah, I think it's, as much as it's not ideal, they get the dragon and the grubs, I think reading the situation, not opting into it, because if you fight and you
sort of can't, but like maybe next time.
Yeah, I think if they can get this next dragon, that would be ideal.
Ooh,
and they
Duro has the flash again.
Duro. It's not a huge cost because often Ruler's going to be there to ult him, but it still obviously is a cost there. Duro not having that, can't use the hostile takeover flash to find opportunities. But yeah, dragon in 2 minutes. If T1 secured that one, it just buys them so much time. And you do have to be a bit careful, but I feel like 2-item spikes for this Gen G composition is whether they're really going to feel good. Kalista feels great around that time. Galio feels great around that time. Yeah. And it's really where the Jhin has kind of just struggled when you're trying to get towards those more significant 80 carry item buys. So,
yeah, especially for the Ghostblade build that FaZe looks like he's going for this time around.
Yeah.
Feels good for a first item, and then feels kind of bad for 3 items.
Honestly, I think just getting the Dirk early compared to if you go Stormrazor, you have to save it for the BF, which you often can't do. If you base and you come back with like just a scout slingshot and you're sitting on gold, nightmare. So that's kind of why we often see it, the Ghostblade, and it does make the build a little more awkward compared to just going like Stormrazor and then being able to finish out your crit items earlier on, like your IE and your last Whisper item. But it definitely, like, you get stronger laning. The trade-off, though, is that it takes a bit longer for you to come online. 55 seconds on that dragon.
Yeah, Chovy going to be clearing out this wave pretty comfortably. Faker is trying to put on some pressure, but doesn't quite have his shockwave back up and available just yet, and so it wasn't under too much threat, as we could see there. Keen just farming with Undertows here towards his top side, and actually now has a CS advantage against Doran. Vayne pick not necessarily a counter option that we're seeing right now. We'll see whether Doran can run amok in these team fights and lock down some targets. T1 are going to require, like, singling out a target and destroying them. Hextech Ultimatum, pretty good at that, right? Carrier is going to have a fair bit of agency as far as choosing a target that they want to die. But Duro, he might be exactly that target as they get on top of Ruler. He has the cleanse, looking to try and bounce his way out. There's the Fate's Call, looking to go back in, actually, as Canyon's making his way down. And this Galio getting closer and closer to in range. Still, they do get all the summoners out of Ruler. They get his ultimate as well. So it's not nothing that Gen G has to pay for this.
Looking for something here. Fishing for the idea, but I don't think T1 going to go in again on this play. And yeah, I think this is kind of what I was talking about with Duro's flash being down, not being as consequential, because even with his flash down, they have to go for Ruler because the Fate's Call is there. Now, Canyon in a bit of a difficult spot.
Yeah, Faker is going to pull the orb back. Nice little taunt there from Chovy, but they push them out of the river. T1 with some control now as Ona goes in, looks for the angle, there's the shockwave onto Ruler. He does get the bailout though, and there is the reset. Down goes two. Hostile Hextech Ultimatum, sorry, is going to be a triple kill here as Carrier had no way out. And Gen G are just kind of crushing him now.
5-1 for Rulers, Callista, and T1. It's Ona who sees a window. He knows no summoners on the Callista, but the bailout, the value there, so massive to allow Ruler to turn things around. And the skirmishing power of this Gen G composition in the mid game is so hard to deal with. We'll see the replay here. So Kanye's a bit out of position, just trying to get the Scuttle Crab for some vision and disengage. And then Ona sees this window where Ruler stepped up. He knows he has no summoners. But the problem is the bailout being there and this hostile takeover value, the kick into it from Canyon.
God!
The turnaround is just flawless. And Ruler gets the resets, gets triple kill, and walks away from the play. It is going to be an Ocean Soul, which typically not the highest prior, but with a bulky composition like Gen G's, there is a good amount of value at least. But again, not as crazy as some other Souls could have been. But Gen G, they have a gold lead, they have a super fed Callista and 2 dragons in pocket. This is where they want their composition to be.
Yeah, and this is not what the Soul was supposed to be, Daniel. I'm a little bit upset. It's not even your fault because it's not a Chemtech Soul.
Yeah.
It's an Ocean Soul instead. That's okay. Earth, Wind, and Fire will have to wait. And maybe just next time it does. As, yeah, Ruler up here towards the top side. If there is any other way to understand that you have the main character energy, it is either to do this, just throw a whole bunch of axes at the GOAT and kill him. There's the flash to follow, and Keen is going to be able to pick up the solo bolo. Completely cut me off, and it is also going to make my point completely irrelevant. Because what I was going to say is that Ruler's scoreline was the same as the top of your screen. Not anymore. Keen decided he just wanted to kill Faker.
And this is so rough for T1. Keen gets some extra gold. This was just kind of disrespectful from Faker. He actually used the movement speed boost to get in range. So didn't have it to get away here, and he just gets run down. Can't even use the shockwave defensively. So Faker just disrespecting the Olaf and ends up paying for it.
That's a weird maneuver. But we are going to see another engage here towards his top side, but nothing really going to come from it. And Gen G, I think they can just play this one out relatively slow. Chovy going to Justice Punch the wave, pushes that one into Pays as T1 are desperately just trying to get some chaos out of this game and lick their wounds before they come back and try again.
Yeah, I think the fact that it is the Ocean Soul at least is kind of the silver lining for T1, but they are definitely not in a good spot. And right now, contesting a fight against Gen G, the problem is so often when you're playing against a team when you're behind, you're looking to try and pick targets off or kill vulnerable targets. But when you look at Gen G's composition, there's not really any easy targets. As long as Gen G are generally within the vicinity, the top side of the map is bulky and either has mobility, CC immunity, or, you know, Galio's Taunt is a great tool. And then for the bot lane, you have the bailout for Ruler and the Fate's Call for Duro that just makes it, unless someone's really isolated, it's hard to get a quick pick.
Well, T1 are on the Rift Herald. Now going to make Shelly feel impatient. She will just run on back to the pit. It looks like Gen G are just going to be able to pick this one up where T1 started. She will charge her way out, but that ward at the back of the pit does give T1 the bad news. This one is just going to go over to Gen G unless...
Ona's looking to ult.
They're going to try and find an angle. Yeah, Ona is looking to make his way in. Torin has already thrown down the ulti. There's the cleanse from Ruler. He might get put down to the bailout, but it is going to be a while before that comes in. They take him out before he can actually do anything. Carrier is the trade. Ona in a lot of trouble as well, but Keen is now being the carry. Misses that axe onto Pays, though. However, Chovy's still here. They're going to look for Duro. They should be able to take him down, and now Keen
the Herald!
Going to take the Herald exit. Going to use that to get the knock up. There's this Justice Punch. And now, will the Olaf be able to turn on a dime? Looks like no. The turning circle on Shelly does need to be improved. As there's the condemn out. Keen finds Pays and sacrifices himself for it.
Well, T1 managed to make a fight that ends up even, and the Herald, you know, gets to charge into the turret, but doesn't get a huge amount of value. They managed to find Ruler here, and the bailout doesn't get a chance to come through. The CC layer in first. The condemn from Doran is massive because it burns the cleanse, and then he's just in the shockwave. The shockwave value is massive. He doesn't get a chance to get a reset, and even though we start to see some Gen G members cleaning up targets, FaZe is free hitting this whole time. Doran doing a ton of work here on the Vayne.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of fight that T1 were looking for
That Herald in the fourth
with
shot,
this
that was
composition.
crazy.
But this was, this was kind of ridiculous. 280 carries versus 2 bruises is also kind of a funny situation here as well. As far as the rock, paper, scissors is concerned, it doesn't feel like it should be that fantastic for T1, but yeah.
But the shield, his 4 shots, that is like
Oh, no.
the Jhin nightmare. The first one was the Herald, the second one gets shielded by Keen.
Not great. But hopefully next time he can get those bullets in the gun a little bit quicker. Chovy does have those 2 items, of course. Pretty cheap is the Imperial Mandate, so that one gets put together already.
I think that's
and he is really good to go now.
That's the thing, is that even though T1 got a great fight there, the item spikes for Genji are massive here.
God,
the point of
yeah.
the game for them is huge. And as much as you want to contest this Dragon, it might be difficult. Also, when you look at the summoners,
Oh, yeah, Carrier going in, looking for a bit of an angle, but there is Keen right on top of him. Carrier flashes away. Canyon looks to get himself out as the Undertow does hit onto 2. Faker's teleported in. That is going to be the end of that little scuffle. Keen without his flash actually up and available, but we'll have it relatively soon, and Canyon did have to flash away.
yeah, that's big value. Getting Canyon's flash and also Keen's ult. The Olaf just feels so awful trying to team fight without your ult available. So big pickups there.
Also
Genji-
didn't go Hexplate first, so went for the Strivebreaker first item instead of going for Hexplate a little bit earlier on, so it's going to be a little bit more of an issue as well.
Yeah, a bit longer without it. Although I guess not having it, like the value of the Hexplate is when you pop your ult, you get all those stats, so there's that
Yeah,
side
that's
to it.
true. Yep.
That being said, it looks like Genji still going to maintain control of the area. They had a lot of vision here. And something that I feel like T1 have really lent into this year specifically is being willing to give over not even just dragons, but even souls when they don't think they are game losing. And I think this might be an example where T1 are like, look, Ocean Soul, it's going to help Genji, but do we automatically lose the game if they get it? And the answer is probably no.
And also, think about the entertainment value of flipping an Elder.
That is true. That's there. But we've seen T1 do it this year with Mountain Dragon, Mountain Soul as well.
Yep.
Where they've just gone, look, it's not great that they get it, but if we fight and lose, the game is actually over. So I think T1 making the right call here, not fighting into Genji's spikes. They did obviously get the flash from Canyon, but they just say, we can fight at a better time for us when we're really spiking, when we are really feeling comfortable.
Oh, we'll see when that is. That is the big question for me, Doran. Essence Reaver is on the way. He does have his Hexplate already done, and Faker wanted to hit probably about 3 items before he's really comfortable, but does already have that Blackfire Torch.
When you said this is a question for me, Doran, it sounded like you were asking Doran this.
Ah, yes. Is it going to be a Essence Reaver, Doran? Can you let me know? Based on the items that we're seeing and what Vaynes generally build, I'm assuming so, but if he could let us know, that would be great.
I think that'll be it. So right now, Baron is spawning up pretty soon, and I believe it is the Huni Baron, so...
Ooh.
Oh, no, actually, it changed the rift. It's to Terry.
Oh, Terry. I love Terry. Doran doesn't. Doran's going to get kicked into the wall and is not going to be having a great time. Yeah, you're into Lee Sin, so going invisible, not very helpful. So they take out the Vayne. Is this Baron time? No, it's not looking like Baron time.
Just as Baron spawned, they had the Calista in the Lee Sin to help secure, and it is Terry. It's the lower damage Baron. You could start this up and look to turn. T1 have to stop you from getting into smite range, because you will win that smite fight.
Yeah, and Chovy is also in this mid lane. He can always move over there, right, to help them out. So this Baron is still going. Keen with flash up and available, teleports in to try and find a flank angle, and T1 are kind of exactly where Genji want them. There's the Fates call in. Look at this. Olaf rocketing into the backline. Hextech ultimatum from Carrier, though. He looks to try and escape. He will be taken down, but they do at least stop the Baron for now.
So big summoners burn by both sides, to be honest, but Faker and Pays down flash. But honestly, Genji not happy with how that panned out. They definitely wanted way more than just the support kill with this turn. We do see this play onto Doran in the top side. Good dodge on the axe, but it just means nothing when Lee Sin's going to kick you into the wall. And then we see with the Baron, if you look at the setup from Genji, even though obviously they get a kill for nothing, but the flash is in, the commit. They wanted Faker and Pays to die here, and it would have just meant Baron. And instead, walking away with 1 kill, it's just a bit of a disappointment compared to what could have been. And I think Genji had the right setup, but I think T1 responding well there. It's still a massive lead for Genji, though. But obviously, when you're playing into things like this Vayne, you would always love to be able to push the pace of the game faster.
Well, speaking of the Vayne, looking for an angle towards Keen here, who doesn't have the ultimate for another 3 seconds. Owner makes his way in the Condemn to push him away, and there's a Silver Bolts to finish him off. Really good counter kill here for T1.
And there you go. The lack of ult on Keen makes him super vulnerable. No flash either. Doran's setting that one up nicely, and an extra bit of gold in his pocket will be appreciated.
Certainly will. And now a teleport to get Chovy here towards his bottom side. He smelt farm, and he will be able to pick it up. Chovy just quietly sitting at 205 with a 1.5k gold lead, feeling absolutely fantastic on this Galio, looking for item number 3, which should be the Zhonya's Hourglass, giving him a bit of extra armor, all of that, like the stasis. This like Galio build is super tanky and will start doing a lot of damage as he gets the next couple of items. Not to mention, all of his cooldowns immediately come back up again. That's cool, isn't it? Isn't it cool to just have your abilities up all the time?
It's very cool. It's very advantageous.
Yeah. It's weird. I thought we put cooldowns into the game for a reason, but as it turns out, you only put them into the game to remove them via the Imperial Mandate.
There you go. And he hasn't gone the Abyssal Mask this game. We often saw him going like Abyssal Mask Imperial Mandate. I think that's the right call when there's just like no other magic damage on your team.
Singular Galio going to be reducing that magic resist.
Yeah, it's a bit greedy to be like, oh, but it does damage. Okay, but only for you.
Yeah.
But the Imperial Mandate value, kind of crazy. Now, Dragon in 30 seconds. And I think what makes this worrisome for T1, other than the goal differential, is the lack of flash on Faker and Pays. So approaching this one has to be carefully thought out because, you know, Canyon still has his flash. And if he finds an angle to kick Pays in, that might just be Dragon, Soul, and then Baron in the game.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if they lose one of these carries, there are 3 of them, so they do have carries to spare on the side of T1. But I do think as soon as the phalanx starts to fall apart, Genji's composition just runs you down.
They are good at that. Now, Dragon is up, and they are trying to get set up for it. But you can see Chovy moving in to try and get control of this Banana Brush.
Yeah, Keen going to get spot out here. A lot of vision defensively around the backside of this Dragon Pit. T1 know exactly what's going on. The Olaf will be able to move his way in. Ruler, we're going to just soften up that mid lane wave. You're going to connect here from Canyon. The Dragon down relatively low. Let's see who is actually going to go for this fight. As there's the kickback. They get rid of the smite. There's the soul over to Genji. Shockwave is on to Canyon, though. He gets bailed out, but I don't think he's getting a reset. So down goes the Lee Sin. Doran is able to block the Justice Punch, and Chovy's put into the ultimatum. That's 2 kills. And they do manage to get the hostile takeover out, but it's all just used defensively here as Genji just look to run away.
And Genji try and play it cute and just get the Dragon, get out, but T1 do not let it happen. They take down Canyon, and then Chovy is to follow, and now it's them who can move onto this Baron. And Genji, you still have the ult on Olaf, but you lost the hostile takeover. I think it makes it really difficult to contest this one.
There is still a Fate's Call, I guess, so Duro does have a little bit more flexibility about where he can be. Faker off to the side, though. Deadly Flourish comes in. These health bars are so low! And now Keen is just trying to work out a way in. He can't really find it, though, as we can see. Carrier might die to the Baron, but Owner is still looking relatively healthy. And Genji, they'll back away. It's a T1 Baron at 25 minutes.
Faker's position there was so good at just providing that threat on the sides. Genji have to call, I have to retreat. And look, the Ocean Soul is nice for Genji, but the gold swing that T1 got in the Baron is just worth so much more on their odds of winning this game. The route here that comes in, the Shockwave follow-up, just guarantees Canyon's death. And then we see Doran moving up here, and just they have no tools left to hold him accountable.
This was so cool from Doran as well, like blocking the Justice Punch, making sure that Chovy was definitely going to go down. T1 were able to get that follow. I think a lot of this game was going to hinge on Owner and what he was going to be able to get done. So far in a lot of these fights, he has been absolutely pivotal here for T1. Kind of reminds me of his performance game 1 in their first game of the LCK Roadshow earlier this week against DK. He was unstoppable. Similar performance here now.
And honestly, Doran has faced a lot of criticism recently and has, I'd say, been underperforming this year relative to last year, but this game has been on fire on this vein.
Especially mid to late game, right? Even though the early laning phase didn't go so well, didn't get to him. I feel like that has been like Doran's superpower his whole career.
Yeah.
Is
it really
just
has.
like, he just keeps a level head. It doesn't bother him. if
Unfazed.
things go horribly wrong.
And the thing is, it's so important into this Gen G composition that is bulky, that does take, you know, a couple of clips of Jin bullets to actually cut through, is that you are the DPS in this composition. There is damage from other members, of course, but you're the one who can just consistently, if you're alive, you can keep shredding anyone who comes in front of you.
Cool. Area was just bouncing on the wall for a moment and is just going to get thrown over it.
So the Baron was obviously secured by T1, but they haven't been able to get that much value from it yet. There's still a lot of towers up for Gen G. And Gen G have been doing a decent job of covering their bases. We do now see that top lane tower fall, but it's matched here in the bot lane.
Yeah, 1-for-1 as far as those turrets are concerned. They've taken an extra 400 gold after just the money you get from killing Baron. So the Rebel Baron power play, not exactly out of control at this point in time. And so Gen G, I think, will be able to just recenter themselves and try once again. The gold lead is gone, though. Yeah, there is an Ocean Soul. But this is going to be like even footing going into an Elder fight that's exceptionally early into the game.
Yep. And honestly, I think T1 are starting to feel more and more comfortable. They have the Mortal Reminder on Pays, which even without the Ocean Soul would have been a good buy into this composition, but it's a pretty great buy. The only concern is I don't think he'll be able to hit Infinity Edge before we get to that Elder fight. Even with the fact he didn't go Rapid Fire Cannon like we often see our Jins do. So
yeah, maybe if he gets like a pentakill, he might be able to do it. And if anyone's going to get a pentakill just out of nowhere, it's Pays. He is the best at it, statistically, out of any other player in the world.
Honestly, depending on how much gold he is, he might have to go that Rapid Fire for just to have an item, rather than sitting on components, as bad as it feels for that Elder fight. But we'll see. Obviously, getting IE finish is very important, but that Elder fight is going to be a make-or-break moment, you got to imagine.
Yep.
And I think what's key is that Elder doesn't do much damage, the dragon itself, and you have an Ocean Soul, a bulky comp, and a Callista. So Gen G can just sit on the dragon as long as they want, stack up the spears, and pretty much guarantee it if they have access to the pit and control of it. So for T1, it's really important to prevent that from happening. If Gen G gets situated, you might not get a chance to really push them out again, especially when you're engaging into things like the hostile takeover. If they just pull a fast one, rend into Lee Sin, execute into Smite, and then you're scrambling to find an opportunity to contest, it could just mean the end of the game.
Yeah, this is the difficult part. I think Duro is going to be such a key part of how Gen G set up for a lot of these objectives, getting this hostile takeover in the right spot. And I don't think T1 can actually start this up. That's the awkward thing, is you do want to have control of the river, but you also don't want to be first to the objective because then you're all stacked up, ready for a hostile takeover to fly on over, ready for a Galio to land on top of you. There are a lot of difficult things. Bit of a tightrope here for T1. At least they are known for the circus, so maybe tightropes are something they're relatively used to.
There's some close to item breakpoints that are kind of rough. Keen nearly has Death Stance, but doesn't. Canyon nearly has GA, but doesn't. Faker nearly has Rabadons, but doesn't. Feels kind of bad not being able to complete those big breakpoints for these champions going into this Elder situation.
Yeah, 6 seconds. It doesn't matter what's in your inventory. You're still going to need to fight for it because if you are back home, the bad guys will probably take the thing. Ruler, though, will be able to clear out this wave very comfortably. A whole bunch of captive audiences in the area, but not in the river right now, as Gen G do move themselves back into that fog of war.
You know, we saw the last fight, even though Canyon did secure the dragon, he ended up going down pretty quick afterwards. The fact that he doesn't have the GA, if he gets targeted down and Gen G lose their smite, it could be devastating for them. Now, T1 have kind of moved down through this bot lane, and we've seen Doran get prio to allow them control of this area, but they just have no real vision on the other side where Gen G have control.
Oh, Terminus and Rabadons! What the heck, Chobi?
Those are big spikes. Big resets coming in from Gen G, and you see how the rest of the team are just trying to slow things down, hold the area, and get their completions in before the objective gets started.
That's crazy that he actually manages to go back and complete that. He only had one rod. I thought he was going to build his Zhonya's. He didn't. He had enough money to just complete the whole hat. He's still got the arm guard sitting there.
Having Rabadons and Seekers just feels like a cheat code. It's like you got the benefit of both items.
Yeah, it's like the old items on Zhonya's ring, which was just both. is kind of cute. He is now going to get caught, though. Does use that arm guard that he picked up. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive, though. The answer is absolutely not. T1, they managed to get the pick, and they'll get a free Olaf as well. A massive blunder here from Gen G, as T1 should be able to get Elder as well.
Huge pick there by T1, able to set up the play, able to find Chovy and Keen to follow, and that's just Elder, and you can take Baron immediately after this.
Yeah, they're pinging the bottom side of the map, but they could take the Purple Worm if they feel like it. T1 now move to a gold lead. And I guess this was their plan all along. Give up the entirety of the Dragon Soul, and then just take the Elder when it comes up.
Doran, such a good play. So similar to the pick he got onto Keen earlier. The CC follow-up from Pays is there, and then we get the jump in from Carrier, but notably, Carrier saves the Hextech ultimatum, which just completely ruins Keen's day. Beautiful setup there. They're going to get Baron as well. And now Gen G. They have an Ocean Soul, but they're playing into Baron and Elder. I don't think that Ocean Soul really matters.
Doesn't feel that good anymore, as there is, you know, 2 parts of Exodia picked up here by T1, and they'll now use it to take down all of these turrets. They've only taken 2 structures so far in this game. This gold lead, this Rebel Baron power play is going to be ridiculous here in this moment. That Death Dance is finally done here for Keen.
Oh,
feels a little bit too late, and oh my goodness.
He actually bought the Rapid Fire and then refunded it and then waited for the IE gold. So I guess he was like, I can actually wait and have enough. But him having IE is massive. Faker now has the Rabadons. Yes, we've had Spikes come in for Gen G, but T1 is so strong, and they gave up so many dragons this game, and it just hasn't mattered. This has been the MO this year. If it's not going to lose us the game, we can sacrifice it, pick a better time, and boy, did they find a better time.
And they are just making this composition work, man. Finding the pick angles, just dissecting the Gen G composition that does really want to fight 5v5, but it doesn't manage to do that if you kill a couple of them before the rest can show up. And so now, T1 just going to push on through. Doran on the top side of the map has already gotten an inner turret. Inner going to fall in the mid lane as well. The outer fell a while ago. That is what has propelled this gold lead, or the Rebel Baron power play, at least to 3,000. 3.6 is going to be that overall lead that they've picked up for themselves.
I mean, that's the thing. With the last Baron, T1 hadn't taken that many structures. Now they get to pick up a bunch, get a ton of gold, and it's so hard for Gen G to contest right now. 25 seconds on the Elder. That's the timer we're waiting for, but I'm still kind of worried even after the Elder vanishes. T1 are getting stronger and stronger right now. Level 20 Vayne, by the way, to a level 17 Olaf.
My goodness, how did it get to that point? Doran completely out of control right now, as they are looking to siege this one out. 4 seconds, and then T1 will not have that Elder buff anymore. Gen G, they know it. Looking for a bit of an angle. T1 do not give it to them. And it seems like this tightrope is something that T1 have been built to walk.
So many structures being able to be picked up here by T1. Look at that gold swing that comes out. And the thing is, they're going to feel comfortable as the game goes on. Doran even picked up an LDR there, which isn't a typical Vayne item, but will give him a lot of shred into these tankier champions on the side of Gen G. That tumble auto will hit like a truck, even onto these bulkier targets.
And now, Chovy's got a broken arm guard. Kind of would have liked the Zhonya's if he knew that that's how things would... Oh, never mind, he finishes the Zhonya's now, and so does have that stasis up and available for the next fight. Could be a big deal. Was actually mowing down a whole lot of the farm as it made its way in, as Pays possibly out of position, but Doran does get that ward down.
Yeah, this is the point where Gen G can defend a bit more aggressively, because the Baron's obviously going to push in, but they can buy some time for it. And T1 don't just auto-win any fight on the back of the Elder. They will be able to eventually push down this tower, but the Baron's going to time out. It's a lot of structures to have taken on the back of that Baron. Huge amount of gold given over to T1. And things are looking pretty grim for Gen G right now, but the game is still going, and there is going to be another Elder spawn in 2 minutes. Oh, not again!
Again, the shockwave is going to come down. At least Chovy goes golden, but can he even flash out of this? The answer is absolutely not. It's curtains for Chovy, and T1 find a pick. They might even be able to break open this bottom side of the base.
And Doran's just been playing this assassin role, hiding in these brushes, coming out with the condemn. Faker's the one who's hide on bush, but Doran's been doing it this game.
Oh, he certainly has. And man, we've been seeing these Vaynes struggle to find the advantages in these Olaf lanes. I guess I hadn't seen what Doran was capable of. because he is playing like a man possessed here today.
He's playing Vayne like Teemo, and it's working so well.
Oh, man. And he's also 10 out of 11 as far as kill participation is concerned. That is not a Vayne stat that's often very high.
Yeah.
You know, you're generally the one in a side lane while the rest of your team are doing stuff.
I love how the fact, like, Faker's recalling and then cancels it to hit the... Like, it looks so like, oh, there's a wave. I guess I'll just cancel my recall.
Yeah.
It feels so set up. And then once again, Ona flies in with the ultimate. Pays opens up with a curtain call. That was some great acting. That was Oscar level.
Yeah, well, Canyon might need to kick Carrier away here, but they do call down the Galio. And now Hostile Takeover comes in, hits onto 3. They're doing so much damage to each other. What the heck?
Yeah.
Doran almost just murdered Ona.
Honestly, Doran is so strong right now, but that can be a cause for concern.
Yeah.
With the Hostile Takeover, nearly just shredded his teammates, and unfortunately...
Someone needs to build a Mikhails.
Unfortunately for Gen G, that was actually a decent fight angle for them, but Ruler wasn't there, Keen wasn't there. So even though the rest of the team did a lot of setup to make that a potential good fight, without the 5 members there, without the follow-through, it ends up just being T1, taking a bit of damage and sheepishly backing away. And now 15 seconds on that Elder and no Hostile Takeover available for Duro. That massive tool not on the cards.
This is a scary one. However, if Gen G are all grouped up, they are still very frightening. Let's see what T1 can actually make happen here as Gen G defending this mid wave. Does have the supers coming down. Winds of War coming on through here as Chovy just hunting. See what he can find. Spotting out Doran there on that flank angle is definitely a good idea as Canyon was spotted. Moving into the enemy jungle. Spotted out once again here as the Blast Cone does get Owner over there. And now the kickback onto the Pantheon, but they've taken out the Lee Sin once again. They're going to get separated and executed as Duro trying to get some shields onto Ruler. He just wants to hop around the fight as the handshake is decent, but there's the curtain call. Carrier goes in, flashes out, smoke and mirrors here from T1. Justice punch onto Owner, and they will get him down to the GA, but Keen is just running for his life as Faker is looking to get on top of him and will be able to take him down. Hostile Takeover does manage to come in and
they get them!
Pops around the battlefield and takes out the remainder of T1. Carrier and Faker running for the hills. And Gen G, I mean, they can take an Elder if they'd like, but my God, I don't think we're going to live through this series if the rest of the games are like this.
Carrier and Faker still alive to try and buy time for their team, but it's so long and the death time is 40 seconds. Canyon's up in 10, and with an Ocean Soul, they're just going to sustain up off this Elder.
And Ruler's got Randuins and Jack shows. He's actually a tank
They have
right
to
now.
pull it off. And Duro, I was watching during that fight the Hostile Takeover timing, and as soon as it came back up, he got such insane value from it. This was a fight that I felt like T1 just had in the bag. They pick off Canyon at the start, and he gets stunned, even tries to get the control ward down, but the root from Pays is massive. They commit a lot of resources to take him out with a shockwave as well, though. Doran doesn't get the condemn on Ruler, but creates a lot of chaos, baits out the ult from Keen. But then as they kite out, you can see the time ticking on Duro's ult, and that was the turning point in this fight. We see Great Peel onto the Pantheon who jumps on a Ruler. Ruler is pretty bulky, even with all the damage going out, but it's this moment with Duro, the ult's back up, and look at the value of the flash.
Oh my God!
Every remaining member, apart from Faker, who's up to the side, gets hit by it, and it just instantly turns the fight in Gen G's favor. And now they're onto this Baron. It's reverse. Earlier we saw Elder and Baron going over to T1. This time Gen G take it, and they have the soul as well.
Yep, this is real Exodia to come through from Gen G as they do also have that Ocean Soul completed. Baron goes down to 18 health, which that's frightening.
Yeah.
But they still do manage to take that one down. No vision available for T1.
Bought some time there because he was holding his ult for a long time, so they held the Baron. And even though it sounds really minor, but an extra 10, 15 seconds that his ult bought by stalling them out makes a big difference when you have to stall out against this mega push.
And now it's Gen G's turn. Let's see whether this is going to work. You don't have Keen there. He does have teleport up and available. He's just going to be pushing this bottom wave in. Top wave stacking up as well. So Gen G, once they've dealt with mid and bot lane, they should have that wave moving forward. As, oh my goodness.
The static Shiv with the Elder is disgusting.
That is not allowed, man. Okay. I guess that's why. It also feels really good as a first item on Kalista.
Yeah. That being said,
I'm going to start playing Kalista now, man. Build's fun.
Elder Dragon down to 48 seconds.
Yeah, haven't been able to pick up too much. Their waves were not in phenomenal positions.
And Keen has just had to push this entire bot wave.
Yeah.
So T1 doing a good job of stalling, buying time. They'll lose this tier 2, but it's a very small price to pay. 30 seconds is what T1 need to buy before they can look for a fight. They might end up sacrificing this tower mid.
Well, Canyon is going to get pushed away. This tower is going to fall. See whether they can actually get the inhibitor as well. There is a siege minion here. And it looks like the inhibitor is going to be made short work of.
Oh, they're losing a bit more, though. It's still 12 seconds, and they have to lose another inhibitor, at least the tower. Yeah, I think the inhibitor's just gone, so big cost there. 5 seconds on the Elder.
Genji still pushing forward. And look at that. The Winds of War just tags Doran, and he takes so much damage from it.
It's gone now,
as
though.
well, yeah, there we go. T1 have managed to wait it out, but Genji are still sticking around. Baron's still up and available for another minute. And now Canyon taking a fair bit there. Shockwave does come down. He's still got his GA. That has come back off cooldown now.
Yeah, Ocean Soul as well going to help with the sustain here if you can connect any abilities. But the Shockwave was committed. He was trying to catch Ruler. Now the ult from the Jhin.
Yeah, Curtain Call does come on through, just trying to soften up the members of Gen G and push them away.
This is big. Lots of cooldowns burned by T1. 3 major ultimates unavailable. Gen G in a real position of power now.
Yep, and Ruler just able to bounce around this fight. Doran and Faker looking for a bit of an angle here off to the side. As T1 just doing their very best to deal with these waves. Top inhibitor turret does now fall as Chovy deals with that one. And with 3 siege minions and 20 seconds left on this Baron, it's going to be 3 inhibitors down and only 1 Nexus turret to defend. And there is the kick from Canyon! Immediately the bottom lane has been taken out, and Genji, they've decided the game 1 is theirs! They will be able to get 2 off the map real quick. There goes the Nexus! What an absolute barn burner for game number 1! And we'll see whether T1 can bounce back to guarantee 3.
We need 3 games of this. We
do.
need 3 games of this. An absolute banger. So many phenomenal plays in this singular game, and we still have the series ahead. Canyon, who was getting caught out earlier in the game, finds his phenomenal kick to end it. Jiro, the hostile takeover was excellent. And Doran on this Vayne did so much work to make it close, to make it down to the wire. But in the end, I think Genji's usage of those buffs, the Baron, the patience there, and disengaging from T1's ult, bought them the ability to push in and end the game. But this game was really down to the wire, multiple points.
Yeah, so incredibly back and forth between these two teams. I think it is so poetic that it's Canyon that makes the ending play to win them the game, because he was actually pretty hard on himself after that last loss, the 0-2 that they faced against T1, saying that his performance wasn't quite up to par. That was a beautiful kick to find the angle, take out the bottom lane, and secure this win. Ruler does so much damage, though. This guy on Kalista, it's just a different story. It's so funny, because I feel like we've got 2 of the best Kalistas in the world in this series.
Yep.
Like, Hayes and Ruler are the guys, and Ruler's the one that takes it, picks up the win. Now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to take a short break, and we'll have the space to break down game number 1 before we get our teeth into game number 2.
스위치 맞돌이. 탑 라인 지켜줘. 탑 대포 3개.
이거 이번에 바로 막판이거든. 이번에 세게 할래?
확인.
지금 나가자. 지금 나가자.
가가 젠진 진노플
야
나이스 아 장난 때좀 아깝다
야, 이 판 이렇게 힘들게 이기냐 우리.
좀 더 빨리 했어. 이거
테니까 우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. if you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space. Man, I am fired up after that game. We've got two of our best teams in the LCK going head-to-head and playing to the limit, as it is ultimately Gen G taking that one 1-0 over T1. Digon here alongside Wolf and Hooney. What a way to kick off that final home ground match there for T1.
At the end of the day, Gen G get the win, but at the highest level in League of Legends, right, it often comes down to who makes the fewest mistakes, right, in a game that's this tense, that's this close. And when you get to punish that mistake, the closer it is to the end of the game, often is the game decider. We had that final fight. We're going to look at it a little bit later on where, you know, T1 were in so much control. They had the kill on a Canyon. I think this has got to be, morale-wise, moving into game 2. You're at your own home ground, but you lost game 1 when you should have, because you wrestled control, they've been able to close it out. Super frustrating one for T1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this was, even though it was like single game, I could say like it was. I feel like it was like what a series, you know, like it was so many back and forth. And as what I also said, like I think the both team had a momentum that they should have closed the game right this moment. Yeah, let's dive into the story of this one. Starting off early on, how things worked out for Gen G, but it started with stopping a gank by T1 here.
Yeah, so T1 initially go for this play here on the bottom side, but Rue was able to buy some space and get away. They get the Fate's Call, so that's a big one they are able to get here. Canyon's not able to come over and punish, but the big story here is T1 think that they've gotten enough out of this to force a fight here.
Yeah, the fact that they used the Pantheon ulti, and you have to see the Kalista has no sums. That's why the T1 actually saw the opportunity. But the thing is, like, the fact that Renata actually still has the ulti, like, from the last gank, that he actually saved it, the Renata ulti, that was the most key fact that they actually overforced, and then they just used the Renata ulti, and it's just wiped down.
Wasn't the first time, or it wasn't the last time this game we'll see T1 kind of run headfirst into that Renata ultimate, but I think that miscalculation, just miscommunication about that ultimate being up is why they took that fight, but they all went straight into a choke point and got obliterated.
And that was after Ruler already outplayed the initial gank on the bottom side of the map to get him ahead. Now Gen G very much ahead, so they take control of things here and are stacking the Ocean Soul. The fight is a super 50-50, but I think the Gen G was actually they secured the Soul Drake. But the thing is, I think T1 actually plays so well around, like, based on the how enemy team is actually position-wise. And I think they're approaching from the bottom side to go like just slowly with the Orianna Bolt, like creating the zone. And after that, they'd be able to get the Baron. That actually helps so much for T1 there.
I think they should have just been willing to drop the first target, right? Chovy ults in alone. They drop bailout. They have nothing. And then they're like, we will still commit. Chovy's kind of caught out because the Pays ultimate comes through and he looks for a taunt play, but the rest of the team is already out of there. I think the positioning for Pays in that fight, beautiful there, because he knows that if Gen G commit to anything, he can both peel and lock them in so they can't retreat.
Yeah, it was very resilient of T1 to get to that point, despite the fact that they were on the back foot. They find their moment, they strike. This is what we've normally seen, and ultimately it comes down to one massive team fight in the mid lane after Canyon gets caught. Yeah, I mean, for Gen G here, since the T1 is actually ahead right now, and they had to cook, someone had to cook there, but I think for T1, as soon as they kill the jungler, the Elder still is there, and then Doran actually super overplay, used ulti, used flash, tried to kill Pace. He actually did fail, and even though it was like 4v5, didn't really matter, because like Gen G is still, the strongest member is still alive.
Duro, his ultimate comes back up, he flashes here, and when he hits Pace, it's done because it means Ruler kills Pays and there's no more damage. The rest of T1 are on the wrong side of the fight. Faker can't carry, he doesn't have the consistent damage, and it's Duro again who gets that ultimate online, has that game-winning play. If he doesn't hit Pays there, if his flash ultimate is avoided, then Pays, I think, can help push Ruler out there. Ruler dies and T1 win the fight, probably win the game, but instead, he's able to make that play that changes everything. And in this composition for T1, I think they didn't play around the Renata ultimate as well as they really needed to.
Yeah, Huni, who's jumped out at you for the opposite side for T1? Because there were many moments there for both teams.
I mean, this is like for sure. Like I actually said in the middle of the series, middle of the game, this was gonna be the best game for Doran Vayne. He actually solo carries so many momentum, and I was like so hyped for it. But at the last, just like one time, the Elder fight, so sad.
Again, it was just a game of inches here. It ultimately goes the way of Gen G in game number 1. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
To your point, Huni, regardless of the result, that was still an unbelievable game from Doran. He played so well, and nothing can take it away from him.
Yeah,
Let's see whether they can back it up with a win this time around and give him what he deserves.
Best Teemo game I've seen in the LCK.
Best Teemo game cosplaying as Vayne that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I've literally never seen anything like that before, ever before. And it's been many years of commentating this game. So let's see what he's going to do. Least, okay, this is the crazy part, Ox. I know it's Fearless, but he might be able to play Teemo twice in a row.
It's true. He could just bring it out. I think going into this next draft, something that really stands out to me is the Rise being available. It's something that Gen G have heavily lent on. Oriana's already gone. Cassiopeia probably going to get banned, you would expect.
Well, yeah, that's the interesting thing, is that Rise is still up, but the Cassio is actually still up and available as well. So I think the bans are going to be pretty telling as to which teams do want to take that, as T1 choose second pick this time around.
So puts a lot more weight on their bans in this situation. And honestly, you know Gen G would love to just slam that Rise first pick. So I think that's what I'm looking at, how T1 manage around that and how they are able to handle these bans.
Yeah, kind of crazy that Gen G get blue side and first pick. We've seen, like, I really do like games.
First pick? That's crazy.
I know, unheard of. I haven't seen something like that since last time it happened and all the time a few years ago. But Gen G, let's see what they are going to be banning away first. I think a first pick Rise might be on the cards depending on what they can actually take away, but T1 obviously have a plan. We'll see what they do want to put into effect when that does actually come through.
If there's an LCK fan who was in a coma until this moment and they just wake up and they see second pick for T1 on that side, they're like, well, of course.
Oh duh.
Why? Why do they need to write that?
These LCK watchers are just getting dumber over and over, like, over time. It's crazy. There's that Cassiopeia ban that we were talking about, but it's T1 that do take it away. I wonder what that means, as it's the same bans here from Gen G, just Brad and Lucian, both taken away. The Vi also going to be removed.
So Poppy not taken away, Nocturne not taken away yet. Shen was also banned last time, but hasn't been yet.
Yep.
A lot of things mounting up that have to be dealt with, or will end up probably getting picked.
Well, let's see what this next one's going to be from Gen G. The Nocturne to be taken away. So
taking the Nocturne
see that
away from Owner, and I feel like you have this freedom when you're on first pick, but these bans from Gen G, they are just very good picks in the meta, but also extremely good picks specifically for Owner, Pays, and Carrier.
Yeah. I think they're basically the signature picks of right now for these players, especially with what has been fearlessly taken away, mainly looking at Owner and the fact that his Pantheon's been fantastic. His Lee Sin needs no introduction. So getting rid of that Nocturne is the obvious next step. The Jace to be removed here as well. With the Olaf gone, this is the really interesting thing about Fearless, is that in a game 2, after an Olaf's been played, the Jace then becomes incredibly high value.
Yeah, Olaf and Vayne being gone, but Poppy left open, Shen left open, but Rise also there, but they actually opt to prioritize the Ezreal instead for Ruler here.
Interesting.
He's very confident on, and no Jhin, which we've often seen into it to match up to it. There's obviously a lot of AD carry options available for Pays. This does kind of put the emphasis on T1 being able to pick a variety of those picks we just talked about.
There is also, I know a lot of people are going to grimace when I do say this, but the Ziggs is available and the Shen there as well. But instead, Karma looks to be picked away. Karma Caitlyn would be a dominating lane if they do want to pick that one up. They don't necessarily have to take the Caitlyn now. They can take a priority jungler if they would like to.
Yeah, I feel like Sivir Karma is also good, but you don't want to pick Sivir now in case Jarvan comes through.
Just Karma's in. I think seems like a pretty solid core.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. You could also go Karma Jarvan so that you can pick the Sivir later, have the option of it.
Yep.
They're just going to go Caitlyn for now. This is a high-pressure lane. Obviously, denies the Ezreal Karma, but you don't have the instantaneous CC to set up the trap from the Caitlyn. So compared to Bard or Lux, I feel like not as much pressure, even though they do get a lot of reliable poke in lane.
Yep.
The question is for Genji, what are you going to take in response? Because we talked about things like the Poppy and the Shen, which are great picks in the support role, but will be pressured in heavily into this matchup.
Yeah, will be very difficult to pick it here if you still want to be able to go toe-to-toe in lane. The Jarvan, though, is going to be the decision instead. And will Genji, like Seraphine, I guess, theoretically, could try to fight this lane somewhat, but I think you still just get so heavily outranged by the Caitlyn. Can still be quite difficult, and you just have no control of the wave.
I'm not sure what you could pick that's range right now that really make this more comfortable.
That is the Seraphine. They're going to try it.
Yeah, they're going to give it a go. Not as easy to set things up as like the Ashe Seraphine, but they want something that can match the pressure and the poke of this Kate Karma. So I think neither Ezreal or Caitlyn have the optimal pairings here, but they've had to make do with what they can get. And we just saw Duro carry last game on the back of those hostile takeovers.
Yeah.
Encore can do a pretty similar thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that giving Duro this kind of responsibility feels pretty good at this moment, but it's going to be a Demacian jungle experience here as the Xin Zhao will be locked in. I've always been a bit of an advocate for the Xin Zhao Karma combination, and T1 are going to represent that one here.
Yep, and neither team really having a look in at all towards the solo lanes now. You know, we talked about the Ryze before, but no attention has been paid to that yet. We've often seen Ryze be matched by Syndra, so could see bans towards those just to try and thin out the pool. And it is T1 with second pick, so they'll obviously get first choice coming out of this rotation, and then also the prospect of counter pick, which is a lot of value here.
Yeah, looking to force the Ryze ban with that Anivia ban there is what I assume they're going to go for. See whether Genji does give it to them. I think Victor is still something that's relatively strong, especially given how robust these compositions are. Not a whole lot's given away. A lot of front to back still very possible. I think Victor stocks are going to be somewhat high.
I feel like for Genji, the Rumble value is insane.
Oh, my God.
Composition. So if they can set up a way to get their hands on that, it would be ideal. T1, if they want it, would kind of have to pick on 4 as a blind, which, I mean, we've seen Rumble blinded a good amount, but if you are on second pick, you want to lean into that counter pick.
Yep. Cassante is still up and available if you do want to pick something into it. Does also give you just a tank to play out these front to backs that both of these compositions would like. I think Cassante actually fits the T1 composition pretty well, but the Gnar is going to be what T1 do remove. Keen not going to have access to that one. There's some side laning with the team fighting on top of it. Bit of a denial to Doran there as well, but his Ambassador is still up and available. I think that is something worth giving a look. Just because Doran was playing so well in Game 1, giving him his ultra comfort pick, especially these days, would be a little bit dangerous, I would say.
Yeah, I think if you ban the Ambassador here for Genji, it obviously gets a good amount of value, but I think T1 would just slam Rumble on 4. This time, though, they end up banning the lock away from Faker, moving some of that skirmishing power we've seen from that pick. A bit of a feast of famine that we've definitely had for it. There's still a lot of mid lane options available. And will T1 pick that up now? They actually go the Chef, which is a flex in this situation if they lock this in.
It's actually kind of cute.
So keeping Genji guessing for the time being. We've seen a little bit of TF top lane when the situation calls for it, but not a ton.
I'm a little bit worried about a Sylas angle. Destiny Gate really strong, and the Crescent Guard is kind of ridiculous.
It's good value,
you're able to get your hands on it. Possible angle here, we've seen the Sylas into the TF before. Here's a lane you can kind of get through, but we'll see where Chovy's mind is going to be at as far as the answer to this. Fizz is still also up and available. They decided not to ban that one away, which, as it turns out, ladies and gentlemen, is a relevant thing to talk about. As Cassante going to be locked in, that might help deny a Rumble, perhaps. Give it to us, Chovy. Show me the fizz. What do you reckon? Is there a chance?
I don't think so. I think he has a lot of options
Zeka
available.
did it. He did it. It
Yeah,
happened.
but Zeka is the melee guy.
I mean, Chovy played Aatrox and stuff. That's
Syndra. Syndra makes a lot more sense.
Aw, I wanted the fizz.
A lot of great scat of the weeks recently. BDD had a phenomenal game on the Syndra not too long ago.
He did.
And Chovy, someone who hasn't really lent on Syndra heavily in his career, playing it more recently and having some great performances. Also just a solid matchup in the TF. Assuming the TF is just going to go mid. And if it is, what are we going to get from Duran in the top lane?
He has to face off against the Keen Sante. Difficult one. But could also still be the TF in the top. We do know that, but the Ambessa is the option, and he will lock that one away. This is a pretty comfortable composition here for T1. Faker has been playing TF competitively longer than any other mid laner in the world.
Yeah, I remember way back, there was this quote from Faker where he said, every mid laner should know how to play TF and Ryze. Ryze, just like you learn the combos for it, and TF was like the map presence. And he learned that a long time ago. I think the ability to set up either of these side lanes for success. You have a Kate Karma who want to be aggressive. You have an Ambessa who you want to be strong in team fights. And TF has the ability to lean to either of those, but I am a little bit worried about the pressure that Chovy is going to apply in the lane. And when it comes to team fights, the power of like the Cataclysm Encore with the Scat of the Weeks, I think are pretty fearsome to deal with.
Yeah, and we did just see on our screen the Dynamic Duo, the famous hip-hop duo here in Korea. And they were in the audience. They did the opening ceremony performance here today. Going back to what we were talking about before, the fact that these home grounds are so fun to be at. And so just a bit cool. Have them on screen, have them here able to chill out and watch the game immediately afterwards. As you can see, the KSPO Dome is full here, ready for game number 2. Seeing whether T1 can bring us to that third game. I have a feeling that this composition should be capable of doing so. As Gen G make their way out, see whether they can also close this one out and deny it. All right, Gen G fans finding their voices here in game number 2, or at least I gave them space to find them this time around. I'll give myself a pat on the back for that one. Owner going to be using his own skin. I don't know whether Duro is using Carrier's skin, though. That would be kind of cute. Chovy could also use Faker's skin.
This is an aggressive invade here. And it makes sense. You have a Karma, you have a TF. Canyon's trying to match, though, and... Oh, this is a terrible spot to be in. He might just be doomed.
Yeah, I don't know where is he supposed to go now?
Next.
Well, he's going to give him the good old thumbs up as he does take a turret shot. There's the flash. Can he make it to the blast cone? The answer is he's not even going to press it. Oh, this is pretty cute. Oh my God, he still dies. Yeah, so there's first blood over to Pace.
The reason he didn't blast cone was because he was one auto from death, and if he got locked in the auto animation, he would have just died.
Yeah.
So try to be cheeky about it, and he is obviously completely screwed in the jungle.
Yes.
But Pace is very late to bot lane. He has picked up the cull here, but in the meantime, obviously Ruler and Duro just pushed the wave in and put on a ton of pressure.
What happened here in this top lane? That was hitting each other with stuff. Duro has taken care of his skin, which is kind of cute. It is a pretty cool one.
Well, I think what is nice for Canyon is that Chovy moved down and kind of forced Owner away. Owner's gone back to his side of the map. He has 3 camps to kill, and then the Scuttle will spawn. Yeah.
I'm waiting for the when it's good for Canyon part.
No, it's never good for Canyon, but at least he has something to do for the time being.
Right. He can, yeah, he does have a purpose.
I think a big factor was Keen having a lot of prio in the top lane. If you try to invade on the top side, you could just get shut down. So...
Going to be teleporting back in here, as we can see. Doran actually sticking around, taking a little bit of damage here. As nice little trade there from Ruler. Duro with the surround sound there to make sure that he stays safe. And right now the trading looking pretty good here for the Seraphine and the Ezreal.
Yeah, the level advantage goes a long way. And Pace went Ghost as well, which did help him land that kill and is a good amount of value in teamfights. But in lane, not nearly as much power compared to like a barrier.
Well, that's what Ruler's taken, so it might give them a little bit of an opportunity here. Not going to let the beat drop is Duro, as the Essence Flux also goes wide, but so does the Q from Carrier. And Genji will just push on up. Canyon will be able to get a Krug camp. That's something. Also got the Scuttle. Oh man, he's fine. By fine, I mean he's going to lose his Raptors again.
Yeah, the Raptor respawn being taken just feels really bad for Canyon. Especially those respawn camps give so much XP.
Yep. Well, he is going to be taking that one down. Canyon now moving towards his bottom side. Is that Krug camp going to be next on the menu? He's pinging it.
Yeah, he knows how to siphon away Doran's power by targeting the Krugs.
Yeah, see, that's what you got to do. He's taken 2 Krugs now. So many Krugs. Way more Krugs than Owner's taken so far this game. I was trying to work out a different thing, like the amount of Krugs, but there's no one else that had anything to do with Krugs, really, outside of Doran in general.
Yeah.
And Owner here in this game, so it's a bit awkward. Chovy going to scatter the weak here. Faker just going to pick up this wave. Pretty comfortable so far for the Twisted Fate.
Yep. Chovy's had a good amount of pressure, but not really enough to push Faker out. Level 6s won't be too far away. And obviously Faker can really open up opportunities to punish the map. Notably, no cleanse on Ruler. I didn't expect him to go it in this matchup in this game. But it does mean that a gold card down bot lane can be pretty punishing.
Yep.
For him specifically. If it was maybe like a Kate Lux, we could have seen a cleanse come through, but just gives more freedom to Faker to make plays happen.
Now, here towards his top side, I think I've been pretty impressed by how Keen has played this out so far. I feel like some Ambassadors can certainly run away with this lane relatively early on. Keen is going to get more and more comfortable as he builds towards things like Thornmail and all this sort of stuff. Q going to be avoided, though, here by Doran. Level 5s for both of these top laners. Not quite with the all-out yet is Keen.
Have I ever told you about the stats that Ambessa gets at level 6?
Wow. You may have, but humor me. Can you please tell me about the stats that you just get for skilling up the ultimate, like right now?
Yeah, so you get free armor pen and healing.
Wow.
From doing that. Healing on your abilities. So it just makes trades way better, even if you don't ult.
Omnivamp and armor penetration. That's kind of crazy.
It is.
As Canyon's making his way over, Faker going to have the power unleashed upon him, but it will not kill him. And the Drake does go over to T1. Looking for a bit of a reset here, but Faker with no flash will be susceptible. Oh, Keen getting some vision down. Oh, this jockeying for position is just it's kind of intense between these two top laners. Pathmaker comes in. There's the all-out from Keen. Looking for the angle here as Doran tries to throw down the ulti, but there is the Destiny Gate. Canyon looking to make his way in. The gold card connects, though, and down goes Keen. Canyon unable to stop it. He's just going to have to drag his way out of there. And even Owner is making his way up.
Yeah, they go for this play when Canyon was so far away. Keen kind of overplaying his cards there. Wasn't able to get a quick kill onto Doran. Canyon's not in position, and then, of course, the TF is just going to answer with the ultimate, so pretty costly.
Yeah, a bit of a weird moment there as Ruler getting some Mystic shots off. Not going to get hit by the net, but still takes the Peacemaker to the face, and my goodness, that does a lot of damage with a serrated Dirk in hand. That is the benefit of this Collector First build. And Ruler, Arcane shifting forward. I don't know about that one. Flash does get him out, but he still gets snared. True Shot Barrage goes entirely wide. There's that barrier that's going to be used here, but one more auto when he goes down. And it's still the net to connect onto Duro, and every lane for T1 is winning.
Consider how this lane started for T1 for Pays in a scenario where he was down XP and was just getting harassed out. And now they find this winning 2v2, just outplaying Ruler there. And here we see Keen go for the play because Canyon's in the vicinity, but Canyon still has to walk all the way around. Careful is popped, and Canyon's like, you know what? You're on your own, buddy.
Yeah, and he was.
And here, so Ruler's lower from taking that Peacemaker earlier. He Arcane shifts in, thinking the level 6 spike is big, but Carrier flashes to keep the tether in range. The trap doesn't come through in time, unfortunately, but they're just able to run Ruler down. Even with the barrier there, it's not enough to keep him alive. Bit of a misplay from Ruler, but it's just a phenomenal punish from T1.
Yeah, really nicely played. Carrier just, he was waiting for it. You could tell he immediately goes for the play, commits everything. and gets what he wanted. And so now, I mean, technically, it's perfect game pace here for T1 at this moment. And it's looking good for that third game. As Canyon might be able to cause a debate about grubs and perfect games, things like that. But I do not want to beat a dead horse. You know, we've done this one many, many times. Owner looking for an angle.
We'd never beat a dead horse in the LCK.
No, never. We're always about new things to talk about. As Owner going to be able to take at least one of these and then just bypass, looking for an angle towards the top lane.
Yeah, Smite nearly up for Canyon, so I think he just gets this.
Well, there it is. Just smites that one away. Chovy's moving up, and here is an all-out angle. Just pulls Owner through the small wall, and Keen just going to knock him down. That was beautifully done.
Yeah, really well played there. Great angle from Keen just to catch Owner off guard. Now he'll go for a heavy trade with the all-out and the red buff.
Yeah, actually gets to utilize a fair bit of all-out here, but another Destiny comes through. The gold card comes down. There's a public execution, and Keen just wants to flash his way out, gets to the wall, and does get over. Doran could have theoretically followed, did have vision there, but decides not to use his flash.
That was actually really cheeky from Faker. He was actually body blocking Keen there.
Yeah, from clicking to the wall.
He was trying to make him mess up his flash.
Oh, there's the scat of the week, and the commitment of the flashes here from Gen G. Canyon eats the blast cone, but then actually leapfrogs Faker, so Faker's able to walk away.
Double flash from Canyon and Chovy. Not to get the kill from on Faker, sorry, and not even getting anything from him because his flash is on cooldown.
All right, so a bit of a weird maneuver there from Gen G, but I do like the proactivity, you know, going for something. As FaZe has almost closed the gap as far as the farm is concerned here towards this bottom side. I think it was the series against D plus Kia that FaZe played the Caitlyn. Yes, they lost, but they were incredibly far behind, and his Caitlyn still almost won them the game. Like, it was ridiculous what this guy's capable of on a late game Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And let alone if he does manage to get ahead early. This is the get ahead early version. And so I think Gen G fans probably a little bit nervous about how this one is going to continue.
Chovy is Chovying right now with a pretty substantial CS lead.
Yeah. Staying ahead in gold as like 0-0-1, like even score lines with a TF is impressive because he does cheat.
He does.
But that's a lot of fun.
When you get the, I don't know if you remember they did this change. When you get crit chance, it has a chance to roll again. Yeah, it's crazy.
Kind of ludicrous. Unfortunately for Faker, hasn't actually built any crit just yet. But we'll have the rapid fire cannon coming in relatively
We'll look
soon.
forward to that.
Yep. Canyon now on the Krugs. Going to be taking another one from Owner here. As Keen does have his Thornmail, going to be pretty valuable against the extra Omni Vamp that the Ambassador gets from her ultimate by just skilling it up. As Orcs does really like.
What's really weird, it's technically not Omnivamp, it's just healing from abilities, which is what Omnivamp is, but it's not listed as Omnivamp. It's really weird.
Is that like a, does that make it an independent multiplier or something like that? I don't know how the math would work. Sounds awkward.
Yeah, they've changed Omnivamp so many times now, because like, it used to be you got a certain amount of healing from AoE, and then you didn't, and then it was like how much you did on minions.
Is it like how the old Xin Zhao W used to work? Where you just get health back when you hit? So it's
No,
really
it's not like that, because it still heals a percentage of the damage.
Oh, right, okay. Well, we got another Destiny to come on through here. There is a teleport from Chovy to get towards his top side, but Keen should be dead to start this one out. Never mind, he gets the shield, Faker's taken out, and Keen manages to keep himself alive until the flash comes in from Doran, but a 1-for-1 is not what T1 wanted. Canyon now going to be taken for a walk by Carrier, gets snared. The Peacemaker does not quite land. Still a 3v3 here in this bottom lane. T1 are just going to walk away.
Little concerned at how fed Doran is now. I know Keen obviously appreciated he could kill Faker, who was disrupting his 1v1 he was looking for, but Doran now with 2 kills in pocket on a big spike as well, level 11 coming in 2. And we'll see the replay on this. The fact that Chovy ends up TPing in here, and specifically to this ward, not to the tower, means he's there in time to help with his play. It looks like Keen's going to go down, but Faker, just no cooldown, doesn't really have the damage. I do think maybe Keen could have just started walking away sooner, kind of looked like he was trying to go back in a little bit, and just gave over that kill to Doran, but either way, it's a 1-for-1.
Canyon going to get a bit of a knock up here onto Faker. Gets the Cataclysm down as Duro turns up. Jovi's here as well. But the Crescent Guard from Ona is going to be able to keep them alive. Still, Canyon gets out, gives them a good old thumbs up. Bit of a cute play. And Canyon, I mean, he's doing his best and actually does have a slight gold lead. The Encore going to get the flash out of Ona as he makes his way out of the river.
Yeah, notably Duro held the Encore while they're in the Cataclysm because the Crescent Guard was there, and he was like, I don't want to use this, and just hold him still for a bit but not do any damage. But ends up getting the flash from Ona in the end in that situation, so still picking up the value.
Pretty good stuff. Keen walking at Doran menacingly.
It's like he's just trying to get behind him to ult him back, and Doran's like, no, no, no.
Yeah. He's like, I have got 65 dashes. I will use 60 of them. Does manage to get himself out of the way. Ona. He's going to wander his way in here. No one's on the Krugs.
Okay, the lack of vision made it look really spooky, but Chovi'd already walked back to mid lane because there was CS to be killed.
Thank you, Jonah Strong, for keeping up the mystery. As Canyon knows what's going on here and tried to get it with a flag. That is very cute. Didn't, but still. It's worth a shot.
Switch up of the lane assignments. Chovy going top. Keen's just going to go bot lane. We just have TP to join in on the fight as the bot lane move mid. Herald is up in 45. T1 have managed to snag 2 dragons this game already, and there's a Hextech Soul. This is the power of having that winning bot lane and that control there. Now, Ona...
Oh, he's just going to face check Canyon here. When becomes lightning is going to miss just barely. Canyon is going to try and get himself out of here. No one has taken the blue buff just yet, as Chovy might wander down to try and grab it. And we're listening to some singing in the background. It was a little bit crazy. Pretty cool stuff happening here as the game goes on. 2,000 gold, though, the lead for T1, and it's kind of crazy.
Wait, the lead for T1 and the lead for Pays?
Sorry, the lead for Pays.
Ah, yeah.
And that is just, like, I guess he finished the quest earlier and also managed to cash in a cull.
I mean, they got the bot lane tower.
And they got the bot lane tower.
The
So
thing
first turret
quest,
is probably the problem.
Quest earlier doesn't make that much difference because, you know, over the course of the game...
Yeah, sorry, I thought that, like, Ruler maybe hadn't have completed it
Yeah.
But never mind, he does. So that, I was like, how is he this far ahead? But I think the turret is probably what tells more of the story.
Definitely a big factor. It always feels bad on Ezreal when you are behind compared to a crit champion and you hit your spikes when they're hitting the 3-item spikes. Also, Ruler's tier, only at 195 stacks, is pretty low at this point in the game. I think stayed in lane for a while and didn't recall for it for some time. But it means that that Mermana spike is going to come pretty late.
Oh, Canyon looking for an angle here. There's just Cataclysm, just straight up going to use it. The all-out comes through, and Faker is really dead.
You know, there's a lot of situations where we've seen players TP or Realm Warp or Destiny out of sticky situations. When a Cassante is on top of you, I just think it's not happening.
I probably, like, hands up, you know.
Yeah,
take me now, God, is kind of the move that you'd go for there. And, you know, the Destiny will come back up relatively soon, so no harm, no foul. Still, nice little pick back here from Genji.
He been King's ult for it, so I don't think it's bad that he used it, but it is just kind of a funny situation where it's like, oh, how much CC do I have in my kit?
Yeah, and no all-out, no Cataclysm for this dragon fight. Could be a little bit problematic. Double TPs, bring them in, and Faker's TPing top. Yeah, so
they're not contesting this.
They do not want to bother.
They have the comfort room of having those 2 dragons in pocket, where they don't have to contest this one, but obviously does give...
It is a Hextech.
Yeah, gives some nice stats, but also just the fact that T1, if they'd had 3, could have really put this game on a timer.
Well, Doran looking for a bit of an angle here. The flag is on the ground, and there's a public execution. I think Canyon... Oh, he does manage to get that flag back off cooldown and gets himself out of the pit.
And Faker's just going to pick up the tower on the top side, so extending the goal lead that they have in trade for that dragon.
And the control ward going to be protected here by Chovy, but the turret does go down, so that is two turrets to nothing. That 2,000 gold lead will stick around, still on Pays. He is just kind of the guy right now. Does want to get out of the trough, right? You want to get to 3 or 4 items before you're really comfortable on the Caitlyn, blah, blah, blah. We like to talk about this all the time.
Yeah, also, I think when Carrier gets Mikhail's, fights are going to feel a lot better because, you know, Pays did go that ghost, but there's a lot of abilities on the other side that are going to pose an issue. We've got the early Helia pickup, which is great in skirmishes. The extra healing has a lot of value. That you can easily proc the damage that you need to set it up on Karma. But Mikhail's is a make or break sort of item here.
Yeah. You will be building towards that next, I would assume. Rift Herald does go over to Canyon, though, as Gen G do get back a modicum of control, despite that gold advantage going over to T1. Feels like the tempo vibes are shifting a little bit, as they were all T1s at the beginning of this game. They were just kind of stomping them in these early lanes. Now that we've shifted out of that, things are looking a little bit better to Gen G. But we will see. As T1 probably wanting to fight for the next dragon. I think giving up 2 to get both teams to double dragon is not what you want. I think T1 need to continue the pressure here. As Scatter the Weak connects onto Ona, he takes a lot of damage from Chovy. Man, how many splinters does this man have? Quite a lot. Inside Woody on the left there, 89. That's quite a few splinters already.
Yep, large number, and he's approaching having the Chovy belt as well. He's been farming like crazy. This is a very Chovy game.
Yeah.
Crazy farm, going the Chovy belt second.
200 at 18 minutes is not bad.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, Ruler has more.
Okay, that's even more crazy.
But I think it's just more Chovy's farm in relation to Faker. Faker obviously been trying to roam a good amount.
That really puts into context just how far ahead Pays is. Because Ruler's farming like this, and yet Pays is still 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
All right, Ruler is at least 70 stacks away from that tier being fully completed. We'll have that Manamune relatively soon as well, which will stack it up a little bit quicker. A little bit of a zoom in here towards this mid lane as Duro does go back home. And ace in the hole, just to be annoying. And he will be successfully annoying. There's the Chovy belt, though. Dash cannon now done for the Hextech Proto belt. We've said multiple different names that are not correct.
Yeah, just throw them all out there.
Yeah,
One of them's
exactly.
gonna stick.
One of them's correct, guys. Multiple choice. Which one do you think it is?
That'd be a good question.
Chovy belt, obviously.
Yeah, obviously,
correct
of
one.
course.
Yep.
Yeah.
Despite what's written in the game. Speaking of Chovy, he's going to use his belt to throw himself towards Faker. Wildcards come out. He's going to look to escape, and he will successfully do so.
Yeah, no Kasante this time.
Yeah, and Canyon just not close enough to get a flag and drag for the knockup, and so the gate will be successful. But now that tool is not up for T1 for the next little while.
I think Kasante, Keen going double armor items already. When you look at T1's composition, Faker is the magic damage. That's it. And TF never really been much of a tank buster.
I think he can keep building armor items.
Yes, I think he definitely
Just
can.
never stop.
Like, he has the Merc Treads for the CC, and then maybe you get like a Jack Show later, and that's just enough MR in this game.
Agreed.
And then just raw armor for the rest of your build is going to make things very difficult for T1 to cut through.
Even just build a Warmogs or something like that, you know? Like, health is just good enough, surely. As Faker is not going to get hit by the Scat of the Week, but there is the ulti to come through from Duro, and this time, he's exceptionally dead.
Yeah, it's a big commit from Gen G, the fact that you used the flash from Duro as well, but I don't think right now there's anything T1 can really make use of it. But in 50 seconds, that dragon's going to be up and available.
Yeah.
And you burned... I mean, I feel like the ults are going to time up pretty quickly, but Duro's flash being down is a cost that you've incurred to get Faker killed.
Well, Ruler does Arcane Shift out of danger. Chovy is going to be able to take this outer turret. He's going to bring this gold lead under 1,000.
Ruler nearly has the Romana stacked up. Needs 24 stacks, and we'll see the replay here. Duro's flanking round. The stun not connecting is the big thing. So if the stun connects, they can just easily chain the CC. And Duro wanted to flash to secure the ult so he doesn't flash over the wall, but now that is down. And actually, the Encore's miles away still. It's a pretty long cooldown, so not having that for this dragon feels pretty bad for
it's a big deal.
Gen G.
They should have enough stacks on this Muramana, though, for Ruler. As this wave is going to be taken down. Teleport in from Faker. Goes over some wards. Gen G just going to try and get themselves through this trap line. As Faker gets on top of a control ward. Doran is behind them as well. This pincer maneuver could be really deadly. The Keen just walks forward. This guy is a brick wall right in front of T1, and they take control of the dragon. T1 solo lane is still behind, though, as there's a public execution, but it goes wide. Now Ona does have that ulti running. The dragon's taken by Canyon, though, and Ona's already on the floor. Duro taken out, but he didn't have the ulti anyway. Doran has to flash away, and Gen G maybe just get out with the spoils. Still Ruler able to Arcane Shift on top of Faker. The old man battle is won by the AD carry this time around as they both blow their flashes, and Gen G push up the mid lane.
The smite from Canyon is good, and despite the fact Duro doesn't get to use his ultimate, it's still a good fight for Gen G. They're able to control the pace of it, And really, it feels like T1's bot lane just couldn't get in a position to get out the damage.
All right, this is exactly the time that Gen G wanted to fight, though. Around Ruler with these 2 items completed. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, Keen plays bounce here onto Ona, and then Ona dashes in as Keen buys time for the bot lane. Chovy executes Ona, Canyon gets a smite, and this whole time, Paze and Kerry are just hitting Keen, and he just doesn't seem to be taking any damage.
He goes all out, and so that at least gives them the slight ability to do so, but they're looking at this. I mean, Jack Shows is going to come in next, and yes, that has a little bit of MR, but that is still even more armor!
Yeah.
My goodness. Frozen Heart after that?
Thing
You know,
is,
like,
Paze
how far can we go?
Paze went the Last Whisper early, but you really need the completed Last Whisper item, not just the component. And then probably some more to be able to cut through Keen in this game.
Can we stack Black Cleavers again? Is this classic? Maybe that's an option. I don't even think you can do that in classic. That was broken back in the day.
They are going to have Black Cleaver from Doran and Ona, but...
and actually, it didn't get the passive, did it? It was just had really good stats, and you stacked the passive way faster if you had more of it. That was how it worked.
Still not the most broken stack. I think the Sunfire, 6 Sunfire.
That's a banger.
With the invisible champs.
Yep. Just be Evelyn and permanently be stealthed and just kill people by walking behind them. Oh, what a beautiful game. Lovely times. But that is not the times we're living in now. Times we're living in now is a dream of a 3rd game that T1 needs to bring us to.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Ruler is, he was behind, wasn't he?
He's spiking at this point. Also, those Hextech Soul stats, they're not increasing his damage there, but the ability haste and attack speed feels so nice on an Ezreal.
Well, Paze does have to go home.
This is not looking too positive right now for T1. Kind of losing this pressure in the mid lane. And really, it's Gen G are pushing up, but now corralling into the enemy jungle. You can see Carrier trying to contest the vision, because obviously Baron's on this side of the map. But there's going to be 5 members of Gen G here soon, with Keen just making his way over. Faker's pushing in the side lane.
This is kind of what the behind Twisted Fate kind of does. Just try and get as much pressure elsewhere on the map as you can. Use your global ability in order to make things happen. We'll be able to get that wave to crash on down. Does get Keen to move on over, but his teleport is back up in a couple of moments' time. And aim of the game now for T1 is don't lose as much as you can and let Paze get to 4 items. 3 items is not enough. 4 items is what he's going to need. Lord Doms needs to come on through, unless Mortal Reminder. Maybe it's Lord Doms this time around. It's got to be. There it is. Yeah. You got to be able to get through Keen somehow. And let's see whether this is going to be enough. He needs attack speed as well, though. Like there are so many things, like so many boxes that need ticking before T1 are ready to fight.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with the Caitlyn is her late game is insane. And obviously when you get like full build, especially because AD carries get an extra item, you are able to shred these tanks. But right now, it just doesn't feel too comfortable, especially when Keen finishes that Jack Show. It's going to be a little bit awkward with how much time you can just buy. And there's not really anyone who can help that much. Like, Faker can stun him, but doesn't do that much damage to a tank. Now, they are looking for Ruler here.
Yeah. Oh, Arcane Shift into the wall is not what he was looking for, so he's taken out. That looks similar to the Ruler spot. Is now Gen G. There's a minute left on this Dragon. 10 seconds to get Ruler to book it back over here if he wants to be here in time for that Drake to come up. Soul point for either team.
There is Hex Gate, so I'll help him get on the map sooner. One thing that's nice, though, not a ton was committed here by T1 in terms of resources. They still have a lot of big ults. Kerry obviously beating the Flash, but...
Oh, public execution. The Flash does come out from Chovy. Is Doran taking a bit of damage? Flash traded for an ultimate. You're going to be pretty happy for that if you are T1 as Paze nets himself out of the way. And 2 seconds. Ruler is now going to be back up. 10 seconds on the clock as we can see. Get to that base gate, Ruler. Or to the Hex Gate, I should say.
Line of traps are good, but that's the thing. Keen can just tank them up. Yeah. And if you headshot, you can just use the W channel to reduce the damage. He's cleared them all out. All the traps are gone. And T1, I know I said last game, I know I said T1 have had this tendency to sacrifice dragons, to sacrifice souls when it's not a good fight.
Quadra Hextech Soul!
Yeah, normally it's with like Mountain or Ocean or Chemtech. Hextech is a big one. And now they didn't sacrifice a soul, obviously, but getting it to this point is very precarious, but T1 Deem, it's not a good angle for them. They don't want to take the fight, and they back away and give over that massive boost to Genji. One away from that Hextech Soul.
And it's
scary space to be.
And Ezreal makes use of this probably better than any other champion in the game, is the way I feel about it. And so Ruler is going to be such a problem for T1 to deal with. Obviously, if he stands in the Ruler spot more often, then they will be fine. Pays finds a lot of damage there. Ace in the hole comes down, Arcane Shift comes in, but Doran gets the angle. However, it is just not good enough to lock this one down. Destiny comes in. The gate brings Faker over, and he does manage to stun up Keen. But Keen doesn't even really look like he's noticed yet. Does take about a third of his health bar, but that'll come back.
Doran trying to find the angle, but now he's down his flash, and Ruler, Enduro, Barrier, Heal, Encore, all lower cooldowns than that flash that is now unavailable for the top lane of T1. Not the best feeling in that trade, but you can see the angle he was looking for.
Yep. And Doran still having a fantastic game, still on that killing spree on this Ambessa. They just haven't really been able to find an angle, and Keen's value is just getting higher and higher as this game gets later, being that big old front line to just buy time for Chovy and Ruler to get that damage through.
Yeah, honestly, Doran's had a pretty fantastic series so far, but I feel like this game is a pretty tricky one. A lot of CC flying out in these fights. And, you know, you got that flash from Chovy earlier, but Ruler with the Arcane Shift and having flash out of target to pin down. Pace takes a lot of damage there.
Yeah, even netting away, but not able to get out of range of that Mystic shot. Chovy now has a really cool hat.
He's gotten the Seeker's Arm Guard and the Rabadons, similar to last game.
Yep.
Canyon nearly has GA, but not quite. They could feel like this is enough for them to potentially threaten the Baron, but honestly, if you have 3 dragons with Hextech Soul, why rush it?
Yeah.
I think you can look towards that Soul fight when Canyon will have a GA finished as well, and feel, oh, you can just stop the Baron.
Well, they're going to start it. Let's see how this one's going to go. They do dive on top. The control ward in the back of the pit will immediately get taken down, but full information is now there for T1. Question is, does it actually matter? The Destiny comes out. That's more information. Wind doesn't quite become lightning as now Doran takes a Hex Gate to get over. Now Faker off to the side. Genji looking for a turn, but where do they turn? They're currently being surrounded. Faker has immediately moved his way over to the rest of his teammates. Ona taking a bit of damage from that one as now Doran's caught on the flank. Public Execution gets him on top of Ruler, but Ruler doesn't even really care. He's just going to throw that damage down the Encore. Somehow clips onto Faker as Doran will be taken out. Now Ona is going to get snared. Keen tries to flash on top of him, but it's a gorgeous ultimate for the disengage out of the T1 jungler. He is not likely to go down just yet, but it's still a 1-0 in favor of Genji. And they are on the hunt. They have so much mobility with Ruler just arcane shifting forward over and over again.
They're recalling Keen, they're going to TP him back in on full HP. T1 have to approach again. 30 seconds on Doran with his teleport. That Baron is going down quick.
Yep, Hex Gates might be able to get Ona back here to watch, but yeah, this is not happening. I don't think he's going to be able to get there in time. Ruler gets over the wall. Ona is going to show up. Wind becomes lightning. They know that this is close, but it's secured by Canyon. You can see them hold off on the damage for a moment there to see whether he's going to go for something, but he doesn't actually manage to do so.
The big thing now, look at the item spikes coming in on the left of your screen. Medjai's GA, Moonstone.
God.
The only flash burned on the side of Genji was from Keen, so Genji feel really comfortable to fight after this, and this fight ends up very split. They chase down Doran here who has no flash. In the meantime, T1 are focusing down Keen. You can see at the top of your screen, just clipped off a little bit, and they just can't kill him in time. They just don't have the damage to cut through him. Keen lives, doesn't even try to go for an ult on Ona, but the Crescent Guard stops that from being possible. And now Faker is just in trouble. Even, I think he just spammed the press of Destiny, but it was not an ideal situation. He wasn't going to get it off anyway.
Yeah.
And now Genji, Baron in hand, pushing the bot lane. T1, they have a wave, but I think Keen could probably just maybe give over 1 tower, but they're not, you're going to get more than that.
There is also an Ambessa in the top lane as well. It's kind of an interesting little attempted trade. You can see it's kind of working right now as the Rebel Baron power play has not really changed. But if they lose their Nexus, then it's probably not worth.
Yeah, you see the ult from...
Yeah, if that had to stop Pays, it could have been really problematic. Because, yeah, Genji are just continuing with these minions.
The thing is, they don't need to do any more here. They can just back off and pick up the Dragon. Fake is not going to be available for it. No TP, no Destiny. He doesn't have a route back in. And Faker was just a little bit overextended here. Chovy trying to get in range. but then he saw that he was being flanked by Canyon, he was just kind of doomed.
Yeah.
There was the Destiny where it was just like, you know, doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. It wasn't.
You may as well press the button. But now it is that Quadra Hextech Hextech Soul. And that's a lot of cool stuff.
And look at the items. We just got Endless Hunger from Ruler. We have the 10 stacks on Chovy's Medjais, and honestly, Syndra with the Ionians and the 10-stack Medjais, you're so mobile, you're so fast actually, so much movement speed when you're hitting champions.
Yeah.
So this is feeling pretty impossible for T1 right now. They need a hero moment. They need to catch Ruler or Chovy off guard and just pick them off. That's the only route back in here.
Well, don't catch Keen, because he won't notice. He doesn't really mind. So probably aim for somebody else. Endless Hunger, like you were saying, is now completed. Ruler looks like he's going to go for the Maw of Malmortius as the fifth item, sorry. A lot of flexibility on the Ezreal.
QSS also decent.
Yep, not too bad.
Right now,
the
pressure's
siege
being built.
Oh, goodness me.
Look at all those cannon minions.
That is 4! Why is there 4? That doesn't seem fair. All right, True Shot Barrage not doing too much, but the Scout of the Week is fantastic. Pace gets clipped. But there is a Mikhails. That gets him out of the way, but now Mikhails not going to be available for the next play. As the scatter onto Faker is dangerous, but he is close to his Nexus turret. Owner goes in. Crescent Guard to keep him alive. Doran a little susceptible, but
look at that bot
just
wave
continuing to push. Yeah,
Pretty
exactly,
massive.
man. It is high seas today. The waves are getting out of control. And T1 having to deal with these super minions moving forward. The smite helps Owner out as far as that is concerned. But Genji, not going to bite off more than they can chew. 4 minutes on the Elder, 2 minutes and a half on the Baron. They will just back off.
So much damage done, though, to the base. Obviously, with the Baron timing out, they can't really push more into the Nexus towers, but the side lane inhibitors being down just puts so much pressure on mid because you're trying to deal with waves top, waves bot, and they can just push there. Canyon in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, he's going to flash, but I don't know whether he's actually going to be able to escape because Pace is able to put him in a trap so comfortably. GA does nothing when there is a Caitlyn, and down goes Canyon. A possible angle here, but there's still 2 minutes on like anything relevant.
Yeah, it buys time, allows them to clear up the waves, which is going to give them a good amount of gold. That's nice, but ultimately it doesn't really change. You're not able to pick up like a Dragon or a Baron right now. But you do bin his Flash and his GA, which are long cooldowns you won't have available. This is a good play from T1, finding an angle to be proactive, but they need a lot more like this to change the state of the game.
Yeah, Ruler also able to find a little bit of damage there, as now Owner off to the side. Going to take a lot of damage. Does have his Crescent Guard though, so he is a little bit more tanky than you'd expect. 16 seconds left on Canyon. And Genji still on the offensive as they push up this mid lane. The only one they really have left as far as a way to approach. Pays 5th item now done. Very scary.
Oh, Hexgate coming in. They're looking for the flank.
There's the flank angle. Kind of beautiful here as the public execution goes wide. Faker is then left on his own, and he's executed. And now Keen in that front line, exactly where he wants to be. Doran dashing around. The encore doesn't quite work onto Owner, but he still has to go in because he had no other way to go. But Pace is able to get the snipe onto Ruler. Keen is flashing away, and T1 still on the retreat. But I don't think Genji are winning the game off that one.
But Pei's an absolute monster there. Just when things start to look like they're going in the bin for T1, he steps up and kills the rival AD carry. The problem is that base is still being threatened, and it's so hard to step up to Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy's still like 8 seconds left on another ultimate. And so if anyone walks up, they may just kind of die. He does so much damage at this stage of the game. And the inhibitor is going to fall. Chovy was dashing forward, actually tries to find Pace, but he gets so much healing and shielding out of carrier that it looked like it just didn't really do anything. 15 stacks on that Majais, but I think Chovy wants a Void Staff before he's really going to be executing this Caitlyn with a Bloodthirster now done.
Yeah, I mean, this is the major threat now, is that Pace has 5 items completed. That Bloodthirster as well means it's so hard to poke him. Bloodthirster into Ezreal honestly just makes it such a challenge. The Mystic shots just aren't going to cut through when he's healing on every auto. And a crit headshot from a Caitlyn is so much health back in these fights.
Oh, yeah. Doran is also level 20 with a Death Dance now done. Moonstone does come on through here for Duro. Pace is making his way out of base, though. And this Baron will just be gone. There is just nothing that T1 can do about it.
Yeah, the problem is Elder's in a minute, and honestly, with how strong FaZe is, it's not impossible to see T1 finding an advantage in an Elder fight, find an angle in. The gold is even at this point. The problem is Gen.G should never let it be an Elder. They have Baron, they have super minions mid and top, inhibitors exposed bot. They can just play through the minions, and they should win on the back of that.
Yeah, it's about the 6th man at this stage. Keen hits level 20. And T1, they need to try and work this one out. The public execution doesn't really do too much.
It's the right sort of play to go for. You need to start the fight soon before these minions build up, but that nerf that they had to Ambessa that slows it down makes it so hard to connect.
Yeah, and the setup is just not quite there. Scatter the Weak is phenomenal. Somehow manages to spread all the way out onto the two opposing sides there for T1. No one actually going to get engaged on just yet, though. It is just poke, but that poke is deadly, especially with Hextech Soul up and available. True Shot Barrage not doing too much as Faker. My God, the damage out of Ruler is absurd. Faker has to go back to the fountain, but at least he's still alive for the moment. Now the fight,
and big
you can
headshot.
see, yeah, FaZe, when he does manage to get these shots off, he is so dangerous. Scatter the Weak, not going to affect FaZe. Not a whole lot of weakness here for this guy.
Super minion pushing in bot. Once it's triple waves, I think it's just game over. Although we have the inhib respawning top. Gen.G will just clear that out immediately. But it does mean the super minions are a little bit staggered, but it's still so hard to defend. T1 doing a great job of buying time. But is it going to be enough?
They're doing the best that they can. Poke damage kind of ridiculous as they're
there's
looking for a flank angle from Doran. He makes his way in. Chovy taking a lot of damage. He flashes. He get out of the way. It's a phenomenal scatter as the Encore. Not really doing too much, but they take out the Ambessa. And Canyon gets on top of FaZe. The beat drops, and so does the Caitlyn. It's a double for Ruler, and I think Gen.G may have just returned the favor to T1, as they are going to be unable to win any of their games here at the home ground, much like Gen.G just did. And a phenomenal week for the boys in gold.
Gen.G looking like they're back in form as we approach playoffs. This is the level you want to be playing at, and T1 unfortunately not able to get that win at the home ground. So many fans tuning up, giving their support so loud. We can hear that crowd, but it feels like there's just a home ground nerf at the moment.
It's kind of insane. And this was T1, right? The team that were on like, what, a 4-game winning streak. The last time was in 2024 that they lost at a T1 home ground, and now it is 2 in a row. Big milestone there from Chovy as well. And you saw actually Chovy give FaZe a little pat on the shoulder as he walks past, of course, previously teammates on Gen.G. So a lot of camaraderie as well as the rivalry between both of these squads. He also played with Carrier as well, back on KRX all those years ago.
And I think there were honestly a lot of good moments from T1 in this series, even though it was a 2-0. That game 1 was so back and forth. Game 2, it did feel like, you know, they gave a lot of space over to Gen.G when it came to those Dragons, which obviously was a risk, obviously didn't pay off. But there were still a lot of moments where it was a challenge. This was a great series between these two teams.
Yeah.
Gen.G just seemed to have leveled up as we've gotten towards the end.
I also think that losing a game 1 like that is so difficult to mentally come back from, because it was such a high-level game. They had to give absolutely everything, and either team could have come away with a victory in that one.
It's also, it's not a best of 5, so it's not like you have space after that game. You know, if you lose a second game, it's not that big of a deal, but like once you lose that first one in a best of 3, it's like, oh, we don't have time to fix things, to resolve things. And we see here some of the fights on this game. Faker often trying to find these flank angles in the TF, but just not able to do that much damage, to be that much of a threat. And Ruler especially ended up with the QSS, and there was the Mikhails later. So it's like you stun card him and it just immediately gets cleansed. He's just bearing down on you.
And it's a little bit difficult to play out these compositions when you've blind picked the TF this early in the draft as well. I know it was on a 4th pick, but it still feels somewhat early. And they were somewhat punished for it, right? With the fact that Keen was basically impossible to get through, despite the fact that FaZe was so strong towards the end of this game. It's another one of those moments where if he was given any sort of space in any of these fights, he would have just killed everyone. And Gen.G played very, very well in order to keep him away as Doran goes for this flank angle. But look at Canyon with the heroic flag and drag to get himself on top of FaZe and set up the kill there. And you can see, yeah, the communication was, we kill the Caitlyn when we win the game.
Yep, yep. I mean, FaZe was That final boss you have to take down.
Yeah.
It's got to feel good. It's got to feel good that you're the only team who suffered that fate.
And I mean, Genji, if anyone knows, it's them. I mean, they were that was the last LCK Team Roadshow that we had. And Genji were the ones to go 0-2 in that one. They hand the same fate over to T1. As it wasn't smooth sailing in this game, as you can see with that gold graph, but those 4 Hextech Dragons into the soul. Ruler doing a lot of damage, Chovy doing the most. And is it a when in doubt Chovy angle for the POM? I don't really know who gets it on Genji. Is it Duro perhaps? I don't know. It will be Chovy, because when in doubt, we just give it to the guy that doesn't die on Syndra. And not dying on Syndra, I think, is actually quite difficult.
Yeah, he had a great Syndra game. I think there was a couple of mistakes in the Galio game where he got caught out, but that final fight before the Elder, he had a massive play-in, so there's a reason he has 1,100 POM points. He did not need 4 POM points.
He didn't.
To be first, but he's just solidifying the difference between him and everyone else.
It was impossible for him to not actually win, so it's kind of hilarious that he still picks it up. May as well spread the love, you know? Give it on over to somebody else as well. We do have confirmation that in that final replay of the last fight, they did scream out revenge, which is very, very cool. It just shows like this rivalry is real. Like it's actually so fun to have it here in the LCK.
Yeah.
Bit of a shame that we didn't get 3 games, but after that game 1, it is so hard to come back.
Yeah, so hard, and I mean, they put a lot of fight into it. Pays was trying to do so much in that game, be that big carry, but just difficult to find the angles.
Certainly is. This is obviously, I feel like I'm so tired, even though it is a 2-0 here. There was so much League of Legends that happened and so much intensity throughout that series, but we still have Bro and Brew awaiting us, so we need to make sure that we keep our energy up. Hopefully.
What a dessert to have to follow up. You know, we had the main course, and I was like, I don't think I have space for... Oh, dessert?
Yeah.
Oh, well, don't mind.
As it turns out, I do actually have some room, but now it is time to throw it over to Ji-sun for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POM interview translation. And today we are here joined by POM on the side of Genji, Chovy. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Today, you took a win on T1's home ground and maintained sole possession of the first place. How do you feel? I mean, it's just not about the performance I want to talk about. Last time in our roadshow, we had a very bad moment, very bad memory, so we really, really wanted to get a win today. Well, in the previous POM interview, well, by hitting the 1,000 POM points last time, you were secured the player of the season with the most POM points, but you are now climbing up to the 1,100 points. How do you feel? Yeah, I guess I'm picking up a lot of POM recently. I think it kind of tells that I've been performing pretty good. I'm pretty proud of it. And this is, you guys managed to beat T1 at their own roadshow. What kind of mindset did you have coming into the match, especially that you were hungry for the revenge? Yeah, of course. And also, during the preparation and practice, our team had a really good conversation. I think we figured out that our communication is really on point recently, so I was pretty confident that we're going to win today. And I would like to talk about the draft in Game 1. You gave the opponent Camille one of the current meta picks and then drafted a very strong laning bot duo, Kalista and Renata. I mean, Ruler, he has been amazing on Kalista for a long, long time. And once he secures that Kalista pick, he knows how to play the game, knows how to kind of snowball off of it. So I think it was a really decent pick for us to go for. Well, for the first half of the game, it seemed like a very decent, smooth Genji win, but the game has become a lot more closer than everyone expected, and you guys managed to secure the win in the very end. How was it? As a player who was actually on that rift, I did not want that to happen. But after a couple of accidents, we were able to kind of talk to each other like, you know, we have to clear our comms, you know, our comms gotta be cleaner. And after that, it's become a lot better. And then a win is a win. That's how we felt. Game 2 was also very, very close. What do you think was the turning point of that game? Well, I was on the Syndra side, and like there was no moment where I thought my scaling was, you know, being stopped. So I was not scared that there is any chance that we are actually losing the game. I was feeling pretty comfortable. What is your mindset heading on to your upcoming matches? We are now back on the winning streak. Our performance has gotten a lot cleaner, but at the same time, the opponents are also getting stronger and stronger as time goes by, so we will not let our guards down. And lastly, before we go, any message over to the fans? I was really happy to be able to perform in front of so many fans today, and the cheers and energy from the fans were amazing, and thanks to that we were able to put up a great performance. Thank you very much, and we will keep doing our best. And that was Chovy for the PM interview, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for passing it back to the space and breaking down the translation from Chovy, our POM leader here. But I'm going to step in and say maybe not who I would have voted for POM. Justice for Duro. What does this man have to do? Justice for supports. Did you forget? Did you forget? The Renata Glask ult there at the end?
Forget, actually, they forgot.
The Seraphine? Oh man. There it is. It's here. It's these guys. Gotta use this hand. These guys. Oh.
Or at least AD carry, at least Ruler.
Wow.
We dropped the ball here. Like, I think you can go. Cannon vote's also a little bit weird, but you can go for support and you can go for AD carry, I think, here. Like, I think Chovy didn't have a bad series by any means, but I just don't think was the leading candidate for me. I think you could have even considered Keen first, which Media did. I'm very surprised by this, but I guess maybe we just have a more Western mindset or something, because we voted for the support.
I mean, overall, he played pretty clean series. Like, definitely, I'll say. But like, there was a little bit, one oopsie moment, but didn't really actually matter. Maybe that's why. But I mean, Syndra game, it was pretty sure it was clean.
What do you think of those media votes?
I think Keen's vote is okay. Like, he had a really good Cassante game.
All right. I'll rather vote Chovy.
I don't know.
I'll rather vote Chovy.
All right. Let's get to it.
Then
and to your comments. Again, Wolf's favorite part of the show.
He's such a charmer. He charmed me into voting for him because I was going to vote for Ruler until he had those two big defensive charms, gets Doran shut down in the mid lane, and then has that final charm there in the last team fight. Had so many big moments, especially on the Renata, though. Very easy vote for me, ultimately, after watching that final game. That was going to be one of the two bottom lanes, but he charmed me into it.
Very charming comment.
And I was also behind on Wolf, too, I got charmed again from the Seraphine ulti because he got charmed, and I also got charmed. How to perfectly use the disengage ultimates.
It's true.
I mean, it's like, I had to do it. Like, this is like, usually I don't really keep the support, POM bot, but this is the game that this is the type of the series that you have to, because like, the first ulti, like, even like when actually disengaging the diving, like so many situations there was a Renata ulti, starting from the Renata ulti, like Seraphine ulti, actually there was one time the playmaking on the piece, flash ulti from the Seraphine too, like, was really good.
Very charming, as Ox also given the shout out. Hostile takeover of the home ground. Ooh.
Clean Pommet.
Ox cooking a bit there.
Wrecking us so far in terms of just, I don't know, man. It's not even, to call it a pun is just not even justice.
And again, just calling out the fact that T1 losing both their series in this home ground, something they haven't done before. Very...
Well, once before against KT.
That's
2024.
Well, but they didn't have two games. They had one.
That was one, yeah.
Yeah, it was the Goyong one. He started my heart on fire. says Helios for Canyon. That was our one jungle voter. Do you get it?
No. No. I was hoping to be enlightened, and I have more questions than answers.
Let's see what else that we have here from our voters. On the Korean side, Umpty voting for Ruler. Guys, I remember now. Penta, 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 Penta. That's right. We're in the meta of remembering who they were.
I guess so. I thought that he played a great Kalista game, and then in game 2 kept pushing Pays out of the mid lane to get prio for objectives. So that's why I was considering voting for him. But this is a good callback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Call back to
It's an umpty pop.
Ruler memories of the past. Classic Chovy, he is.
Okay, Yoda.
Okay, Yoda. Yoda Templar. All right. Let's see what we have. Ruler or Chovy? It was a tough one to vote.
What about Duro?
That's great. Not actually at all.
I guess it's also just how great those series were, right? I mean, it was high quality, and you could pick out multiple different moments. Same thing with T1. If T1 would have won, you had different players that had moments where they all stepped up. Ultimately goes the way of Gen G here, and I think that's why some of the votes are so split. But that does it here for Pomets as we take a look at the standings now after the homestand is done.
Gen G taking a big lead here. They're 4 games ahead of HLE, already locked into playoffs. They're on a 4-series winning streak after this one. And every time you think you know the direction we're heading in the Legend group, somebody starts to rise up. D+ on a bit of a comeback here. Gen G looking good. Hanwha Life and T1, a little bit shaky. Hanwha picking up the win yesterday, but against a struggling KT. So this top 3 is very much in flux, or is it really just a top 4 at the moment? That's what I'm starting to wonder. And for KT, that's not a good thing, because number 5 goes to play-ins.
I mean, for me, I think it's his first down thing to me. It's like every single team, they had the bouncing back the moment. Like, I remember the Gen G earlier, like they were struggling, right? Like the round 2, even playoff, like even like EWC, like those kind of stuff were not like actually super favored for them. But towards the end of the round 3, I think they actually stepped up so much. Even so, I think HLE did really great job.
Yeah, and remember, Gen G started this round 3 0-2. Remember, we had that week. They lost to both surprises by D+ and by KT. Since then, have bounced back. That Legend group, it's going to be so exciting to see how this one all finishes on up. Our next matchup, it is the matchup near and dear to my heart, but also Coach Song's heart, and Teddy's heart. 0-3 are Hanjin Brion, are Teddy, are Coach Song against their former squad, Kiwoom DRX, this year. That'll be the matchup, and we've got this week's mic check. We'll see you in just a little bit.
just when I lift my mic into the storm.
한진브리온과 핑키 KRX의 경기가 이어집니다. 상대를 추락시키고 라이잭 왕이 된 팀이 누구일지 오늘 경기에서 가려지게 됩니다.
카밀 박혀있으면 쉔 올라오면 칼부터 할 수 있다.
나 상태는 좀 안 좋긴 하고. 아, 나 할 수 있어, 근데 어지나.
야 온다 싸우자. 근데
나-
우리 미드만 집 갔던 거라 싸운다. 야 익히 없어 자루만 지금.
오늘 가볼게.
카밀 봐봐.
카밀.
나도 간다.
빨면서
힐 있어. 이거.
리신 노플 얘들아. 게이드 리신풀도 빠졌다.
이거 리신 위로 밀려나서 나 용쪽 바로 칠게 이거.
탑 한 번 볼 수 있구나, 이번에. 그럼 얘 앞으로 박아놓으면 그냥 무빙만 당겨줘. 계속 싸우는 중.
걔 혼자야. 자루 아래야. 쉔도 아래야. 탑 다이브 보자 이거. 로커 탑 가는 거 조심. 뭐 없어.
야, 오늘.
미안하다. 괜찮아.
이거 계속 내가 움직여줄 테니까 내가 이득 봐줄게. 천천히 해봐. 받으려면 한번 따해볼래, 그냥? 진짜 오래 비긴 해. 바로 와볼래?
야 나 다이브 안 당해. 받을게.
바텀 쪽 할게, 나도.
야, 얘 혼자 있어.
보자.
이거 시간 안 돼, 얘네.
좋다.
뺄게, 이거. 시간 안 돼. 걔 혼자야.
온대 줘, 계속. 뺄게. 죽었다.
그냥 쟤네 들어오는 거에 스킬 연계만 하면 이길 것 같아.
용사 이번에 무조건 해야 돼, 얘들아.
제이스만 되는데 한번 노려보든가. 제이스는 생각해줘. 아래쪽으로 뚫을까, 그러면?
아래쪽으로 뚫자.
찍어줘야 돼, 민지야.
야, 보고 싶어. 얘네가 박아.
찍으라고.
제이스 해봐.
야, 밀어 빼자. 포커 빼볼래, 이거?
나 신볼게. 진 노플이야.
쟤부터.
야, 카미 봐줄래. 카미 봐줘.
넣고 빼면서.
빼줘, 나머지.
방금처럼 그냥 카밀 궁에 나 궁 얹으면 엄청 좋은 것 같아.
유충강 나와, 어때?
나와 형.
얘네 치고 있을 수도 있어, 뚫어야 돼.
여기 나가고 싶어.
오케이, 나가자.
카밀 볼게, 이거.
나 이끌 볼게.
노플.
잡은 거 같은데.
노크 간다, 얘들아. 빡 해볼게. 일단 해봤어.
빨면서.
야, 맞아. 야, 맞아.
가.
야, 시간 그만 없어, 지금.
자르반.
오케이, F부터.
나 살긴 해.
나 자르반.
마무리 돼.
안 돼.
진짜는 이거 들어오면 텔 타고 쌈 보자. 일단 봐줘.
야, 봐줘.
야, 볼게, 잘라.
진.
오케이, 신발. 천천히 해봐, 천천히. 나 뒤가 안 나, 얘들아. 지금 궁 끊어줄게.
길게 봐봐. 리신 노플 노고.
리신 볼게.
리신 노플 노고.
빨렸다.
진 노플이야.
시야 같이 뚫자 이거.
같이 쫓아요.
되게 안 보자.
나 가는 중. 야, 쟤 불렸어. 야, 앞라인 보면 좋아 보이네.
나 텔볼게, 이거.
좋아.
앞부터 해봐. 야, 나 앞서.
그냥 가 돼.
나 버려.
교환했어. 나 레이저 되는데.
나 방어
위에서 제이 있어.
야, 리신 노플.
위에서 제이스 와.
그냥 잡아볼래?
그냥 너네가 강 만들어 나 후진이 볼게 계속. 바로 싸움을 하자.
치면 싸우자. 얘네 칠 거야, 이번에 급해서.
근데 그냥 치자.
오케이.
야, 나오는 거 보자 이러면.
천천히 해도 이러면.
안 쳐도 돼.
로크나 볼게. 산에 노플이야. 자,
한대부터.
빼면서.
로커 잡았어, 얘들아.
저 코르키 노스테.
그렇게 맞아.
나 코르키 볼게 이거. 에 노플. 다 노플.
미드 가면 끝나냐, 이거?
끝까진 않아.
3류충이라 해보자, 이거. 끝날 것 같은데?
로크 잘 물었다, 형. 저거만 보고 있었어. 단미도 올 것 같은데. 나 그냥 지금부터 숨어 있어 볼게 이거.
야, 카멜치 거기 숨어있어 보래, 계속 그냥. 너 안 들켰어? 한 칸씩 올리면서 미드 탑 하자. 오케이.
카메 여기 아래 숨어 있는 것 같아. 대광.
오케이. 돈 숨어있어 봐, 성훈아.
나 근데 웨이브 좀 많이 멀어서.
오케이, 기다릴게. 야, 이거 카멜 이제 그 라인 끝나면 안 보이면 천천히 따라와봐.
오케이.
얘네 근데 라클 안 좋아서 해볼만해, 이거.
다 천천히 치자.
다음 라인도 오거든? 길게 봐봐, 이거.
확인.
얘들아 진 봐줄 생각해줘.
올 수 있어? 야, 보자. 잘해보자. 야, 볼게.
야, 앞라인.
카메 안 보인다잉. 야, 진.
카메 뒤에서 나왔어.
아, 맞지. 진 보자.
나 안 좋아. 애매.
맞아. 나, 빗들어.
재밌다.
야, 정원아, 우리 설계 좋았다잉.
잘했다.
이것이 수련회
5,000포인트, 1000포인트 한 번에 오면서
힘든 게임이었는데 정말 멋진 승리했습니다. 한진브리온.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레틀랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레틀랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
우리 틴틴 우리은행 to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame.
I lift my mic into the storm.
화이팅!
KRX 브리온 LCK 화이팅! 50 브리온 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Ox. We are the AA broadcast, ready to bring you some Rise Group action. We had the main course, or some would say the appetizer, before heading straight to dessert.
Oh, I'm
to
so
what
ready.
everyone wants. Which dessert would it be if you were to give the classic KRX versus Bro a dessert?
Ooh.
I feel like it's tiramisu.
Okay, you're gonna think I was thinking
tip of the tongue.
Tiramisu, yeah. It just feels right.
Yep. You know, it's got the pick me up of the caffeine, but also the put you down with the alcohol. Beautifully done. All right, let's have a look at the standings though, see what this all means for our Rise Group teams as the Bros desperately want to get back to that top spot, but even with a 2-0, they only equalize with B&K KRX.
Yeah, and the opportunity here with a win, Bro being able to secure at least third place in the Rise Group, so they will be qualified for play-ins. KRX though, of those four, and remember, 5th and 4th will not go to play-ins. And right now, KRX are in that position. So you do not want to end up staying there. You want to pick up a win. You want to close the gap between them and Nongshim and Hanjin Brion.
It's getting really dangerous. Upon victory, though, the Bros will secure third place in the Rise Group at least, and a play-in spot. So this is to keep themselves alive and get themselves the opportunity to make it towards those playoffs and possibly to become the LCK champs. That is still on the cards for them. A loss ends KRX's shot at first in the Rise Group completely, and it's getting a real pretty dire.
If you are wondering, Bro can still win Worlds.
Yes.
I know a lot of people watching right now, we're wondering that question. Yes, we can see a Bro Worlds win from this position in time.
I'm really glad that you brought that up. I'm really sad that you haven't, on the space, also provided us with the timeline that you did for DNS, who then immediately left the tournament.
What I learned from the DNS timeline is if I see it and I spread it, it ceases to exist. So I don't want to do that with the Bro Worlds win timeline, because it would be phenomenal if it happened.
It's so great to have a co-commentator aware of the power of curses. It just feels so much better here in the LCK. As we just saw, the Proud Dancer versus the Duke of the East. My God, what an incredible matchup between the two celebrators in the mid lane.
It's a win either way. It's a win either way. The celebrations have been on point.
Yep.
And we know we will be rewarded.
I do feel like Yukal gives all of himself
to
his
true.
celebrations. Though Roma sort of like half checked out halfway through. But
like
he did finish. That's
like a little embarrassed. Yukal's
Yeah.
never felt embarrassed in his life.
Nope. He is incredibly proud of those dance skills, and who wouldn't be with skills like his? Let's just see whether he can replicate that on the Rift as our teams are going to make their way out into LoL Park. It's been pretty empty in here so far today with the home ground that was going on at the KSPO Dome, but now we are back at home and ready to get into the action here. This is our classic matchup, the Bro and the Bruise, where it always goes the distance. But as you saw in our previous little slide there, it's almost always a loss-win-win. Look, let's see whether that trend can be bucked. You know, maybe we'll have, you know, the team that won the first game win it all in the end.
That'd be cool. But we'll have to see how that shakes out.
Yep. Frog back in the top lane as well. Rich is not going to be up there this time around. And Frog, honestly, in their last performance, I think definitely deserves this spot. His Jax was so good and really made me understand why it's picked into the Olaf matchup.
Yep, for sure. And I think Aiming's been a big central character on that roster, so look to see what he can do. On the side of Hanjin Brian, honestly, Casting and Namgoon, I think have both had some great moments where they've been stepping up.
Yep.
Namgoon had that sacrificial series where he was just dying winning the game off every death, and that great engaged flank. Casting has just honestly been pretty rock solid in the top lane, so Frog against Casting may be a major one for this series.
Yeah, a bit of a banger challenger matchup there as well, as we have seen that one in the past. I do like it when we get the acting out of the fan signs as well as the fan signs. But
he adds to it.
I don't know how you could ever be even a little bit sleepy in a matchup like this one.
I'm locked in.
This is high octane.
Yeah.
This is pure action all the time. Pure action, Casting. It's pure action all the time, sir. Please. Can you wake up and help me prove my point? My God.
Just doing the meditating. It's important.
Ah, yes. It's the fake a download type scenario. The patch hopefully does get installed correctly. We don't need to do any reinstallation or anything like that. I think it should be okay. As Yukal, big grin on his face. Let's see whether they can bring that to the Rift. As KRX, I feel like there have been some ups and downs, you know, still working out the kinks, trying to figure out what this roster now looks like with Aiming in that AD carry position. I still do think that it was a good decision, like the trade and things like that, but always this end of the season can be difficult to get all your ducks in a row with a different group of five.
I said it. I think that Aiming, often teams he's on are warped to his playstyle where they just give him tons of resources, give him tons of gold. Sometimes it's worked very well, sometimes that hasn't worked. I think here specifically, KRX should allow themselves to be warped to that playstyle. Give your resources to Aiming. Aiming has carried games against top teams many times in the LCK, and I think he would just run the Rise route if you're able to funnel him and set him up to succeed.
Yep. I think it's really interesting as well that we get this AD carry matchup as well. I really do like Aiming versus Teddy. I feel like both of them, they really love the Kai'Sa that is starting to move up in priority here in the LCK. But they're both Ezreal guys, they're both Corki guys. Some similarities between these two AD carries. They also both don't like playing mages, although Teddy was decent at it. They are definitely more your traditional AD carry style players, and often those carries that both of these teams rely on.
Definitely true, and I think getting them into a good position. I mean, we've seen the late game Teddy is his brand, honestly, at this point.
Oh yeah, the Fountain Laser.
Fountain Laser against the Gold King.
We'll see whether the Gold King can actually make that money in order to get the victory here for KRX. Because I do think that, like you're saying, teams do get warped around KRX, and they haven't quite managed to get on the Aiming page yet. Oftentimes we do see Aiming just hoovering up minion waves while the rest of his teammates are dying. We need to avoid that happening, and then I think the KRX are going to be looking good. But let's get into the draft here for game number one. We have first pick going over to KRX this time around, and Hanjin Brion with that counter pick opportunity on the blue side.
Mill going to be denied away from Namgoon, which I think makes a lot of sense. I wonder if we end up seeing a Bard takeaway, since Andal's had some pretty solid performances. I do think his most recent outing was a bit hit or miss, but definitely a pick he can get a lot of power on. It's Shen Camille banned, so a lot of respect given over to Namgoon already. And as the sort of bans start out this way, I immediately start to think, okay, what about Orianna, Cassiopeia?
Yep.
And Vi.
And Bard. Bard, I think Andal still definitely deserves the Bard ban. And I think we learned that only in their most recent series, where that Andal just managed to pick it up and just carried the game with it. He is very, very good on that champion. One more ban to come out from KRX though, and like you were saying, it's getting a little pinched. The Ezreal is going to be what they decide to take away.
Good denial from Teddy, but it does mean that no mid lane is banned yet. A lot of pressure on that first pick. Nocturne also a thing. Do you want to ban Nocturne so they can't get Nocturne Orianna?
Yeah, maybe you just ban
also
the Nocturne and then hope that you can just get 2 really good things. Yeah, and that's what they're going to look at right now.
So now it's up to you, Cal. Is he just going to pick up the Orianna? Or are you going to do something crazy, like go in a different direction and just trade mids later, since, you know, there's multiple mids open right now?
Yeah, it could be one of the options. See what the first pick is going to be.
Something like Laugh? Are we going crazy in that direction? It's
Orianna.
The Orianna. Okay.
I mean, it's Cal. He does really like this champion. Has had a lot of success on it in the past. And so should feel pretty comfortable locking that one down. Now, what is going to be the response here from Hanjin Brion? Cassiopeia, decent choice. Lock is still up and available. And we have some recent tape on Roma having a pretty good time on that champion. Also managed to get pretty fed early as well. Despite getting that pentakill later on in the game, he was 4-0-2 for most of it.
I think you have to respect Frog's ability to match the Olaf and not just immediately slam it, because we obviously saw him have a good matchup into that.
Yep.
But the Olaf definitely on the mind, even early in draft with how powerful it's been.
They could just go Jarvan Cassiopeia
yeah,
and see whether there's a rumble angle. We've seen that core look really good.
If you do that, then if they pick Olaf, then you can match it on 3. If they don't pick Olaf, then you can pick it on 3.
Yeah.
That's that up potentially. They just go for the Olaf now.
Yeah,
so,
never mind.
Casting feeling confident. We've seen Frog play Jackson in this to great success. We've seen the Kled be mostly successful into this matchup.
But it's also Orianna and Kled or Jax. Both of those options, very good when they're wearing an orb.
Yeah. Also, Vayne has worked, so looks like Frog is going to go for the Jax again here.
Yeah, this is the Frog choice. I think does make some sense, but instead, Lee Sin will be locked in first. Looks like top sides of the map will be the focus, though, for both of our teams, and the Jax will still come on through. Willa just may as well have picked his own champion. I think that's fair enough.
There's a lot of mid options. I think the safe thing is just to pick mid for Roma. I think Cassio value is pretty good here if you want to lean to that. But could also just opt to pick up an 80 carry here and then start to hammer away the pool of aiming.
Well, I think if you wanted the Cassio, you'd have to pick it now. And there it is.
Yep. Okay, so both teams picking their top side. And I think a lot of this hinges on Frog being able to replicate that performance he had previously on Jax. But, you know, I think having the Cassiopeia is a bit of a troubling situation for the likes of the Lee Sin and the Jax. Can be a bit annoying in team fights.
Yeah. It was game 1 versus BNK KRX that Frog was able to get the better of Clear. They did go on to lose that series pretty crushingly after that, but that first game looked fantastic from KRX, so they're going to have to make sure that their longevity is going to be able to hold out against this Hanjin Brion roster that they do often go the distance against.
I like the Lulu ban because I feel like, you know, you want a 80 carry that does DPS here for KRX. I feel like Jhin is often a popular pairing with a composition like this, but he's definitely seen Jhin struggle to cut through bulkier comps and things like an Olaf.
All right, well, Corky, no Trinity Force 80 carries allowed for Teddy, is what aiming is saying. I do think there's a Sivir angle, perhaps, for Teddy, if they would like to go that way.
I think Sivir looks good with that comp. Movement speed really nice, and obviously has a lot of setup already from the team.
And if the Karma is left up, it can be pretty dangerous. The Nautilus is going to be banned away.
That does give more freedom to the Karma if they want to bring that out. There is still that Bard available, which I feel like Andal into the Jarvan could be looking at.
Feels a little bit checkmatey to me, because they get first choice, right? I think the Karma would have to be banned now. Otherwise, you just walk into Karma Sivir, and it's the go fast and have a really rough time composition. As the Jhin will be taken away instead, and I wouldn't be surprised if Teddy just locks in the Karma here, and we're staring down the Sivir Karma combo with the Jarvan on their side, and nothing too much to worry about.
I think if you do go in that direction, I could see KRX going Cape Bard probably into that.
Oh, that's a good point, and it is Andal's Bard.
So, pretty good value there. Also, the fun thing with the Tempered Fate is if you ult when the Olaf's on top of someone, the Olaf doesn't get CC'd, and then his ult's just going to time out. And it's actually Hanji and Brion who pick up the Caitlyn themselves, which honestly, you can't match this well with a Sivir because Sivir into Jarvan is just miserable. So
yeah, this is the problem. You've sort of got them out of being able to pick Sivir into this, which a lot of people like to because of the spell shield value, into the traps. Namgung as well, if they pick away the Bard, then you have Karma. And Karma with an Olaf and a Jarvan feels absolutely fantastic.
Yep. And what are you going to pair with this in terms of AD carries? Because a lot of the popular pairings with Bard, Caitlyn, Jhin...
I mean, they banned them away.
Yeah, they're not available, so...
Bard Yunara. I'm going to put that in the not like column.
Yeah. Not the most convincing duo.
Yeah, I'm not clicking the like button on that one. It is still going to be locked in, though. Namgung.
He is a big Elise player.
He is.
And we've talked extensively about Bard's rotund hitbox.
Oh, no! He had too many cookies, and now the spider is going to punish him for it. Elise going to be slammed here. This feels like the Namgung signature pick at this point. I know he just had that incredible 0-8 Camille win the game moment, but this still just says Namgung to me. He's kind of taken it away from Lehens, who was the original Elise guy, but he can have Shen and Singed and stuff like that still. And Yumi.
I think Hanji and Brion's bot side feels very comfortable in this game. They're going to have a lot of pressure in the bot lane 2v2. We've seen Roma have some good success in the Cassiopeia. The only real edge I feel like KRX has is in the top jungle 2v2. You know, Lee Sin can circumvent a lot of the damage and CC from Olaf and Jarvan, and then Jax just presses Counter-Strike. So as long as Hanji and Brion don't fall prey to that, I think they're in a very comfortable spot.
My issue is that KRX, a lot of their champions want to spike on 3 items, 2 items, 3 items, right, before they start to get all that strong. I guess Trinity Force for the Jax isn't too bad, but Hanji and Brion are just going to kind of be pretty good for most of the game. Yes, I know there's a Caitlyn trough, but the top side of the map should be able to make up for that. Not to mention, the Caitlyn is augmented so well by this Elise on the bottom side. I do feel like the extra power in the early game might help the bros out, but let's see what happens as we get onto the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of the Bro and Brew. Is your tax in? That is my question. My answer to that question myself is no, sorry. So here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
You know, we so often see bot laners just run barrier, even if their support is going to ignite. They're like, I'm taking barrier regardless. It's the bigger health prevent for me. But I like the fact that Teddy's gone heal here to kind of help out Namgung and make the 2v2 strong.
Yeah. It also works like a pseudo-ghost. Kind of like that. Caitlyn loves having a bit of extra movement speed. I think it's a cute maneuver. We are going to get the Peacemaker and the Cocoon combo, though.
Yeah, that's pretty painful. Not one you want to burn your cleanse on.
No, and he doesn't. But it still means he takes a whole bunch of Peacemaker damage. As he doesn't take that Peacemaker damage, because that one went a little wide.
So Amy has his passive stacked up and is able to start shredding away, but I think Bro are just going to hit level 2 in a second and be able to go aggressive now that it's down.
Yeah, Aiming and Andal do manage to get there themselves, but the Cocoon goes wide. So Namgung is going to have to back away. Electrocute's going to get traded here. Now that Namgung does have the Q, he at least is able to do a fair bit of damage. Cosmic Binding not doing too much there for Andal, though. And it should be Teddy and Namgung with control of this wave, which makes sense, right? They should have that.
Yeah.
But could have been a lot worse.
I do like the early heal from Andal, though, because obviously with Ignite on the other side, healing in the middle of a fight is just going to be reduced and feel a bit terrible.
You can see Frog just going to walk on over and should be able to pick up this next minion wave. Counter-Strike up and available, and the Jax just having a great time here. Top lane. The skin is crazy, by the way. There is a lot going on.
So casting on Exhaust here and Conqueror, so no real movement speed to help him out in team fights, but in an extended trade, it's going to be a good amount of value.
And a looping around. Gideon should be here. And isn't going to be spotted just yet. Just immediately walks on over to the Bard. And is looking to get on up to see what this Lee Sin is up to. He has discovered, I'm pretty sure,
there's no way you can
Scryer's
contest
Bloom.
the Scuttle on the bot side. And Willer's trying to find an angle, so Roma thinks he's safe.
Yeah, Sonic Wave does come in. Roma doesn't want to use the flash, and in fact, doesn't have to. So he is just able to walk it off. Willer is poisoned, but should just be able to take this top Scuttle. Nothing too much to worry about.
Yeah, I think Roma are going to clear this wave and then TP back. It was a good angle from Willer realizing he can't do anything on the bot side of the map for that Scuttle, so he gets a heavy trade in a Roma and then goes for that top side Scuttle. Although with the TP timings coming in, it doesn't really amount to much.
Frog holding on to this wave up here towards his top side, does have a few minions in his advantage, but that undertow felt pretty satisfying. Casting does have a lot of minions
he
here.
doesn't have one for the
his
cannon.
Side, and oh dear, Frog jumps on top of him. It's getting a little scary here for this Olaf, and Frog just so aggressive. Misses a cannon though, but I think that Casting also missed one in that exchange. As Yukal taking a lot of damage there. The miasma goes down as well. As Roma, that was a bit of a close by Noxious Blast.
I was about to say, when you get that Noxious Blast at the end of the trade, it feels so... Oh, the trap.
Oh no, Andal gonna get headshot, and there is the repel. First blood over to Namgung. Can he give one to Teddy? That's the question. Aiming still has cleanse, so he's not going to get cocooned to death, but still, the bros, first blood in the bottom lane, and it goes to the man on his Elise.
The Bard's just so round, he can't help it.
Oh no.
Steps in the trap, was looking for the cupcake, and in the end does...
You can always get him with the cupcakes. Oh dear. Well, let's have a look at it one more time, even if we don't necessarily want to. Just gets cocooned.
On vision as well, and tries to step away. I think just had to immediately flash afterwards. This is why it's so punishing. It's like you get hit by one bit of CC, and it's like, okay, well, I'm dead.
Yeah. Teddy did flash for it. I don't know whether that was entirely necessary. I think that Andal was very dead. Oh, no. He did have Magical Journey, so might have been able to do the alcove journey thing back to his turret. And so I think the flash might be warranted, honestly, from Teddy, just to make sure that they can get that first blood. Cosmic Binding going to go a little bit wide. At least into the Bard can be kind of annoying, but also can kind of be awesome with the fact that the Cosmic Binding can be eaten by your Spiderlings, or your Spiderlings can cause you to get stunned. As Petrifying Gaze comes down, but there is a Willer in the area. He's level 5, but Roma is still likely to have to flash, and Willer is going to follow him and pick up the kill.
Roma just playing super far up the lane, and Willer gets a nice wraparound, finds an angle in, and is able to circumvent that wall that's in the banana brush to get access. So Roma burning flash and still dying feels pretty bad. Now that they're invading onto this Gromp, but also just the pressure here means the aiming is cut off from the tower completely.
Yeah, Willer is going to come on over just to try and escort this Yanara back to the wave, but Teddy's already taken 2 turrets as this one goes down. And this wave is just kind of going by the wayside. It is almost double the CS for the Caitlyn here in this lane. And that's what this Elise lane does, right? Elise is basically useless later on in the game, but what she does do is make sure that you are definitely winning early.
Well, she's a cocoon bot, which...
Yeah, I mean, it's still somewhat useful, I guess.
Roma goes aggressive here. Yukal gets a 6 in. Once the shockwave hits, it's just over. And the flash, at this point, is just trading flashes.
Yeah.
No way to get out of that. We do see, as you said, a big advantage between 80 carries. Frog has a bit of a lead in the top lane on this Jax, but nothing too crazy to write home about yet.
Oh, by the way, you know how we had that question on LCK Feud about which champion would be the best parent? I'm going to have to hold that thought for a moment as Casting is forced to flash. Shouldn't Elise have been, like, #1? Because she's actually a parent.
Don't think most people want to be parented by Elise.
No, but that's not the point. She is a parent. She's the only one that's valid for. Everyone selected, like, Sona and Soraka. They don't have any kids that I know of in the lore.
On the other champions who are parents, it surely can't only be Elise.
And I guess a lot of Spiderlings do die per game.
Yeah, you know, pretty sacrificial.
She wouldn't be a great parent. But I guess, and also what's being brought up here on our teleprompter is, the question wasn't who is a parent, it's who would be the best parent. But I only have tape as far as parenting is concerned.
Wait.
On Elise.
I got it.
Right?
I got it.
What did you get? Who?
Warwick. Because Warwick is Vander, and he was a great parent.
Great parent to who?
To Vi and...
Oh, right!
Yeah.
Oh, right, in Arcane!
Yeah, in Arcane. That's
oh,
more
sorry,
accurate
I was doing a bit of a Chronicler impression.
Yeah.
Just kind of sad that I didn't watch it.
Guys, spoilers, sorry. I just spoiled it for anyone who hasn't watched it in like however many years it's been out. You know who's sitting at Chronicles like, man, I
was like, Vander. I'm like, Van Damme?
No.
That's from Xenoblade Chronicles. It's a completely different game.
It's weird there's such a small pool of parents who are champions I can think about. Singed!
Oh, they're getting yelled at! There's the knock-up onto the Lee Sin. Slam dunk there from Gideon, and he'll grab the second kill for the Bros.
That's also it. Singed, right? From Arcane, we established.
Yes. He's
Great
there.
Father maybe, did some slightly not friendly things, but...
Namgung did a flash as well.
Oh, Yukal, Poisons Connect.
Yeah, Twin Fangs are going to be sunk in, but doesn't get hit by that last Noxious Blast. And now I'm looking to turn it around. Does actually find the Shockwave, but Cocoon lands. Roma had already given up on the play, though. Just going to be an Electrocute from Namgung. And Gideon going to be taking his grubs. Oh, a day when the Gideon grubs all go to Gideon is a day that feels good for the Bros.
I think Hanji and Brian are in a pretty solid position right now. Teddy already has that collect. Look at Teddy. I know we meme on Collector a lot. Look at this early Collector, and then look at the items aiming has.
Well, he's got a cull. That feels great. As Casting is getting chased down the lane, Frog was like, actually, hang on a second, I can kill him. And he does! The Ignite goes down. There's the knock-up onto Frog. He does have to flash to get out of the way of Gideon. Let's see whether he can escape this, though. As over the wall he goes. Gideon needed to wait for the flag and drag. Doesn't get it in time. And Frog will escape.
Casting had exhaust. Was that up when that... I don't think he used it before, so I presume that was up when the all-in happened. Yeah, it was. He just didn't
press it.
I think there was definitely a time in which you could have pressed it and mitigated damage that could have helped you live at least for longer.
Would have guaranteed the kill onto Frog. I think I can guarantee that. But we're going to see this one more time. Just jumps on top of him.
Yeah.
We do have confirmation that he had exhaust.
Has lethal tempo stacked up and then goes for the old comp. I mean, the thing is, I guess you have to exhaust before he goes in the end. But if you caught him on the leap strike, it would have been pretty massive. And yeah, just gets to walk it out. So Frog really having a day out so far in this game. We knew he could bring out the Jax counter pick into the Olaf. And we knew it'd been successful before, but he is repeating that trend.
And who would have thought that a guy called Frog is good at a champion with an ability called Leap Strike?
It all makes sense.
It does all make sense. Frogs also really like to use lampposts as weapons. I learned that from a Frog documentary.
Yes.
I think David Attenborough narrated it. It was called Frog Planet, I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on it. Teddy going to be able to take the first turret, though, and the Bros move to a 1.6k gold advantage. Willa now in position in this Banana Brush.
Yeah, they've walked past a wood already, so they're kind of aware of what's going on. Given DRX will back up, but, I mean, the damage is done. That tower's gone. There's a 1,700 gold lead for Teddy already in this game. And
he's collecting.
That is definitely going to be a task for a Fed Jax to handle.
Yeah, they'll hand it over to Frog and say, you deal with this guy, please. And at least, Teddy is the Caitlyn. The Bros do need to be careful in navigating the next little while of this game. But it is going to be a trade of dragons. Ooh, Earth, Wind, and Fire available here today in this game right now. Just needs to be an Infernal. Let's see whether it does actually happen.
Odds are pretty low, which is why it's so impactful when it happens.
Exactly. It's got to happen. There it is! I knew it! There was going to be an Earth, Wind, and Fire today. Just wasn't in our first series. Ah, gorgeous. Thank you so much to Bro and QMDRX.
So, Hanji and Brian have the prio on moving up on the swap, and they've just taken 2 plates before anyone even... Whoa!
That is a magical journey!
That was a great stun!
Flash! That was sick! And you said that it was Frog's job to take... Oh, what? What the hell was that, Teddy? Oh, Frog thought he had him! And aiming did not have him!
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
A blunder, perhaps?
Or we know aiming quite well. We know he was like, I got that. Give me the kill. I got this kill. He did not have this kill. That's the spoiler.
And Frog's like, all right, sure, man, and just pieces out.
That was honestly a great play set up by Andal, and then just an actual phenomenal blunder on the back end. And that goal lead between the two AD carries has not shifted at all as a result, so...
It's actually a really big deal. At least Aiming does have the
And you know what? In terms of the impact to the state of the game, to the goal, to everything like that, it's also just a mega tilt, which
oh yeah,
I think also really rests on the minds of KRX.
And Aiming as well. I mean, he is one that can be a somewhat emotional player. Gideon and Roma going to be getting to work on this top outer turret. The bottom outer was already taken by Teddy previously in the game, and he is now parked in the mid lane. They've been able to keep their structures alive. Let's check this one out from Teddy's perspective, as it was a sick play from Andal, man.
The heal baits him, and then the Peacemaker
redirect. Now Frog is dead as well!
And it goes
to Teddy. Oh, no!
It's the Peacemaker redirect that got Aiming, caught him off guard, but now he just gets another kill. Now they're trying to dive. This is an Olaf with ult and exhaust.
He's sidestepping a lot of stuff. The exhaust goes down onto Willer. He's found the button this time as they get the Ragnarok, but they get nothing more. Oh, Ragnarok and the exhaust, but they don't get the flash out of the Olaf.
Yeah, they get the resources, give some space for Aiming to hit the tower, but they are backing off, and casting stuck around. Gideon's here too.
Aiming. He doesn't have flash. He does have ult, so there is a dash available. If that undertow had landed and Gideon had stayed interested, might have been a dead Yunara. But let's have a look at how this play all happened.
Oh yeah, going into spider form. Does have the repel to avoid the stun. A lot of damage from this Jax, but all in all, trading your Elise for a kill onto your AD carry, I think a pretty good trade.
Yep, you'd feel pretty good about that. I didn't even notice that Namgung died. I'm so desensitized to this guy dying, and I also don't think it actually impacts Bro's game at all.
Feels kind of weird.
Namgung just kind of dies all the time, and then can just still make great plays.
It feels kind of weird seeing an Elise with 0 in the death column, but especially when it's piloted by Namgun, so I think he just had to get one.
Well, do you know why? Because Lehens was the guy that played Elise all the time.
Yeah.
And he really popularized tactical inting.
Yeah. Wait, guys, Aiming finished his Kraken Slayer. That seems really significant and relevant compared to Teddy's items.
My God! Those are some good items from Teddy. Roma is now taking a lot of damage from the Frog. This Jax is a problem, and now Roma will have to flash. The turret is somewhat healthy.
It literally just feels like there's two main characters in this game. It's Teddy and it's Frog.
And Frog, I think, is going to look better when this second item comes in. Probably going to go for Sundered Sky next. But Teddy's already got 2. And next one, maybe a rapid fire
You know what's
cannon.
the weirdest thing? Is that Frog is level 11. He's about to hit 12. He's level 11. Teddy is also level 11.
Why is he level 11?
Yeah, because you may think, well, of course Teddy has more items. He has the gold quest. But Frog has the XP quest. And
he doesn't have the items or the level advantage. That's not fair.
Yeah, he's like half a bar ahead right now, which is, man, not the best situation. I mean, Teddy is just extremely strong.
And how is Aiming going to be the gold king this time when Teddy's got way more gold? This doesn't feel right. Maybe he's taking some plates, and a turret here towards his bottom side could help, as Gideon does secure the Rift Herald. Might even be able to take down this outer turret. That'd be the last one left on the Rift. As Yukal will be able to finish the job down here. Okay, Frog now pushing into casting once again. This Olaf does have 1 item, and that's it outside of his Doran's helm from earlier in the game. No shoes. But he doesn't really seem too bothered by it. I feel like Brolaf certainly shouldn't need shoes. You know?
Yeah, he's wearing the sandals.
Yeah.
You know what? That's something I'm wondering about. We have so many different types of shoes.
Yeah.
In League of Legends, we don't have any sandals.
It's a really good point. I wonder what the sandal shoes would do. Like, what stats would they have?
Yeah.
What do we need stats-wise to give to shoes?
I mean, we have Magic Pen, we don't have Armor Pen, but that would be really broken. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a reason why we don't have Armor Pen shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going to have that. But
maybe it could be
something else.
Could be something river-related, right?
Health regen shoes that give you crazy health regen in the river.
That'd be so...
And they're sandals.
Yeah.
That would make, like, that's a sandally vibe.
That's true. You just relax in the river for a bit. And
Yeah. And it does extra healing on champions that would suit it, like Neela. It's all right. Andal is going to deny the charge, but the Bros might be able to use this to grab some damage from Teddy, and they do. Teddy does not really care too much about whether this charge happens because he is basically doing as much as a charge.
Yeah.
He does hit turrets.
It's a good move by Andal there to prevent the charge and slow down the pace of the game a little bit. That's the thing, is when you lose those outer towers, the crystalline overgrowth starts stacking on the inner towers. So the quicker they go down, the quicker the threat builds up on your tier 2s. So keeping that alive for the time being definitely will help out.
And also having this top lane outer turret for KRX on such low health really doesn't feel great. The fact that crystalline overgrowth isn't getting as much value as it could.
Yeah, it just feels like a waste.
Yeah. This, not as much of a waste, because, you know, at least it's got a lot of health in the mid lane. Problem is, that is a mid lane outer turret that has a lot of health. The Bros also managed to get the next Drake. Fiend Hunter bolts are done here for aiming. He is going to be a late game threat, that's for sure.
Eddie just permanently feels like an item ahead of aiming. And to be fair, aiming has finished...
That's because he is.
Aiming has finished his tier 2 boots, but with crit 80 carries, I feel like being at that extra item threshold just makes such a big difference.
Yeah, Teddy also rapid fire cannon next because he doesn't need the armor pen as much. Feels pretty good. As now I'm going with his dash cannon. Going to be able to get out of the way of the orb. No shockwave opportunity there. Frog does finally knock down that top outer turret. And KRX move to a little bit of an almost gold lead until it does get nullified immediately. This is such a bro and brew, Ox. Like, we are in the thick of it right now.
The tiramisu for the bro and brew.
Oh my gosh. It's one of those tiramisus that have been sitting around for a while as well. It's truly soaked in.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, fantastic. Have you been to Emart Traders before?
No.
They sell a tiramisu that is like the size of a house. It is massive. It's like a bucket of tiramisu.
That seems like bad information to give me.
Yeah, we bought it one time, and I was like, what the hell are we going to do with all this tiramisu? I think we had 8 people coming over, and we still were left with like 3/4 of that tiramisu.
That's crazy.
It was absurd. But I think we would be able to get through it in a series like this. This would give us the time to get through that kind of tiramisu, I think.
Nice little straight walk from aiming. No sidestepping, dodges away for the cocoon.
Yeah, he's just busy trying to earn that gold. Has managed to bring that gold lead down by about a cull's worth, because that's basically how it's moved.
That's funny, then.
Rapid fire cannon done. Oh, God.
Oh, and the Chovy belt for Roma. So some big spikes coming through. And KRX not really in a position to get aiming anywhere near his third item, although Yukal already has a second.
You know my feeling about this game, Ox?
What is your...
My feeling is all this preamble, all of this stuff that's happened at the beginning of the game, Teddy making the sick out plays, finding the first blood, and Frog being all cool and all that sort of stuff, I don't think it's relevant.
Okay.
I think like something's going to happen in the late game. Someone's going to make a mistake, or there's a capitalization that comes in, or Andal finds another one of these Tempered Fates but actually hits a priority target with it. And then the game is just going to be over. I think it's just going to be so even, and someone's going to trip on the shoelaces and it's going to be done.
You're implying that a Rise Group game between 2 LCK teams could be settled on a random happenstance in the late game.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's
It
a
just
wild
happened.
suggestion.
It just
and
might
yet,
happen.
It could well happen.
The realm of possibility. That's where I like to live, Ox. And that's precisely where I am. Casting being an Olaf that's holding a wave. Doesn't feel fantastic. This would give a bit of tempo back to KRX, though. Always get nervous when waves are frozen by top laners next to inner turrets. Let's give KRX a lot of extra space. And there are 45 seconds left on this this Drake. That would be soul point available for the Bros.
But they don't really have currently access to the area. A lot of control from KRX as they cut in here into the enemy jungle. So Hanjin Beyond, despite being a team that have had a bit more control over this game, need to get themselves situated, especially when you have a Caitlyn who really wants to be setting up those traps and forming a line with them.
Yep. 40 CS ahead of the clock, by the way, is Teddy. having a very good time right now. Oh, Willer and Andal. This is a sneaky play. Aiming is a little bit worse for Weather, and Andal doesn't quite find that Cosmic Binding at all. Teleport brings Yukal in as Namgung is trying to escape. Going to fail to do so, but that is so much damage, and the Lee Sin just immediately goes down. Petrifying Gaze comes in from Roma as well. It's going to hold Frog in position, and the Ragnarok Viking is just going to chase them down. Magical Journey's fantastic, but it's no Elise versus no Lee Sin, and this is unfortunately not 2020, and so therefore it's not both junglers dead. Roma is now able to find an angle towards Andal as well, and KRX, yeah, they thought they had an opportunity, but I do not think they do. Oh, never mind. Back. Frog might leap on top of them. Does get into the brush here as Casting's looking to try and catch him off onto the side. Teddy was stepped forward. I don't know whether he really wanted to. These health bars are relatively low. Gideon secures the dragon. There's a knock-up, though. That'll deny the Counter-Strike value, and Frog just goes down. It's a reckless swing, but a swing nonetheless as Namgung catches Andal, turns back up, takes out the Bard. No questions up. That's why this guy gets more powerful every time he dies.
That's what I'm talking about. Of course, Hanjin Brion win that because Namgung died. It's the key to their play. I think ultimately, just the bit of an overstep here from Willer. They're trying to chase onto the backline. Namgung's the initial target, but he repels onto the minions, and then the Tempered Fate honestly kind of helps. Teddy flashes out of it. They can't follow from Namgung. They instantly chain on Willer, and he gets exploded. And yes, they kill the Elise, but it doesn't really matter. It's a big Petrifying Gaze from Roma. And the Magical Journey value, pretty massive.
Dude, look at how many... Did you see the control wards in that
Yes,
rush?
they killed all 3 of them.
That was
triple kill on the control wards.
They put so much time with those control wards, I imagine.
Yeah, but you got to factor that in.
Yeah.
All the gold in. There was a lot from those control wards. Now, Frog feels like he's on a great angle because everyone's starting to get low. He's a Jax, a lot of auto attackers. But the disruption here, I think, is beautiful. Gideon knocking him up and then walking out of the counter-strike, so no one gets stunned there.
It was beautifully played. Yeah. And no shockwave. The old positioning was pretty good towards the end there. And yes, there is a fight, but a good Magical Journey will get KRX out of there.
I just kind of get the feeling that if it wasn't for the Magical Journey, KRX would have like triple the amount of deaths.
Oh, yeah. It's what's keeping this relatively close, but the gold lead I think is the largest it's been so far. Plus, those 2 Infernal Drakes, pretty scary. They do manage to get some control though of this mid lane, as we can see. More defensive trap positioning here.
Feels like Hanjin Brion are constantly giving space to KRX, not just kind of face checking into them, but saying, okay, you guys have numbers here, we will respect that, we will back off. Has obviously slowed the pace of the game down, but considering how a lot of our Rise games go, it makes a lot of sense. Showing some good discipline here are the Bros.
Casting just giving us a kaboom here towards the bottom side of the map, and it will just wipe out.
Good noise on that ability, honestly.
I love that skin.
Yeah.
Brolaf, I think it's got to be one of the best.
I think it's one of these things with champions where, like, they do make other good skins, but when you just peaked that early on, it just must feel futile.
Yeah, how are you supposed to ever like use any of the other ones? And there are some really cool Olaf skins. Unfortunately, why would you use them? It's like Trundle, you know, Junkyard Trundle. It was the best. And then they remade Trundle and ruined it. But at the beginning, like, there was never a need to get any of the others.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the vibe we have now with Rumble, just always Galaxy.
Oh, it's also Bro using Brolaf. We were just reminded of that.
So
that is also, like,
that's
pretty peak. I mean, everyone has to use it, but the Bros really, really have to use
Imagine when Bro win Worlds.
Oh.
They have, like...
The Brolaf?
Brolaf?
Bro. Do you know what? It just needs to be the Brolaf skin with all the Brolaf, like, voice lines still there, just wearing a Bro jersey. That's all it is.
That's all we need.
We need it as low effort as possible because that skin is perfect, right?
Yep.
And so you just, like, tack a little Bro on. Oh, my. Now they have to win Worlds. Oh, dear. That's putting a lot of pressure onto the Bros. Let's see whether they can beat KRX
Hey, it's still possible. We haven't mapped it out, but I can tell you I did fact check this.
It is mathematically possible for them to win.
Yeah, and that's the best kind of possible.
Yeah. Is it? I guess there's not... I mean, the other kinds of possible are just possible.
Yeah, are the other kinds of possible?
What other kind of possible is there outside of just regular and mathematically? What about geographically possible?
Yeah, that's a big one too.
What about Brolafly possible?
Well, I think it is geographically possible because they could travel.
They can get there.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping.
It's mathematically and geographically
Maybe
possible.
scientifically possible. But
Yeah.
they say kind of things like, oh yeah, you know, people have theories like, oh yeah,
yes, it's
like in Interstellar, you could go in a black hole. I'm like, could you? Like you say it's scientifically possible, but I'm not going to do it.
Yes. I think anything that ends with alley is possible. Like you can just say that word.
Bowling alley possible?
Yeah, it's a bowling alley possible. It's yeah. Diagonally possible.
Yeah. Oh, that's if you have a bishop in chess.
Yeah, exactly. Or a queen. Royally possible. It's no worries. We have really gone off the deep end. I thought the tiramisu conversation was going to be the worst part, but nope.
It is the
we
soul
managed to beat
fight,
it.
and KRX have control of the area, so Hanjin Brion trying to move in.
Yeah, Willer's going to kick the Olaf. Don't know about that one, but it still does at least manage to CC him. The body's already dead. Teddy gets out of the way of Frog, who does flash, but then gets put into the Cataclysm, flagged and dragged across the ground. And the Bros, they should be able to guarantee this dragon if it does fly its way back to this pit. It will do that, and now they'll have the power of fire to bear down on KMDRX.
Big pickup there with the Infernal Soul, and honestly, Hanjin Brion playing that one really well, controlling the fight, peeling backwards, keeping Teddy safe. Does have to burn the flash, but it's definitely with keeping himself alive. And here, Willet kicks the Olaf, but the follow-up's just not really there. I'm not sure what the game plan was, especially when he just ults afterwards. And here, Frog goes in, but the follow-up isn't there this time. And it kind of just leaves you thinking maybe if the Lee Sin and the Jax were attacking Teddy, he would have gone down and the fight would have been playable. I don't think the Shockwave was used there.
Well, certainly not on cooldown as Gideon finds Willa once again. The Cocoon goes in. That was too magical. Too magical, Andal. Too magical. I know we were talking about Diagon Alley before. And yeah, look, that was kind of where they were going. Maybe there was more of a Nocturne Alley, although he was banned this game. There is the Baron going down, though. And Willa, he is still alive. And the Tempered Fate is going to buy some time, but look at this trap line. Ooh, Petrifying Gaze comes in, and they are looking to try and kill Willa, but it's the Olaf that dies. Has it bought them enough space, though? The answer is absolutely. Frog possibly caught out as well, as Namgung looks to make his way over, does at least repel towards the Jax, is aiming. Does have that ult running, but that's going to wear off relatively soon, and my goodness, Teddy, every shot he gets off.
Oh man, the Infernal Soul damage feels so bad. Oh,
Yukao gets 1,500 assists, and Shockwave is going to entirely miss. Gideon, though, is going to have to flash to pick up that kill. Has the GA available. Romer is looking for Willa. He'll find him. Willa is looking for nothing because he's blind. Not quite able to do that as Namgung is able to flash himself over the bramble back wall. And Teddy, in the meantime, is just winning the game.
Yeah, has good priorities there, does Teddy. That got a little bit chaotic towards the end. I love how the camp... Oh, Roma has 0 mana. You have no mana.
Well, he has a B button, and unfortunately that is going to get stopped. Does he have enough mana to kill Andal? The answer is it doesn't. Yes. The answer is yes. But still, aiming does manage to get a kill.
You know, because of the Rod of Ages effect, what's the one it has and Catalyst has? Where you take damage, you get mana back?
Yeah.
You see how quickly his mana filled up there?
It's absurd. That item is pretty dumb.
So they managed to stall out the Baron, but we just see the Olaf leap on a Willa to force him away. Casting does die, but the job is done. I love how in this ensuing situation, we saw Willa step on a trap, and the camera like quickly panned over to show it.
Yeah.
So initially, it looks like things are all over. Things are going to back off. And then we have here, Roma's chasing Willa off to the side, and Willa actually steps on a trap, so Roma's like, okay, I'll go for it. I can chase him here. This was just chaos. Gideon trading his GA for a kill. Willa unable to get away from this. Slows coming in, and the chase potential. And then here, yeah, just watch the mana as his health goes down. Because he's pretty low. You're like, okay, he can't really do any spells. And it's like, oh, it just starts flying up.
Whoop. He wasn't able to use it that well, but still did get enough spells out to kill the Bard.
So Teddy does have 100% crit chance. Doesn't quite have the Bloodthirster, which is humongous spike. Just being able to sustain any poke, really.
So he doesn't have 120% crit chance? Frustrating.
Well, you wouldn't get any crit from the Bloodthirster, so...
All right. But he doesn't have 120% still.
No.
Because I think it caps at 100.
Though. But yeah, so, nice rocket belt.
Ulti comes on through. Namgung. Will he be able to find a cocoon? That's the question. Does he even want to? That's the other one.
Ow.
Oh my lord. Yukao did not want to tank that. He's like, I will command protect myself. Never mind.
The last time I was casting an Infernal Soul, because obviously teams don't often let it get to this point, but just seeing all this burst damage is pretty painful.
Yeah. I think KRX certainly know about it now. As casting, just standing outside turret range. Gideon moves on over. They're just going to slowly siege this
You know
one
what's
up.
one of the most annoying ones is Jarvan has the red smite, and he'll just drop a flag on you, and he'll steal that damage and the Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
So he actually can just poke.
The flag actually does damage.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd.
Okay, well, we've got some backs being channeled here. The Baron has now worn off. 4.5k is the advantage. Teddy has a GA. Oh dear. This is getting to the point where things are going to be tough for KRX to win the game. However, what did I say before? This game could just come down to one of those moments where they just die like this. Not exactly the target they needed to kill.
You know,
the bros do get stronger when Namgung dies.
As soon as he left that brush that casting is in, I just knew he was dead.
Yeah.
The vision toggle definitely sold it, but you know, that's how it goes.
Oh dear. They're going to engage. Willa will take some damage here, but there's a counter-strike from Frog. Oh, the Tempered Fate to deny the damage here as aiming is going to get flashed out of the way of Vandal. Gets 3-shot by Teddy. Frog gets on top of him though. The counter-strike comes in. The GA is put to work as now Roma just standing in defense. It's a phenomenal petrifying gaze as Casting was trying to get the vision.
Oh, the shockwave!
Under two, Teddy taken out by a slurkle of all things. And KRX somehow keep everyone but Andal alive.
They managed to find the angle. Teddy, GA gone, Flash gone.
He's dead
Elder
for
in
20
30
seconds.
They're not going to be up for it.
Oh my goodness. The Elder will be up and then 20 seconds later, Teddy will respawn. And KRX, they even got back to base for a reset before they fight for this one, and they may not even need to.
This was a big play from KRX, but also a bit of a throw from Hanji Brion. The Tempered Fate is phenomenal here. And we quickly see Teddy having to flash away from the aiming laser. Frog gets in, we've seen the value of that Jax into the Olaf, into the Caitlyn, and even manages to flash out afterwards. Just the fact, this shockwave, they just move forward, catch them off guard, Yukal making the big play, and now Elder in hand for KRX.
My goodness. And what did we say at the very beginning of this game as well? It was KRX have a composition that are largely angled towards late-game scaling champions, such as Jax, Orianna, and Yunara. Well, guess what? It's 35.5 minutes into the game, and yeah, the enemy team has Infernal Soul, but they've got Elder, and these champions all have lots of items.
It's the Gold King. Of course, aiming is now ahead in gold.
By 1.6k as well.
Although in terms of the race to 400 CS, 399 for Teddy, 397 for aiming. There's no cams to pick up on the way back. I think Teddy is going to win that race.
I think he's going to get there. Not a bad clip to get there either. And Roma is not far behind him. Almost has a 50, it in fact has a 50 CS lead over Yukal right now on this Cassiopeia. Like you saw, KRX, they now get themselves into a gold advantage.
Oh, there's 400 for aiming. Got the Raptors.
Oh, nailed it. And Teddy actually didn't stick around for that bot wave. So the Gold King will make it to 400 first, and also makes it to full items first. So he didn't even need to make it to 400 necessarily. KRX going to use that Elder in order to take this Baron. They'll do so for free.
Yep. Good call from Hanjin Brion just to let this one go. Yep. A minute on the Elder. That's what you have to stall out for. If you give up the inner, fine. Honestly, give up the inhibitor, it's fine, but just don't let them end the game and don't fight.
That would be the optimal move. And they don't have a massive amount of range. Their siege isn't exactly the greatest. But Namgung will get one shot almost completely. So
honestly,
they need to be very careful.
The Infernal Soul helps with clearing the wave out, that AoE explosion, with the 4 cannons again.
What is it with
that we
4
saw
cannons
from
today?
last series, just doing so much work. Now, they should be able to defend the Nexus Towers here. Good Peacemaker there.
Yeah, that's going to get a bit of damage down. Only 2 of the cannons remain.
seconds, that's all you're waiting.
Ooh, Roma actually getting some decent damage here on a Frog. Could be meaningful, but these Nexus turrets, I mean, they're starting to just go down. 16 seconds left on this Elder Drake. And the Bros might actually have to fight to stop this or try their very best to take down these minions. At least they do get... Oh, that was such a good Ragnarok. And Petrifying Gaze on a 3! They're against Elder and the Bros are still making it happen! Roma goes golden to try and deny the dragon and the buff is going to wear off! It's a counter ace by the Bros and they'll run up the mid lane to win the game!
And that was early. Elder was still there. We still were getting the executes, but Bro just find the angle to win it despite that.
Broma is an absolute monster in the clutch. It is nutty what this guy makes happen. And Namgung was dead. Like, this is an optimal team fight. Clean ace, Namgung dies, and the Bros will win the game.
Aiming may have hit 400 CS first, but you're not going to win against Bro and the Bro and Brew.
Oh, heck no. 1.5k gold, absolutely nothing. They were against basically Exodia, but the Bros, they even let them have the buff and still won the team fight to win the game.
What a crazy fight that was, because again, they felt the hand was forced, the Lee Sin went in, they were like, let's take the opportunity.
But he also kicked an Olaf again!
Well, actually, he went for the Olaf, but then he kicked the Caitlyn.
Did he?
Off to the side.
Ah!
It wasn't optimal, but I think he kicked the Caitlyn. We'll have to watch it again. Either way, a huge engage came out from Bro, and the Elder was still active. The execute was still potentially there, and it just did not matter.
I just have to say, we have been gifted with some pretty incredible game ones today.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what the best thing about today is?
What's the best
It's because we've got the bucket of tiramisu.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's so much. This is 3 games worth. You know, what else are we going to do with it? We need more time. And so this Bro and Brew, it will continue. KRX, I believe in them. The bounce back is guaranteed to give us that game number 3. Let's have a look at the damage here. Teddy doing a whole bunch of it. Aiming did more. And as you can see there, it was the almost throw. Do you know? No. That's not a throw. That's a pass. That's a pass, okay?
Call that the 1-2.
Yeah.
And you know what? Fair play. KRX, we're not ball hogs. They give it straight back again.
They certainly did. All right, but speaking of straight back again, it is time to go to a short break. After that, we'll be straight back to the space and then straight back to us for game number 2. We'll see you there.
장로 11시야. 이제 천천히 보자. 아직 11시야.
아, 오케이.
아, 리신. 말했다.
아, 여기 맞아. 맞아. 유나라 이 없어. 유나라 맞아.
뿌리야,
미드.
바텀 잘 보자.
바탕 가자. 끝난 거 같아. 우리
그냥
파
딱
나한테 뭐냐 이거. 바탕 가자 얘들아.
잠깐 해볼게, 얘들아.
끝난 거 같아. 나이스.
다행이다.
다행이다.
진짜 설계지겠네, 이거 나한테 온 거. 뭐? 음방하고 난 내쪽으로 온 거. 설계지. 새로 기억이 안 나.
괜찮아. 다판 잘한다.
잘 끝내. 나이스.
내가 좀
한진브리온과 비행기 KRX의 경기가 이어집니다. 상대를 추락시키고 라이잭 왕이 된 팀이 누구일지 오늘 경기에서 가려지게 됩니다.
카밀 박혀있으면 쉔 올라오면 칼부터 할 수 있다.
나 상태는 좀 안 좋긴 하고. 아, 나 할 수 있어, 근데 어제나.
야 온다 싸우자. 근데 우리 미드만 집 갔다 온 거라 싸운다. 야 이게 없어 자루만 지금.
오케이.
오늘 가볼게.
카밀 봐봐.
나도 간다.
빨면서
이거 리신 도플 얘들아. 게이드 리신풀도 빠졌다.
이거 리신 위로 밀려나서 나 용쪽 바로 칠게 이거.
탑 한 번 볼 수 있거든, 이번에. 그럼 얘 앞으로 박으면 그냥 무빙만 당겨줘. 계속 싸우는 중.
걔다 혼자야. 자루 아래야. 쟤도 아래야. 탑다이브 보자 이거. 로커 탑 가는 거 조심. 뭐 없어.
야, 오늘.
미안하다. 괜찮아.
이거 계속 내가 움직여줄 테니까 내가 이득 봐줄게. 천천히 해봐. 받으려면 한번 따해볼래 그냥? 진짜 오래 비긴 해. 바로 와볼래?
야 나 다이브 안 당해. 받을게.
바텀 쪽 할게 나도.
야얘 혼자 있어.
보자. 이거 수도 안돼 얘네. 좋다. 뺄게 이거.
시간 안 돼. 걔 혼자야.
온대 줘 계속. 뺄게. 죽었다.
그냥 쟤네 들어오는 거에 스킬 연계만 하면 이길 것 같아.
용사 이번에 무조건 해야 돼 얘들아.
제이스만 테는데 한번 노려보든가. 제이스는 생각해줘. 아래쪽으로 뚫을까 그러면?
아래쪽으로 뚫자.
찍어줘야 돼 민재야.
야 보고 싶어. 얘네가 박아.
찍으라고. 야 위로 빼자. 빼볼래 이거?
나 지금 진 노플이야.
지금부터.
야 카미 봐줄래. 카미 봐줘.
넣고
빼줘 나머지. 방금처럼 그냥 카밀 궁에 나 궁 얹으면 엄청 좋은 것 같아. 유충강 나와 어때?
나와 형.
얘네 치고 있을 수도 있어. 뚫어야 돼.
여기 나가고 싶어.
오케이 나가자.
살짝 볼게 이거.
나이큐
노플.
잡은 거 같은데.
로크 간다 얘들아.
거기서 잡아줄게.
일단 해봤어.
빨면서.
야 맞아. 야 맞아.
가.
야 쉘 그건 없어 지금.
자르반.
오케이 없어.
나 살긴 해.
나 자르반.
마무리 돼.
안돼.
진짜는 이거 들어오면 텔 타고 쌈 보자. 일단 봐줘.
야 봐줘.
야 볼게 잘.
진.
오케이 신발. 천천히 해봐. 나 뒤가 안 나 얘들아. 지금 궁 끊어줄게.
길게 봐봐. 리신 높여 놓고.
리신 볼게.
리신 높여 놓고.
빨렸다.
진 노플이야.
시야 같이 뜰자 이거.
같이 쫓아요.
되게 안 보자.
나 가는 중. 야쟤 불렸어. 야 앞라인 보면 좋아 보이네.
나 해볼게 이거. 와봐.
앞부터 해봐. 야 나 앞서.
해달고 안 돼.
나 버려.
교환했어. 나 레이저 되는데.
나 방어
위에서 제이스 와.
야 리신 높여.
위에서 제이스 와.
그냥 잡아볼래?
그냥 너네가 강 만들어 나 후진이 볼게 계속. 바로 싸움을 하자.
치면 싸우자. 얘네 칠 거야 이번에 급해서.
근데 그냥 치자.
오케이.
야 나오는 거 보자 이러면.
천천히 해야 돼 이러면. 로크나 볼게 이거. 로크나 볼게. 상대 노플이야. 자
한대부터.
빼면서.
로커 잡았어 얘들아.
저 발레리키 높대. 코르키 높대.
그렇게 맞아.
나 코르키 볼게 이거. 에 높을. 다 높을.
미드 가면 끝나냐 이거?
끝나진 않아.
3년 안 끝나? 3년 충이라 해보자 이거. 끝날 것 같은데?
로크 잘 물었다 형. 저거만 보고 있었어. 단미도 올 것 같은데. 나 그냥 지금부터 숨어 있어 볼게 이거.
야 카메리치 거기 숨어있어 볼래 계속 그냥? 너 안 느꼈어? 한 칸씩 올리면서 미드 탑 하자. 오케이.
카메 여기 아래 숨어 있는 것 같아. 대광.
오케이. 더 숨어있어 봐 성훈아.
나 근데 웨이브 좀 많이 멀어서.
오케이 기다릴게. 야 이거 카메 이제 그라인 끝나면 안 보이면 천천히 따라와봐. 천천히.
오케이.
얘네 근데 라클 안 좋아서 해볼만해 이거.
다 천천히 치자.
다음 라인도 오거든? 길게 봐봐 이거.
하긴.
얘들아 진 봐줄 생각해줘.
올 수 있어? 야 보자 잘해보자. 야 볼게.
야 앞라인.
안 보인다잉. 야 지지지지.
카메 뒤에서 나왔어.
아 맞지 진보다 진.
나 안 좋아. 애매.
맞아. 나 밑으로.
밀어.
나다.
재밌다.
야 정훈아 우리 설계 좋았다잉.
잘했다.
이것이 수련회
5,000포인트, 1000포인트 한 번에 오면서
힘든 게임이었는데 정말 멋진 승리했습니다. 한진브리온.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. We have been blessed with some bangers today, and this one did not disappoint as well as Hanjin Breon had the lead. KRX wrestled it back, and it was a deja vu moment for Hanjin Brion, just like what they did against BNK KRX, save their game at the base and steal away game number 1.
It was a pretty messy one. Even from the early game, we had a little bit of fighting. You know, it's a bit of a bro and brew type series. You know, this is the iconic bro and brew back in the DRX days. We were looking at where's the key point in this game, you know, and we were looking for it. We were hunting for it. And we're like, I guess we'll just have to keep waiting. It's not really. It's a little unclear for most of the early game there.
We definitely waited for 22 minutes. It was a bit while, but I think it's still, there was an early play, really nice play by Hanjin Brion, but the thing is like, the macro, the team-wise, I think they actually didn't really play well. Like lane statement, like there was a little bit misplayed it, and also they were not actually, they lead the goal, like global goal, like 2,000 gold ahead, but the thing is like they couldn't actually snowball from it. And I think ends up kind of 50-50 at the team fight.
All right, let's dive on into it. This first one was indeed a long one because it started off with an attempt in the mid lane, 1-for-1, but then Kiwoom DRX stick around.
Kiwoom DRX trying to get the wraparound here on this play. Aiming gets chunked out, and it's very difficult for him to sandwich here. He wants to play through Andil here. As now I'm going, could have flashed here, but decides to go to repel later. Gets caught by this Tempered Fate.
Could have flashed here as well, the Bard ulti. I could have flashed the Orianna ulti as well. But the thing is, I think the KMDRX, they over-chased the Casio. If they want to chase like this actually strongly, they should have recognized that they still have a Casio ulti, so actually they have to back off. I think it was really nice play.
Andil, what is this? Is he trying to get Yukal out?
Like, he tried it.
Is he hoping that Yukal is just... I mean, in all seriousness, I think he might have been thinking that Yukal might be able to use that if he walks back, but... It didn't work. It was very strange. And then Frog here is really trying to close the door on this play, and it's a great knock up here from Gideon, and they just outplay him. But this is a huge turning point in this game because at this moment, Bro get a massive amount of control. As can't explain that one either from Andil, but again, trying to save the play in some way there. Andil had a rough game. He's had a rough few Bard games, actually. We gave him a ton of credit for this pick, but people are leaving it open against him. We didn't like how they tried to use it in this draft with the Yunara, but just in its own isolation, pretty rough game.
And Huni, early on here, even after that, you brought up a good point. The gold lead earlier for Hanjin Brion was a lot larger, and then over time it slowly started to slink away because they kept staying grouped up to prevent things like this happening, where finally the composition comes online for Kiwoom DRX
No.
It's a 4v5.
No. This one, no.
And Elder is spawning in minute. And they were actually willing to fight this off as a 4v5.
All right, wait for that Orianna ball on the ground.
And
could either A, walk away,
they failed,
or B,
this played it. This plays the Kate trap as well. So they could actually finish the lead. That was a super huge mistake as well. And
they're just greeting for this fight here. I mean, they're in the lead, but they're in a defensive posture where they actually don't have control of the situation at all. This is exactly where the Orianna wants to be. That's where she wants to be putting a shockwave when everyone's standing in the same exact spot there, trying to fight through a choke point outside their base.
So Kiwoom, after holding on for such a long time, very similar to what we saw T1 do against Gen G, they finally get control of the game after taking the Baron. They have Elder, but it's ticking down 20 seconds here, Huni.
I mean, first of all, I don't really like the setup. Like, they have a Caitlyn and Casio who can actually zone control so easily. And look at this, just Jack's HP.
It's also Infernal on the defense, so this is a pretty limiting push, right? Like, you're low on time with your Elder buff, but you don't have a huge wave to play through. So someone wants to pull the trigger. We're going to roll it forward here as Willer's the one who makes that call, but it's onto an Olaf who just ults and then kills him. And then the follow-up here from Roamer. Roamer had a pretty good laning phase. He had some really good moments against Yukal on the Orianna in the early laning phase. But there were like 3 huge fights this game where he has a massive petrifying gaze. And this is the one that closes the game out. Willer's attempt there, I think they started to feel the pressure, like this wave's thinning out. We don't want to deal with this composition. They have a huge push with this Caitlyn. If we back here, we're going to lose everything on the map. So Willer looks for the play, but there wasn't a good target. The formation was too good defensively.
Yeah, I mean, the Elder buff was those like remaining like 10 seconds. That's why they were so desperate. But I can't really blame from the Willer because like as a team cult, like you have to threat as a two wave, like, otherwise you don't have actual zone control. The Casio was hogging the mid turret inhibitor and was like super easy to play it out through it.
Yeah, well, Hanjin Brion despite losing their top inhib, despite losing out Elder Dragon, find a way to pull out game number 1. Let's see what happens here in game number 2 as we send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. A lot of confusion is what I kind of got out of that, and honestly, it's all we really wanted here from this Rise group banger.
It really was. You know, we talked about it being the dessert after a great main course, and we still have the entire bucket of tiramisu to work through.
Oh, we really do. And we are not even scratching the surface yet. Like, we've barely even got to, like, the real tiramisu. We're still on the top layer.
Haven't made a real dent.
Nope. And I'm looking forward to really getting into the meat and potatoes of it, which there aren't any meat and potatoes.
I was about to say, why is that? What type of
analogy
tiramisu?
was used wrong, okay? It was used wrong, but you're gonna have to bear with me.
This is like the the Friends episode where they make the trifle and the pages stick together.
Ah, yeah.
And they start going in like some mince in it. And just it is.
Sometimes you do make those bets, though. You know, I went on a school camp once where there were combinations that should have never happened in a sandwich, but I digress. It is now time for us to see what happens here in game number 2. A very different draft, all sorts of new things, and let's see whether KRX can give us what we deserve, which is a 3rd game in this series.
I think the thing is, we kind of set up the previous series like this has to be a 3-gamer,
and it did, but it wasn't.
And it wasn't, but there's something about
no. This
these
doesn't
two teams.
have to be.
No, it gets to be.
Yeah, exactly.
And
No,
you
it
just-
will be. It's different. There's a. Oh, we deserve to have these 2 teams really battle it out and give us this incredibly high quality 3-game series. No, that's not what this is. This is a 3-game series.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
So we have to view this from the lens of KRX are winning this game.
And what are they going to use in order to win this game?
Yep.
That is exactly where we're at. They are going to use first pick in order to do it. And we are once again going to have blue side picking first and red side picking second. It's crazy. It's 2024 up in here.
Yeah, this just feels so traditional.
Oh.
You know, this could be any year from the start of League of Legends.
This is like classic. League Classic, man. We're in League Classic again.
Are we? Yeah, we might actually be.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. Camille's too new. Sorry.
Well, she was banned. Let's see whether the amount of classic champs that are going to get locked in. Looking forward to the first big casted all right, both of the new supports are going to be taken off the board here by KRX. We do have 2 junglers removed by Hanjin Brion.
So last time it was Ezreal for KRX and Lucian for Hanjin Brion that were the final. Well, not actually the final bans, but the other bans that they had apart from those. This time, Rumble gets taken out here. Not a ban we've seen for a while in the first rotation.
Yeah, it is definitely one of Casting's better picks. I think that he is very, very good at this champion. So it does make some sense there, but we haven't really seen him in the ban list. Maybe they knew that Huni was on the desk, and so they were like, you know what? Sorry, Huni. You're going to have to save your Rumble rating for Game 3.
So are you prioritizing the Lucian here for KRX with that being open? I know Ezreal is also open. Pick Teddy's very comfortable on, but I feel like Lucian Milio has just been so dominant right now.
First pick Lucian might be a little awkward, but I guess there's not a whole lot of other things you're going to pair the Milio with.
So they prio the Karma. They want to try and ensure that they have a good matchup in the bot lane, regardless of what Hanjin Brion pick. If they pick the Ezreal, then they can go like Sivir Karma. If they pick Lucian Milio, they can go Ezreal Karma. So making a pick here to try and just ensure the bot lane is going to be comfortable 2v2. Hanjin Brion will look to be taking away the Xin Zhao, which we've seen be a very good pairing with the Karma specifically, and they will pick up that Lucian. One of the things that we're taking the Lucian here, Milio is 3rd pick. Like, we know that's going to happen.
Yeah.
So KRX can pick their AD carry here, and then you can pick a solo laner, and Hanjin Brion can't respond. So there's that element of this. If they want to kind of play it a bit safer, though, they could just pick a jungler on 3 instead. But I really think it's more advantageous to pick the solo lane with free cover.
I would like to see that, but instead, we are hovering a Wukong, and that will be locked in
Well, they just prio that. Wanting to make sure they have some engage from the jungle, considering they have a Calm in the support role.
Yep. Melio, I've written it down. That is going to be the lock-in here. They could theoretically pivot and play Lucian with something else that's not as good, but I highly doubt that that is what's going to happen. So the Melio will be now locked away.
Yeah.
And Teddy has had some success with this Lucian. Isn't necessarily a Pays and Carrier situation where you kind of just have to ban it every game because they are too good. I feel like Goomer and Delight have been similar. But see whether Teddy and Namgung can really pull out all the stops, get some advantages here against another relatively powerful lane in the Ezreal Karma. Annie going to be taken away. You see the Wukong, you ban the Annie. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, makes complete sense here. Something to talk about in terms of the top lane is Vayne just does get banned away. Jay's still an option that's available here.
Oh, big one.
And Bessa definitely in a decent spot. So we'll see what these teams opt to prioritize there.
I do think that the bros probably want to pick the Jace. That's what I would expect. Have the blind Jace without Olaf as an option into it. The Yorick is still there for Frog, but I don't think the Yorick is nearly as dangerous as the Olaf has been in the past. Syndra going to be taken away from Yukal though.
I think a lot of the setup picks for Yukal to pair with this Wukong could still, in theory, go something like a Galio. And the lock is still open and available for both teams. Now Gnar comes through as a ban, hammering away at these ranged top laners. And it is just going to be the Jace slam for Bro, as you said.
Felt pretty obvious, but the Cassante answer.
Yeah.
We've seen this work, but it's not necessarily a shutout on the Jace. And that will be locked away. So, what are we blind picking in mid? Yukal? That is the big question.
A lot of mids thinned out already. I feel like you could go the lock direction. Oh, it's just going to be the Victor. I haven't been so keen on the Victor recently. Hasn't had as much success in the LCK.
Yeah.
But does feel like just a standard mage. You can throw it down, has decent prio, decent team fighting.
Let's see whether it is going to be committed to here. Still hasn't been quite locked in, but it looks like that will be the way. So Victor making this one a very standard draft. As I was thinking about the Sylas, but I was also thinking that perhaps like it's just Cyclone.
Yeah, this,
you know, Arcane Storm is okay.
These aren't great ults for Sylas, if I'm being real. There's no big winner here.
No.
Normally you want to pick Sylas when there's at least one, ideally two, big winning ultimates, but these ones all kind of eh.
The Karma ultimate is especially not good. The Akali makes a bit more sense. I do like this one from Roma. So this is what Hanjin Breon have elected to lose with. And KRX, a very stock standard draft to win the game with. Because we are definitely going to 3 games. That's why I say it like that.
Yeah, of course. I do think one concern for KRX that they're going to have to overcome is you have these 2 carries, you have a top lane tank. If Akali dives in and kills your Ezreal, it's going to feel a little rough following through on the fight after that. So we'll have to see if aiming and Yukal can get into a position of strength in this one.
Yep, definitely a lot of front-to-back power here for KRX. A little bit more finesse necessary, I think, here for the Hanjin Breon composition, but they do have the range with that Jace in order to get some poke down before a fight begins. Hard engage going to be an option here, though, with the Wukong going in and the Cassante just being that front line in order to get themselves the opportunity. But with the Karma, they don't really have that engaged support route, which is very similar to what is on the other side of the Rift as well. Interesting drafts. And
considering the Bro and Brew we had last game, the fact that these teams don't have that much super reliable engage, I feel like we might go in that direction again.
Yes. I feel like neutral objectives are going to be the only way we're going to be able to find ourselves a fight here in this game, and that's all we really want. Let's get another Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready. We are poised to see how KRX are going to bring us to 3 games in this series. So far, it's with a Q from Yukal. It's going to siphon some of that power. As Frog and Casting going to notice one another. Frog does land the first Q. Pretty good, as Cassante here. Doesn't land the second one, though. And it is the Grasp option here for Casting. We have seen a few of these Aftershock Cassantes cropping up. The last one actually won the game and was into a trundle, which I thought was insane when Xiu managed to do that.
A lot of power from the level 1 from the Karma Ezreal, and aiming does go the exhaust.
Ooh, avoids that Mystic Shot though, does Teddy. So they're able to at least keep themselves on the same health bar total. But missing out on some minions here, as we can see. Aiming and Andal doing a good job. Extra button to press at level 1 for the Karma, certainly going to be helping out with that Mantra Q. And nice little relentless pursuit there from Teddy in order to get out of the way.
Yeah, doesn't have a backup for that bit of damage though.
Yeah, taking the E first is kind of nuts here from Teddy. Often it is the Ardent Blaze. Extra
Good
AoE.
poke. They're getting down.
Yeah, Teddy's still going to be dashing forward, looking for a bit of an angle. Does hit level 2 now. See what he's going to skill up next, whether that Ardent Blaze will actually get a point in it or not. As it's not yet. All right, Teddy will be able to hit the cannon. And now, Yukal, with this wave crashing on forward, going to be very happy in these opening few levels against the Akali.
Yeah,
they're doing a decent job under turret.
Both mid and bot having a lot of pressure early for the side of KRX, and then it's casting, pushing Frog under tower.
Yeah, I got a little bit confused because I saw KRX dominating 2 lanes, and then I looked at the top of my screen and Bros had a gold lead. But that was all because casting had shoved a wave underneath the turret and was very far ahead in farm.
He's getting zoned out pretty hard here. Teddy actually missed some XP, so he's down a level compared to Namgun. I mean, he'll pick up in a second, but...
Wow, just goes and gets level 3. Andal takes a lot of damage, but Teddy is going to take it back in kind by aiming. Willer is over here, taking this scuttler towards the bottom side, and the top scuttle should be what Gideon is going for now. Understanding that they do not have any control of the bot side of the map, the Bros are just going to get Teddy home. He's going to grab a longsword and then wander back, but is going to miss this entire wave. So it's not a great start.
Yeah, entire wave and a plate given up. You can see already the Cess lead in the bot lane. Things not looking too positive.
Yeah. And put that one straight in the cons column. And Roma just farming as the best he can, as we can see here. Down about 7. Might be able to equalize a little bit, but has been a little bit unlucky as far as the last hits.
Recall got stopped. He was recalling in the tri-brush and actually got interrupted by Namgun, so he's going to be a little bit late to back. Gives Teddy an opportunity to catch up.
Yeah, certainly needed to go back home, need to start stacking that tier as quickly as possible. And so, as you can see here, Teddy is now only a wave behind.
Yeah, it depends
another
on
wave just crashing now.
They'll be able to get the waves into tower soon enough.
Yeah, it looks like aiming should be able to get there in time to pick up the wave, even if it does make it towards the turret. So, yeah, as we can see here, that is going to be locked down. So aiming will show up. And even though the CS looks even now, it is certainly not going to be after this wave is taken down. So about a wave ahead is aiming still.
But a better position than it was before. So nice interrupt there from Namgun earlier. Helps them get to that point. Yukal's just going to clear the wave out and try and back away.
Yeah, 15 CS is the lead here for Yukal's Victor. Definitely feels pretty good. Casting and Frog still going at it. And that CS advantage is actually just kind of gone.
And once Frog hits level 6, that's what becomes really scary as a Jace to step up in any way or to hit the plates. As there's just the prospect of getting dragged into the enemy jungle, never to be seen again.
Yeah. Or into the river.
That's also pretty bad.
Which can certainly happen.
Especially if you don't have your sandals.
Yeah, you need to get those sandals to get that health regen. We got a lot of things to email Riot about as far as...
No, that happens every time you finish a cast. It's just like a little notepad full of things.
Yeah. And it's weird. I've never got a reply.
No, I assume they just see it and they're overwhelmed by how good the suggestions are.
Yeah, I think they just get straight to work.
Yeah.
I assume that's what it is. I'm sure all of it's in the works and it's going to come out all at the same time.
It shows the timeline for anything from Riot. They must be working like 3 years ahead at least.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why our ideas haven't been implemented yet.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because they've had so many good ideas fed to them that they're getting to those first. Casting deals with the wave is still about 250 gold ahead, but that is not very much in the grand scheme of things. Frog just going to be wandering around. Gideon makes the wind become the lightning, and
that is
going to be used. A weird turtle port come on through here for casting as 5-point strike, not really doing much of anything at all. And Yukal's going to rotate over. Casting does show up, but a melee range Jace into all of KMDRX is a worrying position. They should be able to grab this Rift Scuttler, so Gideon does hit level 6.
I think I was a bit more concerned about the TP than I needed to be. It was also very slow, so they kind of all just lost interest by that point. Speaking of losing interest, Namgun seems to be losing interest in his lane.
Yeah, understandably so.
And now Teddy is just alone.
Yeah, Andal is not going to be able to stop this back just yet, but Teddy doesn't even want it stopped. Want to keep going with it. He is just going to stay. Gideon was in the area, which is what gives Teddy the safety in order to be here.
Yeah, he can be around here. It's still a minute 15 till Grubs. True. He needs to be topside.
Yeah. And you best believe that is precisely where he's going to be. First Dragon is an Ocean. Pretty good first Drake. But no one has actually head over there just yet. Some vision available here for KMDRX. That Banana Brush covered by that control ward.
Level 6 now there for Teddy with the culling. Maybe an angle to get some damage down in return. Have some pressure in this lane. Because right now, it just feels like mid and bot struggling a good amount for Hanjin Brion.
And this game is progressing slowly. Our latest First Blood is, I believe, around the 15-minute mark.
Honestly, that's not that late for LCK standards, for our latest First Blood.
Yeah, I think that's the stat. I'm trying to have a look down here, and it seems to be the case. Yeah, 15:37. Oh, actually, yeah, I was casting that. Just happened earlier in the week, pretty sure.
What's our quickest First Blood?
It is 41 seconds.
You know what?
And both of them are Showmaker.
I think we missed the quickest First Blood.
So Showmaker got the latest one and died the earliest. As Teddy is just going to cull Andal. The exhaust is good though, out of aiming, does get the flash out, and there is the Cyclone Barrier going to be used to try and keep Teddy alive, and he is just barely going to escape. I thought aiming might have actually flashed for that, but decides to hold on to the Summoner Spell, and Gideon takes the Grubs!
Of course he does. I'm just shocked that no one died for Hanjin Brion on the bot side of the map there, that Teddy and Namgun both got out. But able to navigate that, able to get away. Honestly, a lot of sums committed by KMDRX. Obviously, they got both of Teddy's, but in the end, Grubs secured.
Yeah.
Good game for Gideon.
Certainly what the bros want. Keep their jungler happy. And Gideon very happy on this Xin Zhao just in general, right? 7-4 is, I believe, his win rate this season. Certainly has been one of his more successful picks. And Namgung is going to turn up just to try and help Roma out here momentarily. Throws down a campfire. But the gravity well is going to be there as well. Roma still struggling to get all of the farm that is thrown underneath this turret. Okay, Namgun comes back. Andal is just going to greet him with a Q. This should be... I mean, aiming does have a level advantage. Doesn't quite have first item completed. It looks kind of to me like there is relative parity between these two players as far as items are concerned.
Yep. I think still have that dragon on the cards that hasn't really been prioritized. So it is KMDRX who have the pressure in the bot lane. So I feel like they should be setting up to find an angle for it. But I guess I'm just concerned about giving a window for Bro to fight when they have things like the Akali.
Yeah, not to mention culling back up again now for Teddy. He is still pretty scary. But as you were saying, I feel like so many of our Akalis just find fights at about this time of the game and they just get themselves into a winning position. Happened with Showmaker earlier in the week. I believe it happened yesterday as well. Can't exactly remember the game state.
Yeah, they just joined the fight late, get a triple kill, and then the game's over.
Yep. I think it might have been Zeka, actually, when he was playing it.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a thing more recently. KMDRX seem wary of it, though.
They're posturing, trying to get control of this area. There is that ward in the Banana Brush still, and pings are coming in from, well, one ping from Hanjin Brion, but Gideon... So Gideon has the Sundered Sky. It's a big spike. Really valuable if you are taking a fight, but he's just not going to be here in time.
Yeah, so the Drake will be taken. Aiming in a lot of trouble here as Teddy cancels a couple of autos.
Oh, that's big, but Willa gets the Dragon and he should just be able to get out.
Roma looking for an angle.
Just a little late. I can get Gideon when I complete the Sundered Sky. It is a massive spike, but just unfortunately not able to actually get there in time to make use of it.
First item, Serpent's Fang for casting.
We've seen this a little bit into Cassante. I feel like specifically here, there is obviously the value into the Karma as well. We've definitely seen it sometimes when it just doesn't have as much value, but as far as the lethality items go, Serpent's Fang just has like a decent lethality stat line.
Yeah.
And then the shield breaking effect, which is...
It's valuable against a lot of them as well, right? Like, Inspire Shield is also great, but there's Yukal's Shield from his Q, things like that.
Yeah.
There's some things that you can get some value out of it from, but it's just a strange thing to see go into the inventory first. You don't really have those, like, checkmate items, though. It's not like a Ambessa skipping an Eclipse to build a Serpent's Fang, right?
How broken would Serpent's Fang be if it just was anything but a lethality item? Like, imagine if it's just like a normal...
yeah, true.
AP item that had the Serpent's Fang effect. It'd be so insane.
That would definitely be very broken.
Yeah. Honestly, AP champs are so good at applying like Grievous Wounds because a lot of them have like dots with that Kit or Blackfire Torch.
Imagine like Aurelian Soul with that, the AP Serpent's Fang.
You know, I actually saw a game where an Ivan one-trick was playing against a Zyra jungle, and the Zyra built Serpent's Fang. And reduced shields by like 30,000 or something ridiculous.
That is absurd and absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
And her autos would have been slamming.
True.
Get that extra AD.
If only it was old Zyra passive and it did physical damage.
Right, there you go. All right, Casting's just going to teleport to the bottom lane. They're going to trade some turrets here. I feel like we're playing chess and we're opting in for a queen trade or something like that. It's what that teleport was saying.
It's a pretty proactive play, I will say. And now they're actually looking to find more here, but Will is there. Will that stop them from going for the play? There's a lot of CC. Between Cassante and the Wukong.
They can't go for the play. We've got 2.5 minutes. It's only 2.5 minutes. And we can get the latest First Blood. That's all we're looking for. Willer is going to take a Shock Blast. Oh, but they deal with the wave. Grubs are still coming out. Or at least the Void Mites.
Wave hello by aiming.
Yeah.
Just reminding everyone that he's top lane.
Yeah, it's like, be careful, bros. My friends are there. And we need to get the latest First Blood. 2 minutes on the clock. Essence Reaper done. Trinity Force done. Oh, there's a flash in from Roma, looking to try and kill Aiming and ruin the latest First Blood opportunity. Aiming is very dead, though, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the First Blood solo kill from Roma.
Confidence to go for the play, and honestly, there was not a ton Aiming could do once Broma was... Broma? I guess it is just Broma. Broma was on top of him.
Well, Frog trying to make a path here as Teddy is just trying to take him down, and he does have some armor, so he'll be all right.
Not as easy for the Lucian to kill the Iceborne Gauntlet Cassante as it is for the Akali to kill the Ezreal.
Yes, that is what I kind of learned there as well. Is how easy is it for Gideon to kill this Karma? That's the question. It looks pretty easy. However, Yukal was rotating back, did have the gravity field available. Casting now going to respect Willa's potential positioning here. They're not pushing too far forward.
Yeah, Willa doesn't find an angle there. Hiding the brush with a control ward. Good moves from Casting to stay alive. And we'll see the replay here. Just a flash commit. The Shuriken doesn't actually connect onto Aiming, but it just doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it just waits out the exhaust, gets the perfect execution.
The Gunblade is just such a big spike. It's so powerful, just for the damage it has alone, but also keeping them slowed, keeping on top of them in these fights. So, good start for Roma here.
Yep. And it's not quite the triple kill to start off the game, but this is definitely a slower version of a lot of the games that we've seen so far this week. Much as we would expect out of the Bros and KRX. It is a thinking man's game, okay? Here in the Rise group, it's a little bit more dignified. We take things slower.
A lot more calculated.
Oh, yeah. Precise. You know?
Absolutely.
Methodical.
This is actually an opening that the Bros have practiced.
Oh, yeah.
So, because if you introduce kills, there's a lot of variance.
Yep.
But with no kills, you can just play the first 15 minutes exactly as you'd like to.
I think, in fact, we're going to call this the Day John. That's the opening. Because you know how you've got like the London, the Italian, Sicilian, you know, like in chess, it's all just named after places. This is the Daejeon. This is the opening that we're seeing right now here from the Bros and KRX. They're in fact mirroring one another.
Which fits because Daejeon is the city of fun.
It is.
We are having a lot of fun right now.
It is all about fun. And I think it just really does work. So many things to do, like eat salt bread. And I'm sure there's something else I'm just forgetting. KRX on the Dragon. Teddy is on a gravity field, and we'll just have to flash off it.
So that might look a bit unfortunate for Bro, but that's actually part of the opening. So
yes, that is. Gideon goes in. That wasn't part of the opening, and unfortunately, he's going to have to flash out of it.
Yeah, they're gonna
miss the memo on that one.
They're gonna have to pivot to a different opening now because of because they didn't get the Dragon and lost Gideon's flash.
Well, Romer is going to be able to take down the Rook, I'm pretty sure, here in this top lane. Although, that is actually going to be defended.
See, as I said, they pivoted to a new opening. That was not part of the new opening.
Okay, so he had to back away. Otherwise, he was going to get taken down by the Bishop, that is Victor in this case. I'm trying to work out which piece is everyone now. And I don't really want to do it because I know there's an inevitable piece that I'm going to have to talk about, and it doesn't work with my accent, so I'm just not going to do it. There was a certain mid laner that I struggled to commentate for the same reason.
Oh.
Yep.
And I really want to hear you say it now.
No, never again. He retired for a reason. It was for me. No, he didn't. I was very sad on the day. He was my favorite player. All right. Roma is now in the brush. And we'll just clear out this wave as it heads towards him. Man, this is slow. This is real bro and brew. Somewhere there is a Valdez, like, swilling like a gin and tonic, you know, with a monocle. And he's reading a book in one hand and watching this game in the other.
I'm just glad we get to enjoy the charm of it, you know?
Yeah.
Seeing these little objectives be a big thing. They actually just took a control ward out of the Banana Brush. And to me, that really is a big deal. I always like to talk about Banana Brush control.
Yep.
That's where they keep the bananas, so...
Well, in fact, if you've got anything else that you really like to talk about, now is your chance. In fact, you can air anything. You want to talk about Ambessa getting stats with their ult? Now's your time.
Oh, I haven't actually talked about it that much, so that's something I could lean on.
Yeah, was it?
A bit of a recurring bit.
Yeah. Could probably bring that one back. Which Baron are we going to get? That's the question.
Oh, yeah, neat. Do we want to have predictions?
I think it's Huni Baron, because we haven't had one yet, right? It's been a lot of
I'm kind of feeling Al with the bowling alley, because it's bowling alley possible. As from last game.
True. I do hope that it's bowling alley possible. And it is actually bowling alley possible right now. As we're going in, looking for an angle towards Willa. He just warriors and tricksters.
Yeah, I actually don't think we have a champion in this game who gets like free stats.
There's this idiot in chat called Degon says, as casters talk about the game in all caps.
Yeah, we can, you know what?
We want to talk about that.
We can talk about the game. Which game? You got to be more specific.
Age of Empires.
Oh, what a banger. You know, there was this tournament. I think I've told you this before.
Oh, but you haven't told everyone listening.
It was this Red Bull tournament for Age of Empires, Age of Empires 2, like all the titles, and they hosted it in a castle. It was in a castle
you did
in France, and all of the broadcast crew dressed up like in medieval wear, and it was the sickest thing ever. It just like, it was so charming. It looked so cool. There was some drone shots off the castle and outside, and I'm like,
oh, it's so cool.
Why haven't we done the LCK from a castle?
Yeah, why can't we do like Renaissance Fair League of Legends? There's got to be, like, we've got to have like a Worlds theme for it or something like that one of these years. Maybe the LCK can just do it. Like the opening at the start is like all like regal and like you know, like it'd have to be Korean style, but like, you know, like the Joseon era, like kind of like watching Kingdom, you know.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Oh, it'd be so rad.
Another idea for the notebook. For the,
there we go.
The Riot is listening.
Yeah, we'll definitely send that one to Riot Korea or the LCK instead. So if you guys are listening, we're sorry for not talking about the game more, but also let's do that, the Joseon era final. That would be so cool. We'd all wear humbucks and stuff, and the cool hats. Oh my lord, it'd be so good.
You know, my nephew loves...
Oh, it is bowling alley possible.
There we go.
We knew it.
You know, my nephew loves K-pop Demon Hunters. He's 6, and he dresses up. You know how they have the traditional outfits at the end? He has that outfit himself.
Oh
dressed
my
up like
lord.
It. He's a big fan.
Has he been to Korea before? He
No, he's
visit
a bit young.
and then...
But you know what's sick? It's I'm the uncle who lives in Korea who can just bring him stuff.
Oh, true.
It's such a cheat code. It's such a cheat code.
You would be his favorite uncle. But imagine if he came to visit you and then you went to like Gyeongbokgung Palace, something like that. Like, oh my god, that would be so cool.
That's the.
For those at home, like that's if we get like the palace shot at the beginning of the day, that is the one I'm talking about. And often you have people that dress up in hanboks and traditional wear and just wander around, and it's really cool. Makes it kind of more immersive. As we might have a fight here. No,
there is a dragon up.
Never mind.
There is the prospect of a fight happening.
Yeah, not just yet. I'll just talk about the game. Sorry. We'll get to it.
Yeah, it's got to be more specific.
Teddy! Okay, aiming is going to Arcane Shift towards him. Teddy loses half his health bar. And then culls a decoy.
He did really do a lot of damage to that decoy. Roma's on the flank, but he just gets spotted out by the ward.
That's some pool bay flanking right there for Roma. He is wrapping all the way around. Roaming, one would say.
He is deep in enemy territory right now.
Owen Wilson. Roman Wilson. Roman being a name made it really weird as the Cyclone does nothing at all. Namgung does get himself out of the way.
There's
now
Roma.
Gideon looking for an angle. They do spot out the Akali, and look at this, the Phalanx completely reformed here by KRX. They're Spartans on the Rift right now, denying any action at all. 1 kill.
Look, I feel like a lot of League of Legends game, they would just run in and fight, but just the back and forth analysis from both these teams. And now they're going.
Whoa, Gideon, he just blast coned in! What a sick play. That decoy got obliterated. But Roma now with an opportunity. He does get thrown back, actually thrown around like a ragdoll as he perfectly executes the escape. Now Casting's in the front line, not really where he wants to be, as the Arcane Storm is ticking. Aiming finds the Mystic Shot. And a second kill happens in this video game. That's enough aiming. No more action. That is enough. That was incredibly high octane. We do not want that. And now, KRX, they will take Soul Point.
Oh, Teddy's coming back around!
Will they? No, Willer is able to actually get the Soul Point. That is there. The culling is now back off cooldown once again. Andil almost to die there as the all-out is great there from Frog. Goes back in again onto Teddy. True Shot Barrage to shut him down. And KRX, they finish the job. Roma not going to be going back in. That's enough funny business for him so far.
Andil!
Oh, he flashes over the Q from the Karma. Randomly cool mechanics here from the Akali as he does get a solo kill.
But KRX, the big winners out of this one. This was such a sort of slow burn on this fight. This crazy engage from Gideon. You know, don't normally think about the damage of the Crescent Guard, but he got a lot of damage down with it. They don't end up overcommitting here. We see Roma back off. And it's KRX who are able to retake control. The Victor still has a lot of cooldowns. Aiming is free hitting. And in the end, they get the Dragon. And then in this follow-up play, this didn't have to happen. The Dragon was gone. I think, bro, you know, for a team who grow and brew, getting a little generous with this one. Opting into a fight to give KRX some more kills.
Yeah, that's normally not what you want to do.
Yeah.
In this one, I think we'd call that one a blunder. Stockfish did not like this play. Not at all. This was pretty cool from Roma, to be honest. But just, unfortunately, not all that consequential.
Man, you know, that was a lot of action. I think we just need to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
We need
too much. It's just been too much game.
Yeah, we need to just chill out, calm down. Roma, this is not a chilled out position.
Well, it might be a killed out position. To come on in here. Let's see whether we can find it. He just gets kind of thrown around like a rubber band. But Yukal is still alive. The Arcane Storm there as well. Casting in so much trouble. Aiming cannot miss a Mystic Shot. Lands another one. Oh, I was going to cast a curse him. True Shot Barrage not going to connect onto the Jace. But he is also not going to be able to defend this inner turret.
For a second, I thought we were going to get another kill. But no. Teams focused on the objectives. KRX will get this tier 2 tower and extend their lead further. And Teddy will take this in response. A lot of trading. You know, we're really progressing to the late game.
Yeah.
Trading pieces right now. Oh, Baron being started.
All right.
Gideon is on the enemy Krugs. So he is, I think that's about as far away as you can be on the map without just sitting in the alcove.
Yeah. Or being in the enemy fountain or something like that.
Well, actually just like, it's the furthest away you could be and actually be doing something and not just trolling.
Yeah, true.
So Gideon tries to wander over but isn't there in time. Baron and a lot of items on the left of your screen you can see just picked up.
I feel like, don't you feel like the bros acknowledged the fact that this series is going to 3 games?
Yeah, I think both teams just knew it was how it had to go.
Yeah.
There was no other way this series panned out.
Well, Endless Hunger named correctly for the Gold King here. Always hungry for more.
Ramasu.
Yeah, we've got plenty. If aiming needs it, thankfully this is not an LCK Team Roadshow. This is in fact at Lol Park. So if aiming wants it, I mean, we're just up here. Then there's plenty to go around. Gideon going to be able to grab at least a Rift Scuttler, but that is PvE League of Legends that he's playing there. And he needs to win the PvP, unfortunately. And that is going to be a tough ask here in this game number 2.
Does he? To win, you just have to kill the Nexus, and that's not a player, so...
True. You don't win by taking the Baron. They did achieve taking the Baron, but that is not a win condition necessarily. As Teddy finding some damage here onto Andal and Frog. But Gideon in a little bit of trouble. Roma doesn't get the Shuriken backflip. True Shot Barrage. Fair bit of damage towards Teddy, but otherwise not too much.
Roma's once again, he's on this flank angle.
He's been on it for a while and was seen on it, but he's still there. All right, this Arcane Storm, it just kills him. Teddy just had nowhere to go. No flash, no relentless pursuit.
Just ran out of health.
Yeah.
KRX will take
a
the tower.
classic problem, the running out of health.
Consistent
if only
issue
we
in
didn't
League of
do
Legends. And now they can continue the siege. Kind of hard to wave clear. You have the J Shock Blast and then...
Aha! Make a fight kick.
Yeah.
I didn't do very much.
Would you believe? He's on the flank angle again.
He is! And he's got Gideon, a flanking buddy. Always bring your flanking buddy. Unless you're flanking alone, in which case you don't have to.
Tower's taking a lot of damage.
Turrets are now being taken. Yeah, it's 28 minutes into the game. There are 2 siege minions.
Okay, Teddy's about to be back up. Roma is re-establishing himself on the flank angle.
Had he ever really gone? That is the question. I think he was still well and truly established.
Set up camp there on the flangle.
Oh, the flangle. All right, Willa is going to go in, and Roma doesn't like the flank angle anymore. The flangle was wrong. It feels naughty, doesn't it, saying flangle? I don't know why.
Weird.
It's just
coming for the guy who said Slurkle so many times.
I know, but that one felt fine. All right, Team KRX, they're on the Drake. That is going to be Cloud Soul point. And Cloud Soul, if they're able to lock this one down. Roma flanking once again. He's got to get into position. Cloud Rift helping him out there as the Arcane Storm is down yet again. Teddy knows what that means as Gideon. He goes in and he goes out immediately via the Death Chamber. Roma trying to get some damage down, but they are all put into the blender called aiming. And his health bar is still exactly the same. The Arcane shift forward. Namgung throws down the ulti to try and save them from Frog, but his whole health bar is shield. What the heck was that? The Serpent's Fang did nothing because he couldn't hit him. Oh no, he put so much into getting that Serpent's Fang. And now KRX, I think they are just going to be able to close this one out. It's only Namgung, and I don't think he can defend.
No,
First Nexus
I don't
turret,
think he can.
Second Nexus turret, and thank goodness we have got Tiramisu left over because we are going to that guaranteed game number 3. KRX, take it down.
And we just knew this was how it was going to go. You know, KRX, a controlled game. A thinking man's game.
Yeah.
Able to claim victory in this one and putting us to that fated game 3. Roma on the flangle, still there. Still trying to find it, but they just did not succeed.
Yeah, it was a pretty good flangle he found. But he stayed there the whole time until he died, unfortunately. And the team fight, just a little bit too good here from KRX. And I liked it. You know, it felt like a Rise group composition. It was we're going to capitalize on your mistakes. You're the ones that have to do stuff, and we are just going to be kind of a brick wall and accept the nothing and win in the nothing.
But what if the other team doesn't make mistakes?
Well, yeah, I guess how do you define a mistake? We don't have Stockfish in League of Legends.
Yeah.
We don't know when the blunders come through.
You know, I think it's pretty reliable.
Yeah. UCal did a bunch of boom boom in that game. An Arcane Storm that popped Teddy, certainly a great example of that. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Spacers have the privilege of breaking down that game number 2, and then we will have the third and final game of this glorious dessert series.
한테 안 보인 쳐봐. 살짝만. 나 쓸게 이거. 야, 들어온 거야 걷어내도 돼.
얘들아 바텀 라인 도니까 천천히.
나 실드 2초, 실드 2초. 아칼리 돌았어. 아칼리 돌까?
아칼리 내가 용 안으로 먹을게. 용 안으로. 살짝 한번 빠지고.
실드 있어. 실드 좋았어. 쭉 가자. 쭉 가도 돼.
나 실드 받아.
나. 실드 계속 돼. 2초. 쭉쭉 가봐. 바텀 라인. 바텀 라인 끝. 끝이야. 바텀 끝. 야, 씨, 이거 보자 얘들아. 가보입시다. 가자.
오늘은 T1 시그니처 에디션을 언박싱을 해보겠습니다. 상자가 고급스러운데요.
불이 들어오는데요, 이거?
이렇게 세워둘 수도 있네요. 2025장 한정 카드에 제 사인까지 더해지니 더 특별한 것 같아요. 이거 한정판인데요?
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to love.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Kiwoom DRX outlast Hanjin Brion here in game number 2, and they take game number 2 to force us to a game number 3 here in the Rise group. It's that Teddy and Coach Song grudge match. 0-3 against Kiwoom in series, and now it'll come down to a decisive game number 3 here in the regular season.
It's now a grudge match between Song, Teddy, and me.
Okay. You included. You.
Yeah.
Okay,
because
Wolf,
they're
Wolf
picking
has inserted himself there.
Teddy, Lucian,
yes,
into Karma, with Ezreal up. Teddy, when your main, I mean, let's be honest, pretty much your only strong, consistent player right now. Gideon fell off a little bit.
Yep.
You're having him play early game Lucian into Karma. My man Teddy's down 30 CS. Don't pick Lucian here. Save it for game 3. They picked Karma. You can't pick Lucian.
I mean,
it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, he did lost with Ezreal, so maybe he was a little bit insecure in earlier week, you know.
You weren't supposed to mention that part, Hooney. That doesn't suit my narrative, Hooney.
That also, they picked Akali.
He did lose to Ezreal as Lucian. Or sorry, lose to. He lost. Yeah, he lost to.
Yeah, he lost as Ezreal.
As Ezreal against Lucian. Yeah.
And they pick Akali into Karma, which is you press W, you get True Sight, and you don't really like it. And there was a lot of time the Karma just was there to press W and not be able to flank. And the thing is, like, with that type of that draft, like Akali into Victor, especially, and the first action was the Drake fight, 22-30.
Yeah.
It's so
Homer
late.
is hiding, by the way, which he has been doing all game before this, and does all game after this. But that's not the important part. Gideon splits the fight with an incredible engage, right? Blast cones in into an amazing pressing guard to split the team up, and Romer goes in. He finally went in, and then he goes out. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go flank." This fight was so, like, the setup was so bad for Bro that it took a really amazing, honestly, all things considered, Crescent Guard from Gideon to open up the fight. But their Lucian is behind. They don't have any way to follow up on the gap close. All they have is Romer, actually with the team for once, trying to get in there into Karma shields. He doesn't have the damage. He's not ahead. He's not accelerated. And that was it. Like, that was the one fight up until that point where they were like, I think this is the one. Only because Gideon had that miracle engage. If he doesn't have that, they're just watching. They're checking it out from the bush.
Yeah, I mean, the Kiwoom DRX was playing well because, like, Bro was not able to actually find any single the other flank, which is like they can just let Victor press E, Ezreal press Q, and Karma just shields up, and that's what actually happened for minute at 30, and that's how I get Drake every single time.
And you know, we in that highlight we also didn't show the 2 minutes before where Romer's just hiding in the bush trying to find the gank angle. I mean, really, when you're not able to accelerate that Lucian, who in the hands of Teddy and great AD carries, he's able to make his own play, but when he's behind like that, he can't do that. You have no angle to get on in there.
Same with the Akali. Both of these picks really need to hit a mid-game stride. And otherwise, they're just trying to find an angle,
and
trying
you have
to
to fight
find a
for a
mistake.
contra warrior, like as you said, a good point. It's like being in the actually bush, it's good, but the thing is that they have a whole contra warrior ready for it. They knew where it actually came from. Really great squad, but he had to fight, so someone actually had to mark Akali actually 1v1 at the other angle.
Yeah. So after that, our second fight of the game, we then lead to the final fight of the game, basically the third one. There was a little bit of a skirmish on the top side of the map. Kiwoom get Baron, so it forces this dragon fight.
Again, it's a similar story here in this one. The ultimate comes down here from Gideon, and they cannot do anything. Like, the Cyclone comes through here as both a denial tool for any sort of follow-up, but more of just a finishing of the fight. My issue is the draft and a lot of this, but also how Bro played the early game. We get to these fights, and there isn't a, it's really hard for us to show, which is why we got these fights later on in the game. It's hard to show what Bro did wrong in a highlight where they're just playing safe, playing passively, farming it up. It's hard to visually show that, but they just were not proactive in this early game, and then their proactivity became, you know, Akali hide on bush, and then hide on other bush, and then wrap around to the other side, and then hide on the other bush. So I think if you're going to draft like this, which I don't think you should, you got to be all in. It cannot be like the slowest, almost latest First Blood game.
Not at all.
Of the week.
Which is like, I think they didn't even fight for like Herald, like Grub, like Drake, like these kind of things, like consistently you want to fight off, because like the Ezreal is not strong until you get 2 core, and even so, the Victor is not going to be strong as much as Akali. Like, I think giving the pressure to enemy middle laner, which is like, it's immobile carries against Akali, you have to pressure as much as you can in early game.
All right, well, let's see what the Bros have in store here for Kiwoom DRX. Will it be a clean sweep of the regular season for Kiwoom? Will Hanjin Brion solidify their spot in the Rise group with the victory? Let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And yes, we are here to see whether the streak can be broken. Can the Bros actually manage to win?
Oh, I get, because bro.
Yeah.
And then broken.
Yeah, it's like bro can.
Bro can?
Yeah, well, they can.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Anything is brossable.
Anythingly possible, I think, is how that one goes.
Oh, it's going to be a fun game 3.
Certainly is. And I'm hoping that we have maybe a little bit more action, perhaps.
Whoa,
but also,
don't be
kind of
greedy.
ready for there not to be.
Yeah.
What about a 23.5-minute First Blood? That's the... Okay, that's the homework I'm giving the players here.
Guys,
this game number 3.
I'm just going to say it. If we're going to aim high, the all-time latest First Blood record is 38 minutes and 59 seconds.
What the hell? When was that?
2018 spring.
Holy... And of course it's Jinner.
Of course it's... Hey, one of them's here!
Yeah. Yeah. I think I remember that game, actually. Jinner versus Kingzone. Yeah. Oh my god. What a time to be alive.
Imagine if we just beat it by... It's just 39 minutes. We beat it by 1 second.
And also, that was the year that, like, Kingzone were exceptionally strong. Right? I'm pretty sure. I think they went to MSI as, like, the, like, clear favorites or something like that. Weird times. All right. That's neither here nor there. However, the spirit of Jinner does live on in players like Teddy and just Hanjin Brion in general, as they have tried to hold that one over. Umpty is still here in the LCK as well, so the spirit of Jinner will always live while the general is here. We do have the Rise and the Poppy being banned away. The Rumble is going to remain on the ban list as well. And these are no new bans outside of the Poppy, actually, which did sneak through in the last series.
Yeah.
Last game.
Poppy just kind of been ignored for a while. I wonder if we end up getting the first pick Vi is what they're setting up for here. Hoping it slips through. Emil going to be banned first and foremost. So Shen was maintained as a ban throughout the series. That's now potentially going to be on the cards. There's still the Nocturne and the Vi.
Yeah.
I kind of expect to be looked at.
And the Bros did elect for first pick this time around, so we will have the opposite side of the Rift start of things. The very normal 2026 league move. And the Renekton?
They want Ambessa.
Picking Ambessa?
That'd be kind of wild to do.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
Anythingly possible in the Rise group.
Yeah.
Really is. But it does have to happen first. Do Kiwoom DRX just say no and ban the Ambessa?
I mean, you could, but I feel like if they take Ambessa, you could just go like Nocturne Shen. Well, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
But you could have done that before that happened.
True. And now if they don't pick Ambessa, this Renekton ban looks weird.
Yeah.
So
there is the Nocturne and the Vi available, so I'm like, you could pick Ambessa and trade those, but they just slam the Nocturne. Will Frog grab the Ambessa in response? and not let Casting get his hands on it.
Yeah.
Is this all a ploy, a trap?
A cunning ruse, perhaps.
Yeah, to make them pick the Ambessa.
It is cunningly possible, I would say. Corki, just going to be hovered for now. That is a line I did not see.
I mean, Corki does tend to hover.
True. So if you're going to hover anyone, it should be Corki. And indeed, he is going to be locked in. So Corki Nautilus? Corki something? I don't know. I feel like the Corki is off theme for what we were expecting here in this game.
I think they want a safe AD carry just for when the Nocturne dives in and try and keep the distance, which I think makes sense. I don't think there's a huge priority in terms of getting bot lane pairings. Obviously, Nami isn't really a champion anymore in pro play, so Corki Nami not really a thing. And they will take the Ambessa away, deny it from Casting, and we'll see if Hanj and Brion set this as a trap and have a game plan for this.
Nah, they don't.
Interestingly, we're this deep in the series and Jhin hasn't been picked. That is like an...
Oh, I knew I
rarity.
liked this series. I knew there was something that made me feel good about it. Oh, the Nico Nocturne.
Nico Nocturne is so powerful. We saw this the other day.
Yeah.
Hands on the Nico, finding some great engages. So they have that 1-2 combo. You could just go a Jhin on top of this.
No, stop saying that. They probably will, won't they? Then they lock in their bottom lane and the jungle, and then... Oh, Orcs. Just pick Draven.
They could also go Kai'Sa.
Oh, Kai'Sa would be so much better! Fits the theme?
There you go.
Oh my god, you saved it! He saved it! Orcs saved Christmas!
Oh,
you get an extra spoonful of tiramisu for that. Absolutely. And I mean, we did have plenty to go around, but still, it's a gesture, right?
Very dive-focused composition now. And for KRX, they are just going to pick that Vi up as it would get banned away before we go into the next rotation. I feel like it's kind of not typical that we have like AD carry top jungle picked in the first three. It's normally either you have the entire top side or, you know, something plus bot lane.
Yeah. And I do now feel like the support role is going to be pretty focused. But they are having a bit of a conversation about it. There's a hen going to be taken away from Casting.
Good ban. I feel like often picked into the Ambessa. I think for Hanj and Brion, if you want to ban supports, Leona's often picked into Nico because the Zenith Blade kind of goes through her clone and catches it anyway. Alistar can be pretty good when you're trying to play like the Peel game into things like the Nocturne.
Yeah, you can also bait the Alistar and then pick Sylas. Or something like that.
Well, that's true.
Assuming that Yukal does want to save his pick until last. Nautilus is going to be the first one. The Na is going to be taken away as well.
Honestly, Sylas Stong's pretty good in this game in general, for both sides. There's a lot of good ults here.
Yeah.
It was obviously hovered before, but I think either team, you could get some good pickups with the Vi ult, or obviously the Pop Blossom is crazy.
Yeah.
Paranoia pretty good too.
I actually quite like Killer Instinct as well for the reposition. Lock is going to be banned away, though. Not wanting to give that one up. Yukal has tried his hand at it. Did not look perfect. But that is the Alistar on 4 that I was thinking about. Seraphine would be a bit more lane pressure.
I think Leona would be the better one to not give over the ult. I think you just slam Sylas here.
I think you should, 100%.
I think that would make a lot of sense here. And then what would you play
Udyr.
top lane?
Udyr, it's got to be Udyr. Mundo! That's like better Udyr. Because Mundo actually does stuff. Aatrox is a pretty fun one too.
Deliberating the top lane options here.
Yeah, I feel like anything that has some mobility and some ability to brawl sounds like a good option. Aatrox will be the lock-in. Now give me the Sylas, Roma.
Has to be
scared.
Has to be. I'm not even presenting any alternatives because I feel like this is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
For Roma specifically.
He's having a giggle about it. Aurelion Soul. It's got to be the Sylas angle. Aurora!
What a cop-out. What a cop-out.
Oh, that is devastating. Oh, no!
It does fit the theme of the composition. and has a good amount of safety, but not as fun.
It is definitely not as fun. I feel not as good either. But it does do a lot of AoE. That is certainly a good thing. The Annie.
Yeah, Annie Aurora. Seen
Rise
that
Group
matchup
special. Yep.
quite a few times before.
I do think that Silas being left to the wayside might come back to bite the bros, but otherwise do have a lot of powerful champions. I do think that the KRX team fight, like come mid to late game, is going to be devastating though, with the cow and the bear.
I just think the die potential of Hanjin Brion, and if Corki dies, how much gas do you actually have left in that tank? Because he is the one flying a vehicle, so he presumably has most of the gas in his tank.
Yeah.
Dies.
Yeah, true.
Limited gas available.
Yeah. Also doesn't have the package anymore.
Yeah.
Which I think held a lot of gas as well.
I think so. That's why it took so many minutes to replenish.
Yeah.
That to fill it up.
I actually think that Corki got reworked based on shortages. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
And looking for more of a green energy future. So we had to deny the package.
That makes sense.
Raz recently tweeted about the package removal, and it got me thinking, you know, maybe this is just not the time for the package anymore.
Feels expensive nowadays.
It certainly is. Unless maybe it's just like got a big like battery that's been filled up with solar energy or something like that. Anyway, let's have a look at these drafts once again. I think they're a little bit weird, but it is game number 3. And you get weird drafts in game number 3. The lack of bravery from Roma to pick the Silas in that angle made me a little sad. But let's see whether he can use the Aurora to find a victory here for the bros this time around as we get into the Rift for game 3. Ox.
Yep.
Star Live asks, ETF are the commentators speaking about? Lol. What do you think that means?
Are we supposed to know what we're talking about?
No, but like, what's an ETF? Talking about?
You know what? Let's quickly pop down to Google.
Mm-hmm.
ETF. Exchange Traded Fund.
Aha.
Oh, I have more questions.
I mean, we were talking about our investment options?
You never, ever, ever take investment advice from video
Disclaimer,
game
this is not financial advice.
Yeah, that would be just such a bad idea.
Goes on to make an entire video about financial advice.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not even going to limit it to, like, video game casters. A lot of people on the internet giving bad financial advice.
Yeah.
Make sure it's a trusted source.
Yeah.
Like that guy who you went to school with who says he knows he knows the future of the next crypto coin.
Oh no. Make sure you buy this stock now or your whole everything will explode.
It's going to the moon for shit.
All right. Sorry about that, Star Life. I just wanted some content. And we got it. Thank you. We appreciate that. In goes the cow, though. Hits the level 2. Gets a headbutt pulverized, and that is about it. No aftershock or anything like that, so it does take a fair bit of damage.
Teddy does hold the barrier, though. I feel like one of the things with Corki is obviously, you know, typically quite safe with the Valkyrie to get out, but if a Kai'Sa gets on you, I feel like he's just going to decimate you pretty quickly. And not the most fun. We've seen a lot of these situations where a champion has to lane into Kai'Sa solo in the bot lane when the supports are roaming about, and Kai'Sa just finds a window to kill you with ult.
Yep. Can be scary. Frog actually taking a lot of damage from casting here. Actually took a couple of Qs. Feel great about that. But Andil zoning away Namgung and Teddy right now.
I actually think it's gone pretty okay for KRX in the bot lane, considering they had an Alistair.
Yeah.
Normally just gets pressured out early. But
Look
obviously
at this
Kai'Sa
wave
not
state.
the highest pressure. Yeah, they are. Getting zoned pretty heavily.
Not looking fantastic. Teddy not going to get experience for that cast minion that did just die. Still, not doing the worst as far as farm is concerned with the ones that he's been able to get to, but being behind a minion can actually be problematic if you do manage to find a window to fight around some of these level ups. Roma catching a wave that heads towards his turret, Willett moving towards his top lane in order to grab this Rift Scuttler. Gideon had already secured the one towards the bottom side, is now looking for his Raptor respawn. And all is quiet on Summoner's Rift.
timing for Gideon just be able to clear these up. Always talk about how the respawned camps give a lot of XP, and if you can get access to that respawn raptors quickly when you're playing a champion like Nocturne who wants to go 6 ASAP, feels pretty good.
Yep. If you have a spare moment, ladies and gentlemen, and you're not completely consumed by the enthralling action of today's video games, you could take this moment to pay some more bro tax. I think the bros, with the track record that they have, will require it.
Yeah.
They want to pick up a victory here.
That's why we often see the bro and brew, because they're just letting the bro tax build up, letting the funds really build up so they can invest it, of course.
I think in ETFs.
Yes.
Just to make sure that they're not taking on too much risk.
Yeah, on the recommendation of Twitch Jam.
Absolutely.
That is where I get my financial advice.
I mean, honestly, they don't do the disclaimer, so it must be good financial advice.
Yeah.
You know?
I've never heard a story about someone losing all their money from a Twitch chat financial advice.
Yeah. In fact, I haven't. Not even once.
There you go.
So, there you go.
Oh, we could be the first. Pioneers.
Thanks, Twitch chat. We appreciate you. Let's put all of our money into Pepsi.
You've also never heard of someone going bankrupt from paying bro tax, so...
True. Although, possibly, I have definitely gone channel point bankrupt. As Casting is going to get taken down to about 100 health, but will survive. Level 6 does get picked up by Frog in the meantime, as Romer is able to create some distance from Andil. Newcal has been softened up momentarily here by Romer as well. But all is quiet.
Light sparring is all we're really getting out here.
Yeah. Only 17 minutes to go until first blood.
17? You mean...
yeah, if we're going to need the all time, yeah, it's a lot longer than that. 33 minutes, bros and KRX. That's what we need to get to.
I think the logic behind it would be KRX wouldn't want to go aggressive when Gideon has ult, and Gideon
wouldn't want to press ult when they don't want to go aggressive.
He's holding it for the right moment.
Yeah. Oh no, a snare. It's all right. Walking.
Yeah, pretty tense. Still a lot of time to go if we're going to break these records.
We need a gentleman's agreement that we're just going to give one Drake for each team, alternating. Okay? Don't want anyone to get to a point where there's a soul point on the line or anything weird like that that forces a fight. Can't have that. We need this 0-0 forever until 38 minutes. Okay. I like how there's been so much downtime that we just get to listen to Nico be obnoxious.
Oh, the taunt is so annoying.
Yeah.
So it's like, ooh, ooh.
Honestly, just the Q. It's bad enough.
Okay, which is worse? That?
Or Lissandra screaming?
No, I was going to say the Corky Gatling gun. Remember when we had that bug?
Yeah.
Imminent Gatling gun.
Very good. You get that, and you get the Zonya's perma all happening at the same time.
God.
I remember that bug was happening at the same time. Do you remember when Amumu got banned because his taunt was global? And you could just hear it, like everyone could hear it at all times forever. Only on one skin. It was the one where he's like a little light bulb or something.
Wasn't that a thing with Karthus as well, with the the Statue of Liberty skin?
Yeah, I think so. Wow. I think that's an old one, right?
Yeah, and it just had the global, like the
good time.
Street.
Oh, good barrier there from aiming. Allows them to go home.
Honestly, this is the real reason why AD carries want to take barrier. It's just so they can do things like that.
Yep. Go home. And that's good, because you cannot get first blood at home in the base. Unless you kill Boris, but that's not on.
No one's ever thought to do that.
You can't buy any items if you kill Boris.
Imagine if it just let you do it and you just softlock yourself out of the game.
And softlock 4 other people as well. I feel like if that was possible, no one would ever be able to buy items. Someone would do it.
Oh, there's always at least one psychopath in a League of Legends
Every
game.
single time.
Every game I play, at least.
Yeah, because you're in every single game. I see what you did there. All right, first Drake goes over to KRX. Second one reserved for the bros.
It's like the classic where someone's complaining about solo queue, and it's like every game always has 5 feeders on my team.
If you can't beat them, join them. Oh dear. All right. Oh, that's a clone. That's a clone. We're fine. We're fine. Handle. That's a cow. That's a cow. We're fine. Willa. That's a Vi. Arcane. We're fine. Oh, pulverize. Careful, Namgung. Can't be dying yet. Gideon does manage to get the Rift Scuttler and makes his way out. They kill a ward. That's not first blood. That's just a ward. And it's all going to plan. Only 30 more minutes to go. This record is stupid, man. Why is it so late?
Well, also, the first blood record is 31 seconds, and I just don't see how we ever beat that with base gates.
You do rocket out of the rift pretty quickly.
I mean, I feel like the 41-second one... Actually, wait, that was 23 summer. Did we have base gates then? Maybe we did.
Yeah, I think we did.
What happened in that game? They just ran straight out and died immediately?
Yes, that's absolutely what happened.
Well, obviously, but...
You wouldn't be able to do any of the the panning over and looking at the... I think we actually missed that first blood because we were still doing intro stuff.
Yeah.
Very funny. Oh, Yukal avoiding the damage. That's what we like to see. That is a late first blood mechanic. This is looking dangerous. I feel like there is some intensity between Teddy and Aiming right now. But Aiming is going to drop that Foss Bomb and avoids the Void Seeker. Using avoids and then saying avoid named ability is frustrating.
Like saying void too much now and it just doesn't have any meaning anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of gone. And when the void doesn't have meaning, what are you supposed to do? You know?
Kill it?
I guess so. Voidily possible. Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all. Just wanted to say it again.
Oh no, you said something that doesn't make sense. However could we do that on the LCK?
It's the first time in my career. Oh man, can't believe it. I've lasted this long.
Yeah, a long streak has been broken.
Yeah, maybe we don't need the latest first blood. Maybe that's enough records to be broken so far. I think Chovy also hit an assist milestone or something like that earlier today.
4,500, yep.
That is a lot of assists. Not as many, it's so weird that we got that milestone, but we also got 5K for BDD 2 days ago, or something like that. Or was it yesterday? Feels like these milestones are just stacking up at perfect times. Frog taking too much damage for my liking. Casting. Yeah, we'll let him go. He knows the rules.
Sending a message, but not overstepping.
All right. 11 minutes is approaching. Remember, if we want the season record to be broken, we only need to wait another 2.5 minutes.
Wait, 2.5? It's 15:37. Last game was 13.5.
Oh, really? Oh, 15:37.
Yeah. Oh, no, oh, no.
Oh, Namgung throws down the ulti. The Unbreakable Will comes in. Everything goes dark. Oh, no! It's going to be a first blood, isn't it? As they do get the cease and desist. Willa, though, he's charging the Vault Breaker. Get out! Get out! No, casting! He grabs the first blood, and you've got Andil going down as well. The Bros say no to record breaking, but they might say yes to winning the game as Namgung does die, and it's perfect for the Bros.
Tibbers picks up the exit kill, but Bro crushed the fight, crushed the chances of breaking that record, and get a pretty solid lead in this game. 2,000, the advantage they have right now.
And I'm so sorry to everyone who wanted to see that record broken, but another record might be broken. And that is the way these games always play out in these best of threes between KRX and the Bros over the last 3. The Bros have not been able to come back in a third game yet.
I thought you were going to say
they all have the gold lead.
I thought you were going to say longest game, but a full time is an hour 34, so no chance.
Yeah.
So we see initially they try and jump on Namgung, but he buys a lot of time here. We then get the Nocturne going in, but the flash out to bait it. And even with the Annie combo, the follow-up just isn't there. Casting comes in, picks up 1 kill. And then as we see here, Yukal, this is pretty sick setup from Casting. Perfect range to get the Q flash. And then the 3rd kill is taken. And I think there's just so many options for Hanjin Brion to go in, go out, shake it all about.
And do the hokey pokey.
Yeah.
And you turn around, and that's what it's all about. Yeah. Oh, no,
there's
we're not going to continue this on.
There's definitely people watching who weren't exposed to the hokey pokey when they were younger, and are just so confused.
Using exposed and then saying hokey pokey sounds so wrong, man. I didn't like that at all. And I was casting with Wolf 2 days ago. He said some weird stuff that day. Man, I'm really struggling. All right.
Now they're going to be more confused.
Yeah. All right, well, we got another engage. That's going to save us from that conversation. Another kill is Gideon. He's able to get that one onto Willa. And now Namgoon, he gets the double knockup on the bottom lane. Teddy is still free firing. It's a decent pulverize, but the killer instinct from the 80 carry of the Bros will be enough to grab him a double kill and even more money. 4K the lead.
We've hit the point of a Rise game series where we just launch ourselves at each other, and that is perfect for Bros composition. Clearly, they've been just collecting this Bro tax and they have cashed in.
They have 4 players that can launch themselves at the other team, by the way.
Yeah.
They got dash cannons on 2 of them. That's considered a launch. Nocturne is the champion, literally just does that. That's all he does. Casting, I guess he can umbrally dash. That'll work. Ox, you weren't paying attention, but honestly, I don't blame you. And there's an Aatrox in the game. That is a pretty cool Chemtech style angle. And let's have a look at this fight one more time. Gideon launches himself in.
It's not the same as the first fight, but it kind of feels like a sequel.
I mean, it is in exactly the same place.
Exactly, and they started by trying to get on the Namgoon again. And this Nico is just not an easy target to get on, so I think the target priority is not being optimal there.
나이스 얘들아. 오케이 집중하자.
Oh, Coach Song is losing his mind.
I love the dap there. Just went in for it. It looks so good.
Oh, man. And you can see, I mean, there is a lot riding on this. I know we've been talking about tiramisu and chess quotes a lot, but, I mean, this is the Bros wanting to confirm their spot in the play-ins. It's so scary here in the Rise group as the bottom 2 both get eliminated. And Nongshim and KRX are very, very close in scoreline. So it would mean a lot for KRX to try and avoid that moment.
KRX have moved on from that bot side area they kept losing the fights in. Now they're going to fight at the Herald.
Yep, getting a bit paranoid here as once again Gideon is going to launch himself forward. Andal with that Unbreakable Will, though, should be all right. Infernal Chain's going to connect on Andal, but he does break those chains that bind. And now, Tibbers gets in amongst it. Immediately leaves as well. As Teddy picks up a bit of extra gold. Frog running amok. The Rift Herald was just thrown down for fun. Let's see whether the Bros can do enough damage to stop her from getting that charge. Looks like maybe it is going to happen as Frog goes a little bit too far forward. And I mean, that's a smite away from dead. Shelly not going to do too much of anything at all this game.
Yeah, pretty low value on the Herald there, but Hanjin Brion don't find their engage connecting. KRX are able just to walk away. Still at a massive deficit, though, in this game. And Teddy on those 2 items looks so scary.
He's got a 2.3k gold advantage as well. Aiming is nowhere near hitting that
gold
power
king.
spike.
What's the crazy thing? Aiming has the most gold in his team, by the way.
Yeah, and it's not nearly as much as Teddy, as we can see here. So the Bros in a commanding position right now. And I do like, oftentimes, you know, the Chemtech Soul comes in and you get a bit sad, but I'm not sad about it this time with an Aatrox in the game for the Bros. Scary prospect here for KRX if they cannot get some control back. I mean, there's certainly some angles for KRX as well to utilize that Soul quite effectively themselves. Sprog is an example of that on your screen right now, taking a bit of damage. I think they're going to look for a potential dive.
Yeah, they have the Kaiser here as well.
Yep, the double launches looking for an angle. Andal is here to try and help out, but he doesn't have ultimate for another 7 seconds. And I think the Frog is not going to make it across the road this time. Namgoon was there to catch him.
Yeah.
Aiming. Dicey scenario. Does take a bit of damage there from the Electrocute from Roma as he teleports in. But now 8-1 is the kill score. And the Bros, they really took that first blood and ran with it. Okay, Andal just using his ult for fun. Willa is making his way over. Aiming gets over the wall there as well. There's the Pop Blossom to connect as Willa does find the angle towards Teddy. The barrier there to help him out, but Aiming is just dead. Tibbers comes down and they do manage to get the shutdown onto Teddy. That is a lot of extra money into Willa's pocket. The Bros still probably all right with that 1-for-2 trade.
Yeah, then Namgoon with the redirect on the ult was pretty slick there to catch Aiming off guard. He did not expect that. The animation looked so weird if we actually track it. So, I mean, this is that first initial kill. Frog just put in a bad place. Does get the ult in the casting, but it's just not enough with the tower dying. And then here, so if we watch Namgoon when he channels the ultimate and he redirects it with the rocket belt, it's very late. So the actual AoE, like the circle that shows up, catches Aiming off guard because Aiming has sums.
Oh, wow,
like
yeah.
How he relocates it there. Aiming gets caught off guard here, burns summons, but it's dead anyway. So a slick play there by Namgoon. And Although finally the Kai'Sa goes down, it's still a winning trade for Hanjin Brion.
Yeah, he didn't get knocked up, but he got slammed down. That was a really interesting usage of the ultimate there to make sure that he did hit it on as many people as possible.
Honestly, we've seen Rocket Bell built on so many champions, but I cannot think of a champion who's just enabled by it more than Nico, with how many crazy things you can do with it.
Yep, I definitely agree. Pop Blossom, pretty good value with that item. That's all right. KRX on the ropes. Well and truly, there is 12 seconds left on this second Drake for either team. As KRX could also get themselves to Double Dragon, but it's a long way away from Soul Point or anything like that.
If I was KRX with this much of a deficit, I would choose not to fight the Dragon.
I would potentially opt out myself, yes.
Yeah, so I expect them to do that and just give it up. Hanjin Brion will pick it up for free, but still a while away from that Soul. We do see Aiming picked up his Murmana, but it's not fully stacked yet, so not quite offering the same level of damage you'd really want.
Yep, still 60 stacks to go. We'll stack a little faster, but Namgung is just going to face check and take a bear to the face. He is now very dead. Oh, never mind. Able to flash and heal to get himself out of the way of that one. And that will be a stride breaker to finish off the Drake.
Yeah, so obviously banning your sums as a Nico feels pretty bad, but Dragon's just been taken. There's no real need to fight right now.
Oh, Roma going to show that he can do it as well.
Big chunk of damage.
Okay, Yukao just backs away. And Frog and Casting back to just facing off against one another, taking it in turns here at this 20-minute mark to wipe out waves. That is just what this one has turned into. Let's see whether Frog is going to get towards item number 2 just yet. Doesn't quite have enough. Finish off a Black Cleaver or anything like that. So not to get shoes either.
Still hasn't stacked his Murmana, and Teddy just finished a Dusk and Dawn.
Oh, that's 3 items.
Those are some good items too.
His gold lead has increased.
Yeah.
That's 3.3k is a big number. Quite large. Yeah, and Dusk and Dawn, pretty powerful, I would say. I kind of want him just to, like, ult on the next one he hits Void Seeker on.
And just
see what the damage looks like.
Oh, I always say it's for science.
Yeah.
I want to see.
I want to see it so bad.
Yeah. Just.
Oh, Casting, just like, hit a Q.
So Roma has 10 stacks in the Darksteel. Medjai's could be on the way.
Ooh. And he has been doing a fair bit of damage. Currently has a 1.3k gold advantage. As Andil taking a lot here. Does have the ulti. But, Yukao wanted it. He wanted to see whether they would get baited in and he could hit a big Tibbers, but might have been scary. That is the Murmana stacked up now.
Good patience from Hanjin Brion. You know, a trait they've consistently shown. Oh, Teddy.
Supercharging to try and get himself out of the way. Will have really wanted to be in range for that cease and desist, but Teddy is able to get himself far enough away from the play.
Yeah, managed to save sums as well. And now Hanjin Brion just move up to the top lane and look to thin this one out.
They might even be able to just take this here unless Frog does come up and convince them not to, which is going to be the case.
He will press all his buttons and remove the wave.
Did. Another one is going to come through pretty quickly, though, so might need to invest a little bit more. Willer is considering making his way up, but Namgung should be able to greet him. And Teddy, in this brush, cease and desist does come on down. Now the Pop Blossom try and pick them up. Both of them going to the sky, but Teddy is so low. Gets the shield from the barrier, keeps himself alive, and now Andal and Willer both just food for the Aurora. And Roma is now absolutely massive here in this game. Frog dives into a Q3, but Casting, yeah, I don't know whether he really wanted to stick around there.
Guys, it's a Huni Baron.
Oh.
That's why they have to back off. It's the really dangerous Huni Baron.
Yeah, Roma is just going to weirdly go over the wall there. He should be able to escape. Oh,
honestly,
it's a scary
looked
Baron.
like a surefire thing, and then Casting died. They're like, let's not do this. What's crazy, though, is that Teddy only burned barrier. He didn't even actually ult in that play. He didn't need to, held on to it for the chase, but still had that, which kind of just demonstrates how far away they were from killing him.
Yeah.
Because if you actually look at this, they go for the ult, and then Namgun pops his ult to disrupt, but the combo comes through from the Alistar. And so they've been CC'd. He could just ult here, but he only uses the barrier, and he's still completely fine. There was no follow-up. It wasn't close.
Yep. And Gideon was also there to fear them up, so no extra threat going to come down.
Yeah, Casting trying to clear the wave here and just gets focused down pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was a little bit odd, the stick-around maneuver there, but as you can see now, 4-0 and 6 for Roma on this Aurora. Oftentimes, I feel like Aurora has seemed somewhat lackluster in the damage department as we get towards the mid to late game in our previous games that we've seen her this season.
That's why you need the Magi's.
Yeah, and also maybe like just a massive advantage over your opponent could
That
help.
helps too.
And he does have that.
Oh, Teddy has a Seeker's Arm Guard now, so that attempt they had in him before would just go even worse, and it didn't go well then.
Yeah, he only has brown bags though, so maybe there's an angle to chase after him. Casting, looking to try and get on top of Frog here, does miss the Infernal Chains in the queue, and so nothing more going to come of that one. The Bro's just maintaining this advantage, stretching it, slowly but surely, further and further here in this game.
Like a Stretch Armstrong.
Oh yeah. 19 seconds on this Drake. Did you have a Stretch Armstrong when you were a kid?
I wish I did.
Yeah, me too. I always just saw the other kids playing with their Stretch Armstrong, and I was like, my toys are just toys.
My toys don't stretch that far.
Yeah, if I try, then I break my toys, and then I have
Yeah.
to try and convince my parents that I can get another one. And they always say, no, you broke it, you bought it. No, they don't say it like that. That's what the salesman says at the toy shop when you break it before you bought it. And I didn't do that. Don't worry. I'm not like that.
No.
Unless it's a Stretch Armstrong, in which case it doesn't break.
True.
Because it stretches. All right, thankfully we're safe from that conversation.
the
As Roma
buffer?
does just escape with the ulti. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, so the invis cancelled the Wild.
Wow.
Is I believe exactly what happened there. I know if like you stealth, I'm pretty sure you can cancel Wild.
Yeah. You've spoken about this before, right? Like if you go invisible, then it sort of like makes it confused or something like that.
I know, because I know with like Gwen W, Vial just gets cancelled. But it didn't look like a buffer there. It looked like it just got cancelled completely. And Vial, unlike Nautilus Assault, where you can just keep spamming it if they go invisible, like you've seen the fights where Nautilus is in the vein and they just keep ulting and keep tumbling.
Yeah.
Vial, if it gets cancelled, just goes on cooldown.
Oh, pretty annoying. Miller is going to have it up relatively soon. But that was a fun little interaction and very well played by Roma to make sure that he does escape. Could have actually been a big moment because it was a fight around that Baron. And Team KRX, I mean, they don't have no damage, right? They should certainly be able to
Actually,
do
no,
it.
I'm looking back. It was actually buffered with the ult.
Aha.
So it wasn't the invisibility. I guess I am just wrong. But yeah, buffered it with the ult because it seems you are CC immune for a brief frame there. But super nicely played by Roma.
Very well done. And we're just going to wait and see what the next items are going to be as they do come in. And I feel like this happens a lot. The game certainly just slows down when the Bros are the ones with the initiative. You know, they're just not ones to rush it.
Yep.
You know?
They want us to take our time. We can reanalyze the little scrap where they try to kill Roma. We have our time to let it breathe.
Yep.
Think about it.
Have a few mouthfuls of tiramisu.
Yep. And then a few more. There's no pressure. Zonya's now picked up for Teddy.
That's a big one. Berserker's Greaves at the same time as well. So
Didn't want to sit on the Seekers because he expected this to be a long game. So, you know.
Understandable.
He's like, I'll just get my item done.
Exactly. And might want to just stay out onto the Rift and experience more. So he doesn't want to have to go back after he breaks the Seeker's Arm Guard in order to complete that Zonya's. He's got way more money than anyone.
Yeah. It's like everyone else is, you know, within the normal frame of reference, and then just Teddy is miles ahead.
Yeah. And aiming, it's like, it's not that he's a full item behind, he's a full item and shoe completion behind.
That's substantial.
Yeah, it's 3.7k.
Oh, GA for Gideon, which often means that a jungler can just go crazy and send it and has the way to revive, but I think this just means Gideon can control the game even more. He's not going to engage on him when he's got GA.
He can control the... I love that explanation.
Yeah.
More like, the way I'd describe it would be they can continue to do basically nothing.
So when Bro are behind, they won't be proactive because they'll wait for an opportunity where they're favored better. When the game is even, they don't want to be the first to make the move and make mistakes, so they'll wait for another opportunity. And when they're ahead, well, they don't want to throw the game away, so they'll wait for a better opportunity in the future, which feels more reliable.
I love it. And honestly, it all checks out. Can't really fault it. As Roamer at least hits Andal with an ability. Teddy tries to, and I appreciate the effort. It's all right. In goes Casting. He's getting a little impatient. Wanting to start something up. They do have full vision of this Baron pit.
You saying the Casting is getting a bit impatient? Are you talking about the player or you?
All of the above. Option C, Eddie.
I think I would be more. It would just feel better if we were still waiting for that first blood.
Yeah, right.
Chasing the back. I think that's why I'm feeling a bit disappointed. That could have been.
There's really been an unfortunate 15 kills prior that have ruined that whole.
We were so close.
So close. Just 15 away.
Yeah. Wait, do we have? What's the longest time to get 16?
The longest time between 15 and 16 kills.
Oh, yeah, we might have that one.
Get that stat, LCK. Come on.
We should have this on the sheet written down.
Yeah, exactly. Man, we had Chovy's 4.5k assist milestone. Why don't we have that?
But, guys, it is going to be Soul in 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
This is the point where, in theory, they should fight. And Roma just picked up a Rabadons. Didn't go for the...
no arm guard, no nothing.
Wait, what is that pie in Aatrox's inventory?
What?
It looks like
he does have a little pie. That's cute. It's the saucepan.
He just baked the pie.
Is that what an elixir looks like now? Something like that?
I guess so. Have they changed the elixir icons?
I haven't bought one of those before. Let's just say that.
I buy real items.
All right, Twitch chat, let us know. I'm going to read Twitch chat.
Oh, he ate the pie.
Wait,
that's Elixir of Iron now?
Is that what it looks like? The Elixir of Iron looked awesome. It was like a bit of a gourd thingy.
And now it's the pie?
Well, it's like, hopefully Casting enjoyed the pie. Let's see whether he can turn that into a Chemtech Soul. As Frog going to take out a ward. Dragon is just slowly but surely being taken down. There's a ghost from Andil. And in he goes. That is going to be the steal as Namgung gets two in the back line. Roma dives in. These health bars are just getting eviscerated. Gideon diving around the fight. He's got a GA though, so he's just fine. Teddy, he goes gold and the knockups are pretty good. But the bros have so much more money. It's a triple for Casting as Aiming desperately wants to kill anyone. And at least he takes down Gideon. But the bros keep 3 alive and look to get towards Baron or find whatever else they'd like.
Honestly, good effort from KRX to make that one so close, but you could just see the lacking damage, not quite having the ability to cut through these targets. They got on top of Teddy. They made him work for this team fight, but Casting was just getting the damage done throughout that fight.
Oh, man. Casting, an absolute monster. Let's have a look at it again.
So, fight starts off where we see Namgun move forwards for the setup and just gets deleted, as is going to happen to a Nico at this point, but with no Zhonya's available, you just have mincemeat. And then Teddy goes in and watch, you get the Viled, knocked up, then the Public Execution knocked up with the same animation, has to Zhonya's to buy time, reposition, and they're all just trying to chase down Teddy, but he lives, and the rest of the team is there to peel, and then Aiming tries to go for the cleanup, but just doesn't quite connect, and doesn't quite have the damage.
That was almost like KRX thought that they'd win the game if they killed Teddy in that moment. That is not quite how it worked, but you could see the desperation to take down this Kai'Sa who is so incredibly far ahead.
Oh, so apparently the icon was temporarily changed. We're talking about the Elixir of Iron. Sorry.
Yeah.
The icon was temporarily changed for the duration of the Winter Summoner's Rift map event. But it's summer, and that was last year, but it's summer and we still have the pie.
Well, I do like pie, no matter what time of year it is. It's much like tiramisu.
Yeah.
Is tiramisu at all seasonal? I hope not.
I don't think so. I mean, I feel like what would be great in the summer is like a sweet
hot
pie.
cross buns.
A sweet pie would be pretty good.
I just like it if hot cross buns were just an all year round thing. I really like.
I do like hot cross buns. I used to you'd come home that time of year, and there'd just be in the little bread pantry thing.
Yeah.
But there would be some hot cross buns.
Oh, it's so good. Hot cross buns are the best. It's hard to get good hot cross buns here in Korea.
What is the
thing?
It's been a while. You know the little strip, like the cross? What is a cross made out of?
I never know, and I never want to know.
Yeah, it's just tasty.
Yeah, it's just tasty cross, I guess. That's what I'm going to call it.
Yeah.
If someone says what it is in Twitch chat and I read it, I'm going to be so sad. So I'm not going to read. I'm not reading. I'm paying attention to the game, Caster. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, some big items came in. Death Stance for Casting, Rabadons for Teddy. we do have the aiming's got 4 items, but still at a 4,200 gold deficit to Teddy. And this game does feel like it is firmly in Hanjin Brion's control. And with Baron in hands, they should push in and try and make something happen. But they could also just take it easy. You know, it's up to them.
Yeah.
They're the ones who decide.
And we would never presume what the Bros' intentions are, because otherwise they wouldn't be in the Rise group. This is about surprises. He's aiming, and he get tagged by a Void Seeker. As Teddy's got a Rabadon's Death Cap. Still got room for one more item, by the way.
Oh my! How does he keep getting hit?
That is not.
He's aiming for aiming.
It is revenge.
And
it's revenge for just how much everyone just piled in to try and kill just Teddy. And he's like, aiming, I saw you Valkyrieing through my teammates in order to try and kill me.
Baron timing out. We're going to chill out. I have another chance at Soul in a minute. Just slow it on down. Get set up for that objective. Okay, so we actually so if you look at the time, it's 34:23. We're about to hit 34:40. If this game was to last for, I'm going to say it when it gets to that point.
Got it.
Exactly. Wait for it. If this game was to last for exactly 1 more hour, it would be the longest LCK game of all time. So
wow, that's so cool. We're so close.
We
are so close.
We have 4 of the digits already. Like we got the 34:40 out of the way. We just need the hour at the front.
And this game is really on a knife's edge, isn't it? It could go either way at any moment.
It's down to the wire.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, if you take away Teddy's lead and the lead of all of his teammates, then it's actually a very...
Oh, the snipes!
How is this happening? Oh, there's a killer instinct, and he just dies! The Nocturne finishes him off. The Pop Blossom is massive as they look to get onto Teddy with the public execution, but he just flashes after Frog. Immediate revenge from targeting with that ultimate. It's now Andil, just the last cow standing. Willow was in the GA, but he would probably like to have a conversation with that Guardian Angel and say, no, just let me go. I don't want to die again.
It's a 5-0 ace. Hanjin Brion will win the game. They won't break the longest game record, but they will secure their spot in play-ins off the back of this.
And they will also break that streak of losses against KRX as well. A fantastic performance here from the Bros. And I know we yapped a whole lot because the game slowed down, but this was methodical and it was clean out of the Bros. Plus, it was a really fun dive composition that they brought out, utilizing the strengths of Teddy on one of his best champions, especially over the last couple of years. Just a great return to form for the Bros.
Absolutely was. And you know what? They did it their way. They didn't try and emulate any other teams. This was a Bro series, played the Bro way. Thanks to your Bro tax. And a big win for that. There you go. Qualified for the play-ins. A good feeling to have that already.
Really is. And especially when they were knocking on the door of the Legend group as well, earlier on in the year. Then they went on that really disappointing 7-loss streak as well as casting. Getting a bit cute for the camera here. And when you beat UCal, you realize that there is a lot of celebration going into the void, you know? Because you know that UCal's always prepared. But the Bro fans getting exactly what they wanted. Oh, man, Roma always has a new one prepared.
That's some movement right there.
All right, thankfully, we didn't miss out, as it turns out. We've got Broma. And Teddy not going to be dancing. No. But there is, like, a little bit of that longest game of all time, like you were talking about, because Teddy was definitely there. Still holds the record for most CS in a single game.
I think I just saw someone sign that said, happy anniversary. I love my husband, but I need to pay my bro tax.
That is probably the best fan sign ever written.
Yeah, that was very based.
And I have to admit, I don't remember that many fan signs, but that one, that's particularly good.
That's priorities. Guys, I'm just going to watch a quick series of Lolpark.
Yeah.
It's KRX vs. Bro.
Quick series. Yeah, this, man, it was looking like we weren't going to be getting our value, and then KRX and the Bros took to the stage Unfortunately, we didn't have the latest first blood of all time, but it was still a relatively late one. And then the Bros just kind of took the game over, and there was nowhere for KRX to go.
I feel like the sort of compositions that have always worked so well historically in Rise last year and this year have often been these just streamlined, straightforward, single-track compositions, and this one just did that so well. They knew the objective, they were on the same page. When the fight started, there was some instances like this where they were more appealing for Teddy, but everyone just dove in. It was just like, oh, we're targeting one person, and suddenly you have TPs, you have paranoias, everyone's there in a heartbeat to back up Teddy.
Yeah. And they were also all there to try and kill Teddy, especially here in this moment. This is the one that we were referring to. As you can see, aiming is like, I must kill this Kai'Sa. Valkyrie forward into that opportunity, gets that flash towards him. Did want to take down Roma. But now we're going to hear the final moments. Sukal getting sniped here was crazy by Teddy. Yep.
I love how Gideon's just like
fantastic.
He's so nice. It's so good.
That's what you need in your team.
Oh yeah.
That's what you need, a hype man.
All right, nicely done.
What that showed us is that the vibes are impeccable.
Oh yeah, and we knew that, right? It's the Bros. If they're known for anything, it's impeccable vibes. And slowly but surely, take down the Nexus. Nothing done in a rush here in this game is, man, this was just the most textbook, we will just win the game.
Yeah.
And you see, like, oftentimes we talk about, you know, up and to the right, or down and to the right, in this case, as they are on the red team. This is a very, it's a smooth gradient. You would not get too much speed on your skateboard going down that one. Let's just say that.
Now we get to see the PM. I have a suspicion.
Yeah.
And it is correct.
The Fountain Laser will be able to pick this one up. And his Kai'Sa, absolutely fantastic. I think his Caitlyn in game number 1, also brilliant. And Teddy, back in great form. Really good sign for the Bros to make it to a higher spot, or at least hold on to the top spot here in the Rise group.
I mean, I talked a lot about KRX, X in the aiming basket, just invest gold into him, it's going to deliver. That's been Teddy's thing forever.
Yeah.
So it's working out well for them, and you know, they've obviously locked play-ins now. Improving on the seeding is 100%, you know, you want to be as high as possible, get the best matchup you can, but then also just going into the play-ins in good form. And this has definitely been a good showing for them.
And also, the Bros knowing that they can tango with the Legend Group teams, right? The fact that they were getting so close to being in that top 5, I think probably gives them that little bit of extra urgency to try and make sure that they get good standing in the play-ins, get themselves towards the playoffs where they could have belonged, right?
Yep.
They got so incredibly close. So Teddy, you can see, making his way out. Will really be good to hear from him about how the Bros have been changing the way they function here in the LCK.
It's important to note that to go to Worlds and to then win Worlds, Bro did have to make play-ins. So this is a step towards that eventual goal they're going for.
Yeah, that does check out. Now let's throw it over to Teddy.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POM interview translation. We are here joined by Teddy on the side of Hanjin Brion. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Now, with this victory, Hanjin Brion has moved into the first place of the Rise group and secured a spot in the play-ins. How do you feel about this? We always lost to KRX 1-2, so finally we beat them. It feels amazing. Exactly. I mean, in rounds 1, 2, and 3, every time you face KRX, you won game 1, but ended up losing game 2 and 3. But today, you finally overcame that record. How do you feel about breaking the curse? Every time when we face KRX, we kind of get too overexcited. So I think in game 2 and 3 today, we managed to figure out our way to kind of stay calm. In the game number 1 draft, it looked like you guys were kind of letting Orianna through on purpose. Was that because you don't really rate Orianna that highly, or was it because you guys were confident playing into Orianna?
강가 교전 때 뭔가 좀 쉽지 않은 것 같더라고요. 포지션 잡기가. 그래서
I mean, we thought so.
저도 될 만한 픽이라고 생각해서 줬는데.
But
잘 풀려서 좀 이긴
during the team fights, we figured that it was really hard to kind of position when Orianna is on the opponent side. You know, her orbs always like doing a great job of like zoning us out. So I think we have to kind of revisit that decision. And we had, at least for Namgung this time around, not quite a meta pick, but Namgung is pretty good at it. So, looking at the team comp, we were thinking between Karma or Elise, but playing up against Yunara, Bard, we were like, maybe we should just go really strong in the early game with Elise, so we decided to try out that bot duo. Well, it seemed like a smooth sailing game for you guys, and then somehow the opponents were able to finish the Exodia, and we had this kind of base race over here. We were just like keeping our eyes glued to their Elder timer. So we're like, we have to engage once the Elder is gone, and then somehow Olaf got hit by Lee Sin Q, and then he was like approaching me. So I was like, what is going on? But somehow, very luckily, we were able to win this team fight and close out the game. But that was a close call for sure. And then game 2 ended up in a rather disappointing way. What kind of feedback did you have after that game? I think the execution didn't really go as we were planning when we finished our drafting, so we came to the conclusion that we should not really opt into this kind of a draft next time.
그렇지만 잘 해보자 이렇게 피드백을 나누신 것 같습니다. 오늘도 오랜만에 바텀에서 카이사 니코 조합을 볼 수 있었습니다.
You brought out the Kaisa Nico comp on the bottom lane. It's a duo that we haven't seen that much recently. Do you think this is still a very strong option? Last time when we were playing up against Nongshim, it seems like a very strong duo. Well, Nico Kaisa is something that we used to play a lot in round 1 and 2, so I thought we could bring it back. And then game 3, Hanjin Buryeon gained control of the game pretty early on. Let's take a look at this team fight around the Dragon. Vi didn't have flash, but she was going a little bit aggressively, so we wanted to focus Vi first, and then the Nico ult was really good. So I was able to kind of clean out the kills.
이게 연달아 이어진 두 번째 용 한타였는데요. 3세트 시작 전부터 좀 드래곤
So was that the key concept of game 3? Team fights around the Drakes?
좀 상대를 노리는 조합이다 보니까
I think both of us had a very similar concept when it comes to team comp, which was a dive comp. So I thought, having the initiative to open team fights was really important, and I think we were the one having the kind of proactive side of the game in game 3. And then next Wednesday, you will be facing DN Freaks, DN Supers, who are also on a very strong winning streak. What is your mindset heading onto that series? Yeah, they are on a really good momentum right now, so I think it is our turn to stop their ride. I wish we can take down DN Supers and then also BNK KRX. And that was Teddy on the side of Hanjin Buryeon, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisan Ayaya, as it is Hanjin Buryeon getting themselves the victory. They finally defeat their demons here in Kiwoom DRX and get their first win against them all season long. And all the meanwhile qualify for play-ins. It is a successful day here for Hanjin Buryeon and Hanjin Buryeon fans.
Why do you seem so depressed about it, Digon? It's good for you, right? I thought you kind of like Bro used to anyways.
Happy? Fake
Okay.
smile.
All right. I don't know why he's being so fake about it, but it's cool.
Job's not done yet. As Ox said, this is just step one on the plan for Hanjin Brion to win Worlds. Job's not done, but a necessary step to make play.
I mean, game two was a little rough. Game one was heroic at times, right? Game three, complete stop. They looked like a Legend Group team, which is what they looked like for a lot of this year. And I think we saw a glimpse of it in this third and final game, right? I mean, this was the Bro that was promised. This is the Bro we were hyping up. This is the Hanjin Brion that was just a few series away from making Legend Group. This is the Hanjin Brion that barely lost to T1, you know, in that really pivotal game.
I do definitely, believe they do have a momentum because they won against, I still do remember, they won their series against KT, and there was a super hype moment as well. And I think they do have an ability, and I think, too, for that, I think you have to actually dominate all the Rise Group team like a Game 3. That has to be required.
Yeah, and even in game one, they had that massive lead, but they did throw it away and then have the base defense. So it was a very close series. So if I'm a Kiwoom fan, you're also thinking, hey, we're still in the thick of it. We still have shown that we have the capability of winning, but we got to make sure those close games we're able to close those ones out. As we take a look at the Palm vote, it did go the way of Teddy, not the vote of my EN analysts, as, okay, a smattering, but yes, a little bit of a super strategic vote helping out there.
Media going for support was kind of, I didn't expect that. That's pretty cool. Namgung had a pretty good series. I mean, the Elise had its ups and downs, but it had a lot of ups. You know, he had a good laning phase. He got them that early kill.
Yeah. Wolf, you're first. Give us your comment.
A man who thrives in the chaos. He was one of the more consistent performers across a crazy game 2. Loved his Xin Zhao engage, even though it didn't ultimately save the game. And then in game 3, he ran the show. I know Teddy got a lot of credit for playing Kai'Sa and cleaning up the kills, but it all started with those Nocturne plays.
It's my time.
Uh-oh. It's Huni time.
You want to win? Just watch the jungle guide on.
Guide?
Guideon?
Guide?
He's guiding.
I thought it was like an app, like turn the guide on in the jungle.
For only $19.99, you can get the official Guideon.
I mean, just look at this moment. I mean, the reason why I had to go for the vote, nice angle. And he jumped into, and then he baited. He instantly flashed and drew out to divide into the middle of the team, and he had to flash in as well. And then look at where actually fight is happening. Meanwhile, they actually use the TP so well from the top lane, and enemy top couldn't actually press TP because from the Nocturne ult, and everything was super organized as a team play. Like, this is what we actually expect to Brion do every single game.
Yeah, why did they have to wait until game 3 to play this clean?
I know! They could have done it earlier. They could. They can.
Chad, I got to shout this one out because, again, LCK production is unmatched. Usually we have Christopher Yoon-Dolan on this one. This time we had Steven. Was it?
Spielby
on it. Sumbi making his first mad movie here for us. Everyone, thank you to Sumbi in the chat. That one was awesome. I couldn't tell which way was up and which way was down. At the end, we're looking at it straight up and down. But it was the ride that is Hanjin Brion as we take a look at Teddy. Teddy getting the vote here from Ox. Fountain Laser beats Gold King. Again, the nicknames of our bottom laners here, aiming, usually getting a lot of the gold, but not able to overcome Teddy in this matchup of dominating bot laners.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. You covered it there. Elise in his left hand, Nico in his right. I think this is a pretty good vote. He had the Elise game that, we know it's one of his comfort picks. He plays it more than Lehens these days. And then Nico, something that is less meta right now that we see kind of niche. He had some really good engages in game number 3. Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think all the team, but also was really clean.
Reliable delivery man here is Roamer. Again, Hanjin Brion, Hanjin Logistics, they do a lot of deliveries, delivering the victory here.
Okay.
5 out of 5, 5-star fast delivery, great aim. Pony hidden with the review style for the delivery of the victory and play-ins by Teddy and the rest of Hanjin Brion today. And here's our last one from Cloud Templar, a player you can trust in the late game. Just
Interestingly,
facts.
we didn't go to late game in game 3.
I mean, it went over.
Really, his Caitlyn game was super good.
Right. Like if it was not a Teddy Caitlyn, I think the game would have been meh.
He traded that kill on the top lane when he got caught there by aiming, was able to kill aiming.
Yeah,
he had some
was
great plays for sure in that game.
In the matchup at the beginning of this game, it was the Dancer versus the Duke. And with another victory, we got ourselves another Roamer dance, which leads us to this week's best ceremony. The best ceremonies from all of our victors this week. Let's see what we have here. Scout with the big win earlier. Oh, thumbs up. Little heart, little love action.
Pretty simple.
Lovely.
Lovely, yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I don't know if it's going to win best ceremony, but it was cool.
Oh, I remember
this. I remember this one was great. I love
perfect.
He's just saying, use your head.
Yeah, think.
Clear statement.
Charvel, more love? We're just giving so much love here. Kisses to all of his fans. And you can see how much it means to him and the rest of the DN Supers. How much they've changed. The culture's changed. Here's Guma. Yes, the Yunara. Showing off the skills there with his...
I think this is clean. I think it's a very good way to do kind of a Guma thing, but also bring the champion into it. This one's probably going to win.
Roamer hitting the GG Easy dance meme.
Yeah.
He was ready for it.
He's kind of clean every single time.
When he starts it, you're like, this might be cringe, and then he's like, no, it's not. It's so clean. It's
Wait,
so
that's
sick.
me. What is this?
I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
remember
Oh,
my
gosh.
It's not you. It's actually Ox. You're on there for some reason, but it's actually just Ox getting
I'm just the prop. This is... that was not much of it.
You're just sent back.
I don't... Yeah.
Oh.
They didn't catch... I threw that one really hard. I threw Tibbers kind of hard. I threw that one.
That part didn't make it the Twitter cut. I actually didn't know that you struck back. I thought it was...
Pow!
Best shot!
Dude, it was right in the face. Right next to the microphone. This is live. All right, here we go. Yeah, I see he was ready. All right. Those are the best ceremonies in the chat. Go ahead and make a vote. Let us know which one is your favorite now. I'm a little scarred. I'm a little scarred right now.
I'm not doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Not me.
Yes, votes are up now. I'm so nervous every time. Let us know. Again, it is great to see the victors show off their personalities in their wins as we take a look at the standings after we put in the win that Hanjin Brion got. They, at worst, will finish third, which means they have secured play-ins 9 and 15 for them, but they will return to play-ins as they did last year.
Look at their game score. A lot of that's from the dominant performances they had pre-Legend Rise split. Like, they actually are 3 wins ahead of BNK, who's their next most dominant team, and 6 wins ahead of Nongshim currently. So just in a really stable spot. Big win for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be about, like, for now, it's a win streak, keeping win streak as much as you can, and play like used to. Cleanly.
And as we take a look at the Legend group as well, Gen.G solidifying their spot at the top. They have not locked that playoff bye yet, but they have locked playoffs alongside Hanwha Life Esports. So T1, D+, also have a chance to sneak on in there for one of those playoff spots, and KT as well, trying to get out of the play-ins.
Big matchups in our final week. Gen.G KT, you got Hanwha T1, their revenge match here potentially. You've also got Telecom War on Friday.
A DK Gen.G and the Bro Duns. DNS Supers.
Maybe a 2-0 week again.
Another one.
Probably a 2-0 week.
Against KRX.
Nongshim and KRX play against each other, direct competitors. Super important game there. And if Nongshim can upset BNK in that rivalry matchup with the trade, Nongshim can finish in a very comfortable spot, right?
Yeah.
They can just make play-ins as our second seed.
That might be the season-ending match there, right? For one of those two squads, for BNK and Nongshim, based on how Kiwoom will do, as well as the fact that maybe it's a playoff preview. Like, we don't know, but the way that these matches have lined up means it'll be exciting all the way on through. There's the LCK Challengers schedule as well. Make sure to check them out as they are rounding into Week 13.
Egon, I just want to politely give you the pillow back. I just want to give it to you and not throw it at you. And
thank you.
I want you to end the week on a good note,
Thanks, man.
I want you to have it back.
All right. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. Only 1 week left in the regular season. Who will make it to play-ins and playoffs? We'll all find out together. Bye-bye.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against us. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.